Shelter from the Storm. The Man with the Periwinkle Eyes. Volume 4. By John Whitberg. Epigraph. How will they look upon us wingless ones, our great aerial children soon to come, who even now begin to quicken life with movement toward their finer element and fierce essays against the weight of time? Wrote a hero done, the aeronauts. Chapter 1. Dad, can we go for a walk? Max asked once Andrew's funeral had completed. I'd like to see the places Drew showed me. You boys had time to see things? Kyle asked with a laugh. Lead the way. I'll get Jack. What's that under your jacket? It's a surprise, Max said, then gestured vaguely at the dissipating funeral crowd. I don't believe this is what Drew wants. You'd know best, Kyle said with a knowing smile, then turned, gathering Jack and Haruna. Michaela Foster wound up coming along as well. This group, led by Max, suddenly abandoned the mourners for a walk to Andrew's favorite places in Camp Hero, which by now had a considerable population, as in the past year Jimmy had begun repopulating it. Max showed the group first to a beach, quite well hidden through a heavy thicket and a fence with a hole cut in it. Apparently some of the new batches of children had discovered this beach as well, as there was a ball here waiting, and so the group played a game of kickball, initiated by Max, who was always clutching whatever was hidden in his jacket. For most of the rest of the day, the group walked Camp Hero's above-ground segment, going everywhere that any of them had memories of Andrew. Jack, for instance, showed them a barracks which had historically belonged to soldiers of the U.S. Marine Corps, where he'd often sent Andrew to hide as a small child, avoiding work sweeps. Haruna showed a spot in the woods where Andrew had taught him how to play poker for the first time. They wandered through many locations, and by the end, everyone was smiling and laughing in remembrance of Andrew. The tour ended in yet another patch of woods overlooking the ocean, where there was an overgrown path, off the side of which was a bench. Here, Max at last revealed what was under his jacket. Drew's drinking horn, Max announced, showing off what was indeed a traditional Viking drinking horn, carved from an ox bone and lined with pewter. Max handed the horn to someone and began digging in the bushes behind the bench. What are you doing? Jack asked. I'm looking for this, Max replied, holding up an ancient dirtied rucksack which he opened to pull out a full bottle of Corleone whiskey. Drew and I were saving this, Max explained, and I guess now's as good a time as any. He certainly wouldn't want this to go to waste. He's definitely your son, Kyle said, slapping Jack on the back and laughing as he hadn't in quite a while. Max opened the bottle and poured a bit of the liquor into the drinking horn. For the next while, the group chatted, drank, and were generally happy, and none paid attention to the fact that they were utterly ruining their funeral clothes. As they were nearing the end of the bottle, and all except Kyle being varying degrees of drunk, Michaela Foster began to sing, and the others fell silent to allow her to.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost,
Project Phoenix assets, for better or worse, would be nothing without their alcohol and their music. When the song was done, Kyle and the others were able to return to Fort Worden, and if not entirely happy, at least free. The group hardly walked through the permanent gate and began to slip back to their apartments, as they'd stayed a long ways past curfew, when Jack pulled Kyle aside into the cedar forest a bit. Right then, Jack said resolutely, I think we'd better wake up our illustrious pilot and get started preparing for that planetary survey my father ordered. After you have a very strong coffee, my friend, Kyle said with a chuckle. Kyle and Jack thus slipped into Kyle's apartment not far behind Harune and Max, who were already brewing coffee. Jack rather collapsed onto the couch, and the family had their coffee by the permanent sunlight of the time bubble Fort Worden sat in. Although no lights would come on, the television and VCR did work, so someone put in a movie. After the movie and several cups of coffee, Jack, Max, and Harune were ready to begin their day. Harune and Max went to work, and Jack and Kyle were to begin planning the planetary survey with David Steinell, who would be required to fly the trio. After a stop at Jack's apartment to allow him to put on his uniform, they at last made it to David's apartment. As they approached on Jack's hoverbike, they saw a young lady exiting David's apartment, looking a bit embarrassed, and laughed at the sight. They found David in his kitchen, cooking his breakfast, the door standing open, as most of them were. The time bubble had frozen Fort Worden permanently on a warm spring day, and so doors were closed only when one was at work or asleep, unless one was in the lucky upper crust who had air-conditioned homes. Even under Jimmy, a hierarchy did exist. Couldn't get enough, huh? David said upon hearing footsteps at his door. That's why you never stand with your back to a doorway? One of the men said, causing David to spin around in shock. It's your maniacal overlords, Kyle said, and we have an op to plan. Eggs? David asked as he began plating breakfast, and the three sat to plan the planetary survey. As usual, I will not describe the briefing and mission planning itself, but one hurdle stood in the way. They had no environmental suits. I'll ask Surabaya, Kyle said. What makes you think he'll have them? David asked. That man can get anything, I believe, Kyle said with a chuckle. Been that way since we were kids, Jack explained, when we had to live on smuggled food at Camp Hero. Yoshiro was one of the best. Kyle and the others stood, heading towards their various jobs. At the lunch hour, Kyle made the trek to the armory, asking to see Surabaya, who came out to see him in short order. Kyle! Surabaya exclaimed, how are you soldiering up? Well enough, Kyle said, trying to sound dismissive. And I need a favor for my new unit. Already? Why am I not surprised? Surabaya laughed. Anything for a friend. Thank you, Kyle said, realizing he truly meant it. I need 3 Mars suits. I'll pay you back. Shit, What you'll do, Surabaya interrupted, is help me with these weapons. We're getting shipments of all sorts from the Eastern Bloc countries. You'll help test every single last one. I certainly will, Kyle said, trying not to grin with delight. This was hardly a punishing task for someone like him. I'll have your suits in 4 days, Surabaya said finally, and Kyle left. The 4 days passed as any normal 4 days, lengthened perhaps by the anticipation. In this difficult circumstance, Kyle and Jack grew closer as friends than they'd ever been before, and Kyle drew himself closer to his boys, while becoming even more suspicious of the institutions of Project Phoenix, particularly the lack of instruction and general culture of secrecy. He determined that the Medusa unit would not be run in this fashion, however small and sporadic in its missions it might be. On the 4th day, Kyle and the boys were leaving the apartment, in formation as always. Kyle found the suits, sitting folded on the porch. He gathered them up and, after saying his usual pre-mission goodbyes to the boys, set out directly for Jack and David's apartments. He delivered the suits, and himself, Jack, and David changed, and headed towards Prometheus, whom Kyle at some point had persuaded to accept David as her pilot. David brought with him a laminated piece of paper. Subspace coordinates, David explained. Can't get back home without them. I suppose it now falls upon me to explain what David meant when making reference to subspace coordinates. Subspace is what most readers would likely know as hyperspace or as a 4th dimension. It is best described as a non-physical counterpart to the universe we exist in. All physical bodies and all physical universes have a specific set of coordinates within this non-physical universe or dimension, and certain ship drives allow for entering this dimension and exiting it again at the given coordinates with proper navigation. And navigation through this universe is infinitely faster than through the physical, as one is not held back by the speed of light. It just so happened that Prometheus's engines were of this variety, and thus she could be navigated through this non-physical universe, known within the breakaway as subspace. It should be noted that very few Terran humans are capable of such navigation, psionically speaking, and most navigators are gray aliens, making David an outlier, one of the few hundred human navigators in Nachtwaffen out of their hundreds of thousands of ships. David and Jack were suitably impressed with Prometheus, and she seemed relatively conciliatory to their presence. She was able to see that Kyle trusted them completely, and even verbally welcomed David as he entered the bridge. She speaks German too? David asked incredulously. I think she speaks any language in existence, Kyle said. Then to demonstrate, he ordered, in Tatar, Prometheus, what's the weather like in Cape Town today? Having never been to such a place, I'm unable to answer, Prometheus said in responsive Tatar. I have no fucking clue what you just said, but I'm impressed. David laughed, and at last sat in the pilot's seat. Don't distract me, David said. Don't want to end up inside a mountain. With that, David started fiddling with this and that contraption, none of which Kyle had understood or been able to use, and began to navigate. Kyle and Jack then left the bridge, deciding they'd best talk out of David's earshot as to not cause distraction. Kyle gave Jack a partial tour of Prometheus before she cut in. We have stopped, Captain, Prometheus said. Herr Steinel is requesting you on the bridge for further instruction. Thank you, Prometheus, Kyle replied, and he and Jack set back towards the bridge. It turned out they were parked in orbit of Mars, as could be observed on the massive screens which almost completely surrounded the bridge. All right, where am I going? David asked. Go towards the Mother of the Desert. Do you know it? Jack asked. I do, David answered, and began angling Prometheus for the destination. I don't know it, Kyle said. What is it? You'll love it, Jack said unhelpfully. Kyle rolled his eyes. Kyle did love it, as it turned out. The Mother of the Desert is a massive sandstone statue in the Ionia Terra region of Mars, approximately 1,500 feet in height and 300 feet in diameter, and is an intricately detailed statue of a heavily pregnant Martian indigenous human woman, in traditional dress of sandals, flowing skirt, and long headdress. She is bare-breasted, and has her right hand raised above her eyes, shielding from the sun. She stands on a monster plinth, which raises the statue another 200 feet. It's incredible, Kyle said. But why are we here? Beneath the statue is a room, Jack explained. The walls are all etched with the names of various indigenous settlements. I figure we should head to some and see if any are still inhabited. Good a place to start as any, Kyle said. Let's arm up. David, stay on the ship. Aye, aye, Captain, David said. It was hard to tell if he was joking. Over the 4 days in between the funeral and the trio leaving, Kyle had gotten some weapons, courtesy of Karina Buchner. These were, of course, only weapons which were not cared about anymore, namely Vietnam War surplus, and only a few at that, with only a few boxes of ammunition. Kyle, David, and Jack were to otherwise rely on their psionics, their enhancements, and the ability of Prometheus to extract them, should things get intense. With these conditions, Kyle and Jack gathered some of these meager weapons and alighted via Prometheus's cargo ramp. Kyle and Jack rounded the monster plinth on which the statue stood, finding a doorway carved out of one side, with a staircase just beyond it, made of the same rock and descending down into the planet. Their weapons at the ready, Kyle and Jack descended the staircase, which eventually opened into a megalithic round sandstone room. Kyle supposed it must have once been a library, judging by the numerous long, waist-high stone tables and even more shelving units, both of which were of a smooth marble-like rock as opposed to the sandstone of the walls of the room. However, the room had clearly been militarily occupied recently, with bits of equipment strewn about. Hey, a sonic gun, Jack exclaimed at seeing what looked at first glance to be an oversized bazooka, however the speaker-like business end revealed it as a sonic gun. Now this is useful, Kyle said. Does she work? She should, Jack said. And if not, I bet there's some tools around here. We'll find them after we're done. Here and there on the walls, engraved in the indigenous human Martian language, were indeed lists of different settlements. Due to the complexities of the Martian language, I'm unsure of how to Romanize or translate it correctly, So I'll say that most of these settlements were named in relation to landmarks and natural features: Underground River Town, White Sand Town, Lilac Town, Father Mountain Town, and numerous others. Jack recognized a number of these landmarks and thus wrote down their names and approximate locations in his pocket notebook. After cannibalizing the abandoned equipment for weapons and repair tools, likely corporate stock from the 1970s, Kyle and Jack left, returning to Prometheus. All right, Jack said, consulting his list once he and Kyle had returned to the bridge. I believe the nearest place is Cold Mountain Town. We call it Alpina Mons. Do you know it? I do, David said. Shall we take the scenic route? Yes, Kyle said. That is the point of the survey, to see the planet. And so they flew along fairly slowly and low, observing the scenery of Mars through the windows, including all the usual patches of dense forest, boundless desert, and bomb craters where there once stood military encampments and various types of settlements. One thing that was quite different from the wartime was that there was no unending stream of ships and fighter planes flying overhead. For most of the trip, at least in this region, Prometheus was the only ship in sight. A while into the flight, Prometheus spoke. Captain, I'm getting a transmission. Accept it, Kyle said, and almost instantly, Emmerman himself appeared on the bridge screens. Gentlemen, Emmerman exclaimed, I see you're following my orders. Kyle, do we ever do anything else, sir? I should hope not, Emmerman said with an even grin. David, may I ask what this is about, sir? I'm trying to fly here. Emmerman, then I'll get straight to the point. My orders are updating. I want you gentlemen to buy me an inroad on the planet for this war of information, which will also become your base of operations. I've already wired the money. You'll have to go to First United Bank of Cydonia. Jack, so no Wilhelmsburg then. What account do we withdraw from? Emmerman, mine. It's in the name Carlos Garcia. Kyle, you make a shit Spaniard, sir. Sorry to say. Emmerman laughed. Emmerman, I take it as a compliment, Kyle. Kyle, is that all? Emmerman, no, not quite. The indigenous have these daggers carved from bone. I want one for my collection. Jack, I reckon we can manage that, sir. Emmerman, good. Over and out. And without so much as waiting for an over and out in return, Emmerman hung up the transmission, leaving Kyle, Jack, and David alone once again. So, I guess we're going to know Wilhelmsburg, David said, and without another word, turned Prometheus around. Just where are we supposed to buy this whorehouse anyway? Kyle asked. The others laughed. They're selling off old buildings everywhere, so I hear, Jack said. We'll check it out in town. David tilted Prometheus upward, raising her to a safer height, and then amped up speed, flying her at such a pace that the men reached the Cydonia region in about 10 minutes, at which point David slowed, then tilted Prometheus downward. Get a load of this place, David said, and Kyle, who'd never been to this district or province, marveled. Cydonia, as most readers likely know, is home to the famous face on Mars, as well as a number of pyramids. Seen as Kyle did, up close and not in a photograph which has been altered, it was incredible, and there could be no doubt of the face's status as having been designed, nor of the pyramids of having been built. Holy shit, was all Kyle could think of to say. In the northeast of the region was a spaceport, a massive concrete ring about 12 miles in diameter, covered by a force field dome. David angled Prometheus down, pulling very slowly through the force field, and then stopping. The spaceport was visibly fairly empty, at least the part closest to Prometheus, and the pressure plates which lined the floor of the spaceport were mostly undisturbed. Land on a pressure pad and prepare to be boarded. Lower all shields and disable all weapons, a transmitted voice said, and so David did, landing Prometheus on one of the black pressure plates. They weigh the ship and then make sure they can account for every last gram. It's the new security trend, David explained with an eye roll. Soon enough, the ship was boarded by a few soldiers. The crew had to show their passports and turn over their weapons to these soldiers until they returned. As their visit to New Wilhelmsburg was to be brief, no more than a couple of hours, the soldiers agreed to remain on board Prometheus so long as one of the crew remained on board and under supervision. As Jack had stayed on the last outing, it was decided that Kyle and David would leave the ship and get the money Emmerman had wired. The pressure pad that Prometheus had landed on was situated not far from an elevator, which descended onto a street in New Wilhelmsburg. The colony was fairly small, Kyle guessed no more than 10,000 residents strong, but beautiful. The buildings were built in the Baroque style of architecture and the streets cobbled, and even the rock roof had been painted to resemble a sky, to limited success. As usual in these colonies, there were no cars and very few trams, with most people walking. Kyle and David found the First United Bank of Cydonia building quite easily, and discovered it was set up like any ultra-wealthy bank, sleek and classical on the inside with excellent hospitality, even towards these men in already dusty fatigues who didn't even begin to fit in. Thus, Kyle and David were able to carry out their withdrawal quite easily, walking away 700,000 Bundesmarks richer than before. You can fuck a lot with that much money, Kyle said observantly. In spite of the dirty joke inherent in Kyle's wording, he meant it in more ways than one. Back to the ship? David asked. No, Kyle said. Let's head for a real estate office. We may as well at least know where to look. Good enough for me, David shrugged. I think we passed one on our way here. David was either wrong or he and Kyle had a poor sense of direction, but in the end, the men found a real estate office, which was quite small and situated on the street level, behind a large flower market. Where did these flowers come from? Kyle asked the vendor. From the greenhouses, the vendor, a girl with a Hamburg accent, said matter-of-factly. You're not from around here, I suppose? They have these enormous greenhouses in the Greenbelt, growing flowers for the rest of us so we'll look like we're one of the civilized colonies. The real estate office was quite small and crowded. Kyle and David were rather shocked to hear the voices of several Americans in the office. What a world, David muttered with a hint of bitterness. Kyle and Jack eventually spoke to a real estate woman who never cracked a smile and declared that she was not accepting new clients. Instead, she made a list of possible auctions of old buildings and offered one bit of advice. In most places, especially the Greenbelt, there's no provincial law against just setting down a house, the real estate woman informed. Kyle and David returned to Prometheus and found Jack chatting with one of the colonial guards, a gentleman called Horvath. He'd told Jack of a known inhabited indigenous settlement where the men could begin their survey. Perfect, Kyle said. Now, we need to head to the Bundeslager Ansjungel. Do you know it? I can find it for you. Horvath volunteered, and so pulled it up on his glass pad, which had a full interactive map of Mars, via the MarsNet, as it's often called. David jotted down the coordinates of both it and the indigenous settlement, and it was determined that the indigenous was closer, therefore, their next destination. Horvath left, and once again David fired up Prometheus. How do you actually navigate her? Kyle asked. I tell her where the coordinates are, and she and I construct a map as we go, David said. I'm not sure how to explain it much beyond that. The indigenous Martian settlement which Kyle and the men visited turned out to be a burgeoning tourist attraction, situated in one of Mars's many long-dead volcanic tubes. It was known as Beautiful Painting Town, a name stemming from the fact that the tube it was in was festooned on all sides by massive frescoes of Martian living, some extending from floor to ceiling about 500 feet. This place was so new as a tourist attraction that Kyle, David, and Jack had not been expected. The shops were still being set up, and in some cases still being built or carved from the walls of the dormant volcanic tube. The locals, however, were quite accommodating. As it transpired, Kyle, Jack, and David stayed in Beautiful Painting Town for several days and gained a good deal of information. The elders of the town laid bare a shocking and overall quite traumatic truth that no more than 30% of the indigenous human population of Mars, or perhaps 200,000 persons, had survived. Kyle and the others were shown mountains of photographs to prove this, showing still after still of destroyed settlement, mass graves, massacre sites, and destroyed cultural sites. In case there was any doubt, Kyle and the others were given the negatives of these photographs, which had clearly been taken with an old Kodak. These were all shown to the trio in turns, in a complex of side caves, which was the home of the tribal chiefess. Do what you will to the insects and the scaled ones, but do not touch our people anymore, the tribal chiefess ordered in one of Kyle's sessions. I don't want to, Kyle said, but I do have to ask for one thing. Your people are supposed to have ceremonial blades carved from bones. Our overlord, shall we say, wants one. The chiefess rolled her lime-green eyes, stood from the rock she'd sat on, and raised her skirt to reveal that she herself had one of these knives strapped to her leg. She unsheathed it and threw it at Kyle's feet, then without another word, turned and left. Kyle had the good sense to realize this meant the end of the men's time in Beautiful Painting Town. Indeed, they didn't need to know much more about the indigenous human Martian situation. Kyle afterward never quite admitted to himself his nation's part in these crimes. He chose to blame the Americans, who were indeed also far from innocent. After their stay at beautiful Painting Town, Kyle, Jack, and David continued on to the so-called Bundeslager Ernst Jungel. I suppose this requires an explanation of terms. A Bundeslager, literally federal camp, was, in the period of the Mars War, a military safe zone and generally used as a displaced persons camp for colonists under attack. These were, by their nature, nearly always temporary and usually had simple modular buildings. Few lasted more than a few months due to the ever-changing position of the front. However, a few survived the war, including, apparently, this Bundeslager Ernst Jungel, which was repurposed after the war for use as a market for old, unwanted buildings. Prometheus arrived outside the Bundeslager, which, as readers might expect by now, was circular and protected by a force field dome which emanated from the top of a circular concrete perimeter with a gate at each cardinal points. Quite a few ships were parked beside the Bundeslager Ernst Junger, crowding around the east gate, apparently the only entrance. Kyle noted, with a hint of pride, that Prometheus was among the largest of these ships, and Prometheus also noted it, though in her case, she was outright gloating. David parked Prometheus, and all three men alighted, deciding not to take any weapons with them. The men walked towards the opening gate, and as they did so, they saw a large group pushing a number of hovering platforms, stacked high with assorted panels which had clearly been taken from various buildings. Kyle supposed this must be how buildings were transported from the Bundeslager to their new homes, wherever they might be. At the gate stood several Kruger personnel, their arms mostly replaced by guns, swords, and metal hydraulic arms. These personnel patted down those arriving, scanning passports and giving directions. As Kyle and the others had no idea what they were looking for, the directions were not of much help, and so they wandered aimlessly among the maze of old modular buildings, each one spray-painted with a lot number for purchase. Kyle, Jack, and David trusted fate to tell them when they'd found the buildings they needed. As it turned out, they were correct, as they eventually found a very large, round modular building, the top made of glass panels rather than the usual white plastic-like material. "Holy shit!" Kyle exclaimed. "Is that—" "The glass hub," Jack finished with a growing smile. "We're buying it. That'll be our base." This unilateral decision on Jack's part was apparently acceptable to Kyle and David, as they didn't argue much. Someone noted the building's lot number and the men continued their search, as they still needed a proper home to stay in on their ops, at least in their own minds, and so they searched for it. They eventually found one, a rather peculiar modular two-story home, designed to look like a Japanese or Chinese building, the windows all being odd affairs that could only be seen through on one side, with the other, public-facing side being covered in images of nebulas and the sort, presumably to preserve privacy. It wasn't very big, but it would have to do. A bigger house would have drained their remaining Bundesmarks. Indeed, at the end, they only had about 5,000 left over, and this was considered cheap, even for two very old modules, especially as these modules came with energy sources. I suppose it now falls on me to describe the methods by which most homes off-planet are powered. Most homes within Der Bund are powered by tiny plasma-fueled generators, metal and usually spherical, generally about the size of a grapefruit. Each grapefruit has about a dozen little glass vials jutting from it at odd intervals, attached via little prongs. These vials are filled with glowing plasma fuel, half of the vials containing green fuel, the other pink. Every few years, Earth time, these fuel vials wear out and must be replaced. But fortunately, the vials are very inexpensive, and on some planets are provided free of charge to those of low income. The unit itself is typically mounted under a house or in a breaker box on the house's outside for easy access. On a very large house, or one with a great lot of electronics, multiple units may be needed. One notable aspect is that in Der Bund, energy access is considered a human right, even to slaves and prisoners. As they'd been instructed, Kyle, Jack, and David returned to the entrance, having written down the lot numbers of the buildings they'd picked, then handed them over to a young lady who sat in an office near the entrance. Here, they had to show identification, then hand over the full required amount of money. At this point, a few of the Kruger personnel were dispatched, and the buildings disassembled panel by panel, which were then piled high on hovering platforms brought from somewhere or other. These were then pushed out to Prometheus, with the bolts and boxes and the panels loaded into Prometheus's ample hold. "Right," Kyle said, once the hold was loaded. "To the Greenbelt, I suppose. Shouldn't we complete the survey?" "We'll build when we've brought the others," Jack suggested, and Kyle simply shrugged in acceptance. He wasn't especially eager to build the two buildings with just himself, Jack, and David, though all the panels had tiny numbers in the corners to enable fast assembly. It was decided next that they'd best carry out some kind of survey on the Martian ant people and the Deinonychoids, even though they considered this nearly impossible, as most of these populations were reported to have fled underground. But Emmerman had given his orders, and they had to follow them to the best of their ability. As it happened, the men saw very few of the ant people and only slightly more of the Deinonychoids. They were not on any known maps, and being underground on a planet as unfathomably honeycombed as Mars, to attempt to find them would be virtually impossible, not to mention extremely dangerous. What they were able to determine, however, was that the ant people were a great deal more advanced than the Deinonychoids. While the Deinonychoids were essentially an Iron Age civilization, the ant people possessed motorcycles, automatic weapons, and most likely incubators or artificial eggs to grow their spiders. Kyle, Jack, and David had a bit more luck surveying the various non-indigenous alien populations of Mars, at least those north of the equator and in relative proximity to German settlements, as these alien settlements were usually quite clearly marked by the fact that they were beneath domes of rock rising from the surface. In most cases, these communities would not admit Kyle and company through their doors, however. They were more than happy to produce their energy bills, paid to Der Bund and their food import orders. Going by this data, almost none of these alien communities had more than 100,000 residents, and most had less than 30,000, with three very notable exceptions, which were all considered no-go zones for the Germans, even in the post-war era. These three exceptions were thus: the first was an underground city of free synthetics, reportedly escaped from the grasp of the infamous Orion Syndicate, which had existed long before the arrival of the off-world Axis, which, according to the single partially successful diplomatic mission sent in 1953, had a population of about 2 million. All attempts at further relations had been rebuffed militarily, with great success on the part of these synthetics. In addition to this, there were two so-called administrative zones which essentially ruled the entire solar system. One ran by the Draconian Empire, situated in the center of Tharsis Montes, home to about 3 million Draco aliens, at least according to their own population counts which they handed over periodically. This area was totally inviolable. The second administration zone was run by the species usually referred to in UFO literature, and also German documents, as tall whites. These entities are essentially white wraiths, between 12 and 15 feet in height, and are responsible for most of the bad which happens within the solar system, or at least were before the rise of the off-world Axis. These tall whites were supposed to have a city of 10 million on Mars, accessed from a mountain deep within the Valles Marineris region. One demographic which Kyle, Jack, David had no trouble surveying was the various human colonists. They were shocked when they added these up, after dropping in at numerous settlements and asking for their populations, and finding that the solar human population of Mars in late 1992 to early 1993 was no less than 60 million. Of these, it was determined that roughly 41 million were Germans, including Germans of East European diaspora, such as Bessarabia Germans, followed by 5 million Argentines, 4 million Japanese, at least 2 million Americans, and 1.2 million Ukrainians. After this were numerous other ethnic groups of less than a million persons each, including French, Czechs, Hungarians, Taiwanese, Iranians, Slovaks, Vietnamese, Egyptians, and many, many others. While they were nearly all able to speak German as a second language, their cultures, religious affiliations, and politics varied enormously. As time passed, Kyle, Jack, and David filled in their reports. When they'd surveyed all they could, which took a number of Martian months, they reached their final reports. These were designed to give their final perspective on the issue from their own points of view. Kyle, for his part, finished his report with a single word: uncertainty. Author's note. And so it truly began, the so-called Medusa period. I hope the reader is intrigued by this more political chapter as we enter the best of the book. Chapter 2. Kyle, Jack, and David returned to Fort Worden after their planetary survey of Mars, parking Prometheus on her usual beach to be met by the rest of the Medusas, having been gone about a fortnight from the perspective of Fort Worden. If they'd been expecting a break of some sort, they were disappointed. After being welcomed back as they'd expected, Kyle observed Franz Steino pulling aside Jack and Karina Buchner. Kyle approached to hear what was being said. Franz wasted no time in getting to the point. I need a new spotter, Franz stated, if we're to continue operating. I might know somebody, Buchner said. Yes, let's get it out of the way before the old spotter's body is even fucking cold. Jack spat, then turned and left. Bring your candidate to my apartment tomorrow, Buchner, Kyle said. Buchner merely shrugged and also left. She was a very silent woman, Kyle was realizing. All right, Kyle said to the Medusas who remained standing around on the beach. We leave again in a few days. All of us, we have a house and bar to build. On Mars? I've never been there. Iridia Cheng said. Yes, I think you'll like it, Kyle said, realizing he'd have no idea what she'd like. He also realized he'd missed a great deal of work and would inevitably miss more, and so he must see Jimmy. He set out to do this, along with Jack. Jimmy, it turned out, was not exactly conciliatory, not to Kyle and Jack personally, but to Emmerman's overlordship and to the fact that he had no real control over his own employees, as he put it. God damn it! Has the man no sense of shame? Jimmy kept shouting. Would you expect him to, sir? Kyle at last eventually asked. To his surprise, Jimmy turned silent and thoughtful, sitting behind his desk. You're fired, Jimmy said at last. I'm sorry? Jack sputtered. What the fuck? Kyle said. Yes, Jimmy said. You're now private contractors. All of your group is. You are to move back to Camp Hero. I'll have a house set out, but you'll pay rent, and you'll do jobs we ask. But otherwise, you may no longer live and work at our kindness. I'm sorry. 25 goddamn fucking years for you bastards, and you're sorry? Sorry. Jack exploded and began stepping toward Jimmy. Kyle intervened. Jack, be reasonable. This is a pretty good gig, Kyle said, knowing that Jack was partially so explosive due to grief. Kyle was, for whatever reason, always able to calm the angriest person down with the slightest touch, so Jack paused and breathed instantly. How do you expect us to pay this rent? Kyle asked. However you can. If you can't pay it, you'll have to leave our protection altogether, Jimmy said firmly, then began scribbling on a piece of paper, which he handed back to Kyle and Jack after a moment. These are Camp Hero's subspace coordinates for your navigator. You may pack tonight and leave tomorrow, Jimmy said. Kyle, as it happened, still carried the remaining money which he, Jack, and David had received on the trip. Kyle took a wad of this and placed it on Jimmy's desk. There's our rent. We'll get to Camp Hero when it's convenient. Then, turning to Jack, he added, Come on, we have to pack. Kyle and Jack left Jimmy's office, naturally a bit bitter. They went to each of the Medusas and received mixed reactions to the news. Max was the only one who seemed truly happy about it. The Steinos, Buchner, and Elena Kovac just seemed confused, having never been to Camp Hero at all. Frida Hoffnitz, for her part, was actively angry, as was Harune, and Joshi was visibly just trying not to cry. But the order had come, and so it must be followed through. Kyle, Max, and Harune packed the few belongings which were truly theirs, and left to say their goodbyes. Kyle had an especially long goodbye with Jason Roth, whom he'd spent precious little time with in recent years. Among other things, Kyle taught Jason the basics of picking up girls before he left, at Jason's request. Remember what I told you when you left Camp Hero? Kyle asked him. You said not to lose the little spark I have, Jason said. That's right, big man, Kyle said. You still better not. I'll see you around. Jason smiled, and Kyle drew him into a hug, which Jason reciprocated in that half-hearted teenage way, and Kyle left. What was rather shocking was what happened when Kyle went to say goodbye to Yoshiro Tsurabaya. Tsurabaya, I'm coming. I quit. Kyle, you can't just do that. Can you? Tsurabaya, yes, I fucking well can. I'm a private contractor as well. Didn't you know that? Kyle realized that yes, he must have known it, if only intuitively. Tsurabaya worked for Project Phoenix as an affiliate private contractor for Arasaka Robotics, and could have easily left after the Camp Hero Revolution in 1986. He'd stayed, Kyle supposed, to be with his friends. Kyle, but your armory? It's your pride and joy. Surabaya. It will survive. Now, I'm going to step inside, and I'm going to call my boss and tell him my new scenario, and then I'm going to pack. And that was that. Kyle walked away from it a good deal happier than he had been when he arrived, glad at least that he wouldn't be leaving his best friend. The Medusas had all agreed to meet on the beach where Prometheus was parked. Kyle left a couple of hours early to have a chat with Prometheus about what was to come and the uncertainties of the future. After all, it was her future too. Franz was a bit perturbed that Buchner most likely would be forbidden from recruiting the new spotter for him, but such is life. Welcome aboard, Captain, Prometheus said, as she always did. Hello, Prometheus. We have a lot to discuss, Kyle said, and set towards what he called the hub, that is to say, the circular room near the center of the ship where Prometheus's mind was held, within its large red sphere. You don't come down here often, Prometheus observed. No, I suppose I don't, Kyle said, seating himself on the floor. We have to leave, Prometheus. Isn't that why you usually come to me? Is something the matter? Prometheus asked. I suppose not much. You're going to a new home, Kyle said, and that unit I told you about. I believe you'd best get used to them. May I scan them? Prometheus asked, in much the same way as I scanned and found you. Be my guest, Kyle said, and Prometheus went silent for several minutes. I don't like her, Prometheus said, cutting into whatever Kyle was musing on in the silence. Don't like who? Kyle asked, and was unsurprised when the image Prometheus projected into his head was that of Frida Hoffnitz. She is vile, Prometheus said. I know she is, Kyle said. It wasn't my choice that she should be with us. I'll watch her when she's on board. Prometheus emitted a psionic pulse, which might have been called a sigh, and then asked Kyle to tell her of her new home, such as it was. And so Kyle did, telling her all about Camp Hero, at least all that he knew of it, aware that it had changed a good deal since he'd left. Kyle and Prometheus must have chatted for an hour before Kyle realized that he must leave and get the others and their luggage loaded onto the ship. And he did so, finding that a few of them were already arriving. He was almost surprised to find Surabaya was indeed among them. Soon enough, everyone was loaded onto Prometheus. Kyle kept his promise, keeping a close eye on Frida Hoffnitz throughout the flight, though there wasn't exactly much she could do, given that it was a strange ship to her, and everyone stood on the bridge anyway. Perhaps 20 minutes later, David emerged the ship from subspace into orbit of Mars. All right. To the green belt then? And we're more specific? David asked. Not for the house. Just keep away from any other buildings, Kyle instructed. No civilization allowed, huh? Hoffnitz murmured. No, none, Jack said firmly. We're not going to have our house discovered. David lowered the ship into Mars's atmosphere once again and aimed Prometheus in the direction of the green belt near the Martian equator, quite obvious from orbit. Not long into their search, the group saw what looked to be a traditional Japanese village, which someone explained was a hot spring resort, which were apparently not unheard of in the green belt, as they passed over several others in the search for their homestead. As it happened, this search was not to be completed in a day. After about 7 hours, the complaints of the need for food became a bit too insufferable, and Kyle directed David to head for New Berlin. It was the only place he could think of to get food, not to mention the fact that they had no mattresses, as Prometheus's bunks were all still without them. They had just enough of Emmerman's money left over that Kyle was fairly sure they could afford these things, but hardly anything more. And so, when Prometheus docked at New Berlin Spaceport, Kyle stayed on board to make arrangements for further money, seating himself in the captain's chair. Prometheus, Kyle began, you do keep a log of all past transmissions, yes? Yes, Captain, was Prometheus's reply. Perfect, Kyle said. I'm sure you've stored Emmerman's transmission from our last trip. Patch me through to his frequency, please. Right away, Prometheus said, and to Kyle's great amusement, began playing the sound of a ringing telephone as she put him through to Emmerman, who actually picked up, much to Kyle's shock. Hello, Kyle. How the fuck did you get this frequency? Emmerman asked. My ship is smarter than you give her credit for, Kyle said. and I have a request to ensure the continuation of that which you've assigned us to do. Kyle, if you need a loan, just say it. Stop talking like you have a broom stuck in your ass, Emmerman said. Go to a bank and set up an account. I'll wire what you need tomorrow. How's my golden boy? With a start, Kyle realized that Emmerman must mean Max. This was the first time he'd seemed to express concern for Max's well-being beyond the basic fact of Max's being medically alive. Kyle wasn't sure what to make of it. He's doing well, sir. Should he not be? Was Kyle's measured response. He's been through a difficult time as of late, no? I was making sure he was still able to do his job, Emmerman said, and in an instant, Kyle had never hated Emmerman more. He's a German man. His ability to do his job was never in doubt. May I go now? I have a crew to attend, Kyle said, biting back all he truly wanted to say. Yes, go on, I'll wire the money, Emmerman said dismissively and ended the transmission. Bastard, Prometheus said, cutting into Kyle's seething thoughts, so overwhelming that he couldn't see straight. But as always, the computer section of his brain overtook, and he calmed down. Yes, Kyle said at last, but the show must go on. Forcing himself to not react further, Kyle got to his feet and walked into other parts of Prometheus to fiddle with this and that until the others returned, starting out in the kitchen. He knew that all was working, of course, but the rechecking distracted him until the others returned, bearing both food, dehydrated or otherwise non-perishable, in packages, and the promised mattresses, which Kyle had neglected on the last trip, with himself, Jack, and David instead sleeping in the very comfortable seats on the bridge. But now, of course, there weren't enough seats, thus necessitating the mattresses. The mattresses were set up in the bunks, and because of colonial law, it was necessary that Prometheus be parked overnight outside the bounds of New Berlin territory, unless the Medusas were willing to pay a toll of 3,000 Bundesmarks, which they couldn't afford. As it was by now the evening, David piloted Prometheus from the spaceport, parking her in the desert some distance from New Berlin. During the war, this would have been impossible, and the ship would have been bombed. Now Kyle and the others could eat their dinner in peace and retire to their bunks after using Prometheus's sonic showers, which they did in 2 groups divided by sex. After the men had taken their showers and the women were stepping into theirs, Surabaya pulled Kyle aside into one of the rooms in Prometheus's upper level. I got us a present, Surabaya whispered, and flipped aside a blanket which covered something on a low table. A guitar! Holy shit! Kyle exclaimed, seeing the closed guitar case. Yes, indeed, we needed something for morale, Surabaya said, flipping open the case and lifting out the guitar, which was a beautiful specimen of fine dark wood. After their showers, everyone went into Prometheus's lounge room, ate their dinner, sang a few songs, and went to their beds, their morale raised greatly. In the morning, Kyle returned to New Berlin to open the bank account which Emmerman had suggested. May I come? Iridia asked, and Kyle saw no reason she couldn't. And so, after once again parking Prometheus at the New Berlin spaceport and taking one of the new trams from the port down into the city, the hunt for a bank began. Kyle had the instinct that he'd best pick a small bank in a part of town where he was not known. And so he and Iridia plunged into the center of New Berlin, the part which is an almost entirely faithful reproduction of pre-war Berlin, save for the fact that instead of the Spree River, there was a sunken zoological garden which could be viewed from above on the various bridges which went over it, connecting the city to the reconstructed Museum Island. Many families were out and about picnicking and such, mostly working or middle-class sorts, with no uniforms in sight except those of offices or factories. They'd found their district. Kyle and Iridia ducked into a tiny bank on a street in a building right next to one of the bridges to the Museum Island. Kyle opened an account there, using some false name which he has long since forgotten. Given that he was uniformed, the bank wouldn't have dared ask him for identification. Even after the war, the military was not to be questioned. The process took no more than 10 minutes. Can we go walk around the zoo? Pretty please? Iridia begged afterward, and Kyle laughed. I guess I don't see why not, Kyle said, but no more than an hour. And so for the next hour, Kyle and Iridia walked around, looking at the sunken channel which ran through the center of New Berlin, replacing the Spree River, though the amount of plants must have required nearly as much water. The animals and plants on display were alien, not from Earth or Mars or any planet which Kyle knew, though some did have a familiar archetype, such as a massive snake with 8 heads, something which looked rather like an orange pangolin with a crocodile snout, and a tiger striped pale blue and gray rather than orange and black. Eventually, Kyle and Iridia returned to Prometheus, and David once again flew her in the direction of the green belt. It was decided they'd build the house, then return and pick up the money wired by Emmerman to space out their appearances in New Berlin. The last thing they wanted was to be recognized. As it transpired, the Medusa's strategy of trusting serendipity was the correct strategy, as their second visit to the Greenbelt found them a spot to build their home within the first hour. They found a large valley with a lake in totally unspoiled wilderness, with a beach on the edge of the lake which was far larger than they needed to land Prometheus. "We've found our home," Hoffnitz said, and Kyle realized it was the only time he'd ever seen her smile. "Yes, we have," Kyle shouted boisterously, and an eruption of claps and cheers went up all round as David landed Prometheus on the beach. "Wahoo! Let's check this place out!" Joshi shouted, and all the Medusas began crowding to unload from the ship. Over the next few halcyon days, the Medusas unloaded the panels for the house and built their estate. They called it the Eagle's Claw and claimed 42 acres of the untamed wilderness which their house sat in. On one of these idyllic evenings, Kyle, Joshi, and Surabaya began talking, looking at the happiness of the Medusas, in particular Buchner, Kovac, and the Steinel brothers, none of whom had or would ever know the horrors that had been Project Phoenix less than a decade previously. Due to limited memory and the constant switching of languages, I can't relay this conversation in detail. However, over the course of it, Kyle, Surabaya, and Joshi wrote the following song on the subject.
Someone told me long ago, there's a calm before the storm. I know it's been coming for some time. When it's over, so they say, it'll rain a sunny day. I know, shining down like water. I wanna know, have you ever seen the rain? I wanna know, have you ever seen the rain? Coming down Sunday. Yesterday and days before, sun is cold and rain is hot. I know, been that way for all my time. Till forever on it goes, through the circle fast and slow. I know, it can't stop. I wonder, I wanna know, have you ever seen the rain? I wanna know, have you ever seen the rain? Coming down Sunday. Yeah, I wanna know, have you ever seen the rain? I wanna know, have you ever seen the rain? Coming down Sunday.
One big advantage of the homestead was that the Medusas could hunt for their dinners rather than relying on the packaged food they'd bought. They enjoyed massive and delicious fish, Martian sturgeon, and various other wildlife. The air here was thick enough and the temperature high enough that no suits were needed. Of course, as always, it had to come to an end. Right then, Jack said over one breakfast. When and where are we going to build our bar? We'd best head for the settled zones, someone said, possibly Hoffnitz. We can put an advertisement in the Marzian or Morgenrufer. First we need our money, Kyle said, and so a plan was decided. To begin it, Kyle called Emmerman once again the next day, once again at the frequency logged into her system. Hello again, Kyle, Emmerman said upon Kyle's call. Yes, I've wired the money. Good, Kyle said, speaking as though Emmerman were his employee rather than the opposite. Yes, good, Emmerman said evenly. To pick it up, take a shuttle, not your full ship. I don't want it becoming familiar. And for the bar supplies, head off Mars. In fact, leave Sol altogether. Over and out. Apparently, Emmerman didn't see any need to converse with Kyle over something so trivial as his private army. Prometheus, are your shuttles even functioning? Kyle asked, realizing his own stupidity and having never serviced them. Yes, Captain, you should have checked. Prometheus chided. I know. Well, I suppose we'd best follow the old man's orders, Kyle said, standing to his feet. I'll go get us a pilot. Kyle left Prometheus again, rejoining the Medusas on the beach. All right, Kyle shouted. I need a shuttle pilot. Who wants to do it? I can do it, Father, Harune piped up. I've not let myself get rusty. I don't see how you could have prevented it, but fuck it, Kyle said. Finish your breakfast and hop in. Harune scarfed down his fish, then got to his feet, accompanying Kyle to Prometheus, where they boarded one of her two long, boxy shuttles with rounded glass fronts. As it turned out, Harune was more than capable of flying Prometheus's little shuttle, and his assessment of his skill wasn't overblown. It was as if he'd never left David's training. Kyle wondered if Harune would ever cease to amaze him. After a short flight, Kyle and Harune arrived once again in New Berlin. Kyle instructed Harune to stay behind, thinking to himself that Harune might be made to show his identification, at which point his name would be recognized. Kyle went to the bank quietly, keeping his head down. He wore his uniform and his cross of Thor, which made him unquestionable. Emmerman, it turned out, had been more generous than Kyle thought necessary, sending 6 million Bundesmarks. Surely bar supplies couldn't be quite that expensive, he thought, not thinking of the other expenses they were about to incur. The trip to New Berlin went off uneventfully, and Kyle and Harune returned to the Eagle's Claw for further planning. We need weapons, Buchner said. We can't keep going with bullets. It was true. The Medusas were indeed running low on bullets, and in the aftermath of the war's end and the rescinding of treaties, colonial gun stores had ended sales of them virtually overnight, except as collector's pieces. It was decided they'd shop for these things wherever they went for bar supplies. After much discussion, it was decided they'd head for a colony known as Nohali. Apparently things were a good deal cheaper there than Mars, and it had a reputation, according to Jack, as a more lowbrow place where identification wasn't asked for. When I've asked, Kyle has been fairly sure that this colony was located in the constellation Lacerda, when viewed from Earth, though as he wasn't the navigator, he can't swear to it. In any event, the Medusas packed and took off. One of their house's features was a GPS in its home computer system, so that the location could easily be uploaded to Prometheus, for a simple and easy return. Kyle and the others boarded Prometheus and headed off for Nohali. The flight through subspace was quite long, at least 18 hours. Someone had brought a deck of cards, and so everyone but David played cards on the flight, David of course being stuck in the navigation chair. I suppose now I can describe the proper house at the Eagle's Claw in more detail. The house, as has been described in the previous chapter, was a peculiar modular affair, two-story and in the Japanese architectural style. The first floor was divided down the middle by a wall, with one side a small kitchen, with a few burners powered by the small plasma-powered generator mounted under the house, which also powered the remaining electronics. The Medusas ate at a table which jutted from one wall, standing room only as they had been provided no chairs. One of the kitchen's cabinets was a small refrigerator, and while there was a replicator in the wall which dispensed enough water to cook and wash one's hands with, there was no replicator dispensing food. On the other side of the downstairs was a single long couch, pointed to the single television screen inlaid into the wall, though with no antenna, there was not much chance of watching television. This screen also served as a computer, however, and so could access the MarsNet. The upstairs of the house at the Eagle's Claw was essentially a small barracks with 20 beds, 5 to a bunk. There were also 4 closets with toilets with a space to stand in while one had a sonic shower. It wasn't the Savoy, but it was quite comfortable for a few soldiers. Eventually, David pulled into the orbit of the planet on which Nohali sat and began lowering into the atmosphere, aiming for the only city visible on the surface, which he assumed must be Nohali. This proved correct, as soon enough Prometheus received a transmission in a robotic, obviously recorded voice. Welcome to Nohali. Halt immediately, open up your ship, and prepare to be boarded. Failure to comply will result in your being shot down without warning, the voice said. Welcome in fucking deed, Kovac muttered, and David halted Prometheus, and the Medusas began heading towards the loading bay, which David had opened up as instructed. Identifications ready, people, and put your guns down, Kyle instructed, and everyone complied, moving to the loading bay. Within a few moments, Prometheus was boarded by about 7 soldiers, dressed head to toe in black tactical gear, carrying large rifles. The soldiers arrived riding on the back of personal vehicles, which looked like motorcycle-sized dragonflies. These they flew into Prometheus's hold and carried out a brief search before giving landing instructions. As usual, there was a large circular landing port, separated from the city itself and surrounded by a massive wall. Prometheus landed here, and the Medusas deboarded. This landing pad had a tram to convey visitors into the city of Nohali, after a documents check and a stowing of weapons by the authorities. The planet which Nohali was situated on, as the reader has no doubt come to expect by now, was Earth-like with a twist. The air was quite breathable, and the plants were similar to the plants of Earth. However, the planet had 3 suns, 2 white and 1 orange, the orange being by far the closest to the planet. The region of the planet was quite mountainous and jagged, so that the tramcar wound through and up and down the rocky terrain, the city of Nohali nearly invisible until the tram was right upon it. Nohali, to Kyle's mind, looked rather like a much smaller version of New Munich, Haruna's hometown, with its skyscrapers, drones, holographic displays in the sky, and so on, though unlike New Munich, Nohali had almost no visible Japanese influence, save a few Arasaka stores. Do they have girls here at least? Surabaya asked Jack. Yes, I believe so, Jack said with a laugh. Good, we need interviews for the bar staff, Hoffnitz cut in curtly. That's not what we meant, sweetie, Surabaya said condescendingly, which earned him a sharp slap upside the head by a random bystander, no doubt a woman. When are we actually getting off this ride anyway? Asked one of the Medusas, possibly Kovac. We'll get off when we get off, Kyle shot back. I'd say about now. The tram had snaked for quite a long distance then, through the affluent hill areas with their single-family homes in the old Sudeten German architectural style, into the cyberpunk central city, nestled in a large valley. It was here that Kyle decided the Medusas were to alight. It was by then night on the planet which Nohali was situated on, at least as much night as it ever is, on a trinary sun planet. We'd better find a hotel, Jack said, and at one stop the Medusas alighted, all carrying overnight roll-up bags with single changes of clothes. They all stood on the platform, taking stock of their surroundings. The street was fairly wide and lined with tall trees. Restaurants, cafes, and stores of all types spilled onto the street. The presence of a number of money changers indicated they were in tourist town. Almost instantly, the group saw a hotel up the road a ways, which they as one headed for. The hotel belonged to the Avalon chain, which is widespread at the colonial level. The hotel lobby was quite large, with a tan floor of faux marble. Kyle was happy to see, among other things, a number of prostitutes standing around in the lobby, and not just for lecherous reasons. We're likely going to hole up here for a while, Kyle said decisively. Someone go check prices. I'm going to case the neighborhood. I'll come with you. I have the only gun, Buchner said. Kyle smiled at this, seeing that Buchner had apparently managed to bypass the search on Prometheus. Haruna also volunteered to come along, as did Joshi, and the remaining Medusas went to check into the Avalon, one of them carrying a briefcase with Emmerman's money. Kyle, Haruna, Joshi, and Buchner left, heading out onto the street and leaving their bags behind. They somewhat stood out, as it turned out. Kyle and the others were wearing greenbelt appropriate clothes, that is to say jackets and long heavy cargo pants, while the colonials of Nohali wore summer clothes, and did not have the obvious holsters which Kyle and the others still wore. The neighborhood proved to be as one would expect, highly commercial and tourist-oriented, with shops, travel agent offices, hotels, and poorly disguised brothels facing onto the street. It looked like fun, but not like what the Medusas ultimately needed. We need to find the back streets, Buchner said, quite correctly. This is too respectable, Kral said. Let's do that in the morning. I'll ask where we can find such areas. From the whore you take to your room tonight, Joshi whispered into Kyle's ear, and Kyle somehow suppressed a laugh, as of course Joshi had hit the nail right on the head. Kyle, Buchner, Haruna, and Joshi returned to the Avalon then, and after some searching, found the remaining Medusas waiting for them in the hotel bar. The rate for all the 7 rooms was 600 Bundesmarks a night. Likely the cheapest Kyle had seen, and certainly for a hotel this nice. Most of the Medusas had their own rooms, save for Haruna and Joshi, who shared a room, as did Buchner and Hoffnitz, whom Jack had given the task of helping Buchner to lose her accent when she spoke German. Kyle pulled aside a few of the men, definitely Max and Franz included, and told them of the mission of recruiting the local working girls for the Glass Hub, and ultimately the Medusas. Max, how does one recruit a prostitute anyway? Franz? How do you think, dumbass? Kyle, precisely. If they're not satisfactory, don't recruit. We want them good, if they're to do the work we need. And with that, Kyle dismissed them. He's not sure which men were included in that brief meeting, as it seemed innocuous enough in the moment. He did, however, feel a moment of self-doubt at more or less ordering his son to sleep with prostitutes. But he knew Max already partook in regular life, and in any case, it was the mission. The Glass Hub needed a staff. The rooms contained, among other things, little catalog books from which one could simply order from the hotel's roster of prostitutes. Kyle being Kyle, he partook on that very first night. He paid for 2 hours with a blonde Spanish young lady named Amelia. With the rates here, it was practically a pittance. Kyle greeted her already bare naked save for his Seiko wristwatch, and had a most satisfying interlude with Amelia. Kyle had just emptied himself the first time, and Amelia had stood to pour a drink or some such. Kyle stretched out on top of the bed and began to recruit Amelia. Kyle. Amelia, mi amor. How would you like a trip to Mars? Amelia. I wouldn't. My stepfather was killed there when I was a child. Why? Are you planning to take me? Kyle. Yes, I am. If you want to. Amelia. What are you, a mafioso or some shit? Kyle. No, I'm offering you a chance at a free life. You'd come work for us, get fucked only by who you chose, and once you had enough money, you could go wherever you want. Amelia turned then and asked, Why do I get the strange feeling you're telling the truth? In response, Kyle glanced down at his crotch, stared wide-eyed for a moment, then looked back up at Amelia with a boyish look on his face. Amelia sprayed at least 70% of the drink in her mouth, laughing. She then sat down on one of the little chairs beside the bed, and she and Kyle discussed the terms of Amelia's possibly coming to Mars. Amelia wouldn't come unless 2 conditions were met. First, she must meet all the Medusas, and second, they must provide her with a passport. Be it legitimate or not, she didn't care. Amelia wouldn't hear of any business of bribing spaceport authorities to let her and whomever else they recruited through without documents. Kyle made the snap decision to agree. All right, Kyle said, but I need to run a few more tests. With that, Kyle and Amelia did a number of the different sex acts which Kyle imagined might be requested by the Glass Hub's clientele, though of course this time it was entirely out of Kyle's own lecherous nature and a desire to get what he paid for, as Amelia had already proven herself. When the 2 hours Kyle had paid for were complete, Amelia left, and Kyle tipped generously as he always did with ladies of the night. Kyle didn't need to tell Amelia that if this got out she would be killed. That was implicit in all these sorts of arrangements. Nor did Kyle tell Amelia that she'd have to undergo training as a spy, and put said training to use. There was no point in telling her potentially unappealing information that might influence her to remain on know-how. It was manipulative on Kyle's part, but that was the job. As it turned out, Kyle and the other Medusa men, as well as a couple of the Medusa women, recruited about 10 of Know-how's working girls. Kyle specifically remembers, other than Amelia, a young half-German, half-Japanese girl who called herself Madeline, which probably wasn't her real name. All the girls gave the Medusas fake names which were to go on their fake passports. Only a few problems remained, namely bar supplies, weapons, and of course the false passports. As it turned out, bar supplies were the easiest to tackle from the start, so I'll describe the process and why it carried complications. Thus, in the colonies of Der Bund, alcohol and the implements of serving it are a complicated and uneven issue. Each colony is allowed to have their own laws, which lean towards very restrictive, thus requiring bars and restaurants on more restrictive planets to get their alcohol through a mafia of smugglers, who acquire the alcohol through the more relaxed planets and then traffic it to their clients. Nohali is a very relaxed planet, whilst Mars is one of the more restrictive ones. Thus, the Medusas had to find the mafia. To do this, Kyle, Harune, and Buchner went to a liquor store on one of the back streets of Nohal, where the hybrids, chimeras, and those with cheap or botched cybernetic attachments congregated. It seemed every colony of any size had a district which was like this. Thus, it was not surprising when the proprietor of the district's largest liquor store was a man with green lizard eyes and rather scaly skin, which he tried very hard to cover, and he'd seemingly had most of the scales removed from his face, neck, and hands. However, the few exposed parts of his chest and arms were quite scaly. He looked up with some surprise at the sights of Kyle, Harune, and Buchner. "You're awfully pretty for these parts," the proprietor said congenially. "And you're not." Harune shot back with a smile, which earned him a laugh and an outstretched hand. "We're opening a bar," Buchner said, "and we wonder if you'd like to make a bit of extra cash." Instantly, the proprietor changed to another air altogether. "Get the fuck out," the proprietor said. "You want that shit? Go see the Serbs. I run a respectable business. Don't make me get my fucking shotgun." Kyle, Harune, and Buchner left promptly, deciding they didn't want to unnecessarily get into a firefight. "I know where to go," Harune said upon the trio exiting onto the street. "What?" "How?" Buchner asked, as she still had no idea of the extent of Harune's psionic prowess. "I tapped in," Harune explained. "As soon as we walked in, I entered his mind. When he said go see the Serbs, he had a few images and names flash through. We're looking for a bar called Der Schwarze Schwan and a giant shaved head man called Milosevic. I hope that helps." "You can't possibly have gotten all that," Buchner said. "Most people don't think deliberately or in a protected way," Harune said, "and if you doubt that, you're probably one of the worst at it." "No one doubts your capabilities or your information," Kyle said, with a sharp look of disapproval at Buchner, who still made no effort to hide the visible skepticism writ large on her beautiful face. "Right, then," Kyle said briskly. "Unless one of you two geniuses speaks Serbo-Croatian, I'd best get Kovac." Neither of them did, of course, and so Kyle, Harune, and Buchner boarded the Nohala tram and returned to the Avalon where the others remained. Kyle assigned Surabaya, Buchner, and Iridia to go and start getting weapons, while Helti Kovac to Der Schwarze Schwan and hopefully see the mythical Milosevic in hopes of getting their liquor. The remaining Medusas, Kyle more or less ordered to go out and play the tourist for appearance's sake and general morale, which was generally low. "Now just where is this shithole we're headed for?" Kovac asked once she and Kyle had exited onto the street outside the Avalon. "I have no fucking idea," Kyle confessed. "We'll ask until we find out." "Really? Amazing, you seem to know everything else in existence," Kovac said sarcastically. "Odin give me strength," Kyle muttered to himself, then added to Kovac. "No one knows everything. Not me, and not you either. Start flagging people down." Kyle and Kovac turned from each other then, and began discreetly asking those around on the street. They strategically asked only those who were visibly in a hurry and distracted, and thus unlikely to remember the interaction. It didn't take long for one of them to learn that Der Schwarze Schwan was another hotel of the same name, and thus Kyle and Kovac set out towards it on the tram. Unlike the Avalon, Der Schwarze Schwan was a stately hotel, built to look like a small Bavarian castle surrounding a courtyard. In other words, exactly the place one might find a Serbian alcohol mobster. Kyle and Kovac entered, finding their way to the bar, which was a very grand Art Deco-styled affair, with a mosaic of a black swan at the back wall behind the bar, giving the bar its name. "Corleone sour," Kyle told the bartender. "Vodka tonic," Kovac said, then added in a hushed voice, "and a man called Milosevic." "The name is familiar," the bartender said, wrinkling his face in mock confusion, "but I have memory problems. I need therapy for it, and it costs 700 marks a session." With a roll of his eyes, Kyle handed over the required amount. "Oh, look at that! My memory is coming back," the bartender said. "You'll find your Milosevic in the Gauleiter suite on the 4th floor. He doesn't allow men without an appointment." "Looks like you're going to stay with me, big fella." "You're not my type, faggot," Kyle said sharply, seeing the bartender's meaning, "but I will stay here. Medea, you go on up if you think you can. If you need help, I won't." Kovac said briskly, draining the last of her vodka tonic. I'll be back as soon as I can. Drop Emmerman's name, Kyle whispered into Kovac's ear as she walked away, and she nodded. Kyle stepped into a corner, away from the eyes of the bartender, to wait for her. Kyle's suggestion, it turned out, worked very well indeed. Not 10 minutes later, Kovac returned with Milosevic in tow. As Haruna had remotely seen, Milosevic was indeed a very tall, muscular man, his head shaved, wearing a tailored burgundy suit and tasseled leather loafers. His shirt was halfway unbuttoned, showing that his chest was rather heavily tattooed. Milosevic snapped his fingers wordlessly as he walked past the bar with Kovac in tow, heading to a side booth, and Kyle hurriedly approached, sitting opposite Milosevic, quietly holding his pistol under the table, aimed at Milosevic's balls. Milosevic never knew this. Kyle didn't believe in warning a potential enemy. As it turned out, this measure was unnecessary. Milosevic proved to be quite a gentleman, as alcohol mafia kingpins tend to go. He knew a good deal when he saw it, and a chance at Emmerman money was certainly a good deal. Milosevic only had one demand, aside from 1 million Bundesmarks a year, in exchange for the Medusas receiving all the best alcohol delivered on Milosevic's own ship. Milosevic wanted a house, a full house, on a tropical planet of his choosing. Not a big one, he assured them, but a house nonetheless. I don't foresee this being a problem, Kyle said, hoping he meant it. Tell me your banking details. We'll wire you your first payment in a week. Don't write them, I've got a memory like an elephant. What the fuck is an elephant? Milosevic asked, visibly confused before he began to dictate his banking details. After this, Kyle and Kovac left, returning to the Avalon Hotel. One of the girls they'd recruited from the prostitutes of the Avalon, the aforementioned Madeleine, had proven to be a worthy hire and had gotten herself and the other young ladies their illicit passports, so that it was now time at last to leave No Halle and return to what Kyle at last considered his true home, Mars. The working girls were given the run of the Eagle's Claw until the alcohol arrived, while the Medusas made a brief return to Camp Hero to check in on their house there and find Franz his promised spotter. But those are stories for a future chapter. Author's note: I'm not sure what I may add to this piece of writing, as I hope all was adequately explained, and I'm sure the reader is intrigued to read this new phase of Kyle's life as a spy master. Chapter 3. Welcome to Camp Hero, wherever that might be, David said upon exiting Prometheus from subspace, mere moments after leaving Mars behind the second time. It's not much of anywhere, someone commented. Kyle looked out the front windows of Prometheus's bridge. While he'd of course only recently been back to Camp Hero for Andrew's funeral, this return still somehow felt like his first trip back since the revolution, perhaps because he was no longer seeing it through a daze of grief. Alrighty, Jack said. David, you know the landing procedure here? How the fuck would I know that? David asked irritably. Sounds like you need some pussy. Kovac, who happened to be standing next to Kyle, muttered. A simple no would have sufficed, Kyle said, trying and failing not to laugh at Kovac's words. You need to head for that big main landing pad to the left of the lighthouse. They'll tell us where to park from there. Your wish is my command, David said, still very irritable sounding, but he complied, aiming Prometheus towards the all-too-familiar landing pad on which Kyle had first arrived at Camp Hero, what seemed like a lifetime ago. Already, a small team was assembling on the landing pad to direct the new arrivals. Home shit home, Hoffnitz said. I don't know what you're all being such Debbie Downers about. Shouldn't we try and make the best of shit? Max demanded, and Kyle, to his surprise, found himself agreeing. The ship landed, and Prometheus opened up her loading bay door as usual. The Medusas then all filed down onto the landing pad, and Prometheus instantly closed up. The Medusas had deliberately left all their weapons on Mars save for a few Ka bars, as they didn't want their arsenal being examined, then possibly confiscated, and then ending up in the Camp Hero machine. You're the crew of the Prometheus? Asked one of the persons who had flagged them onto the landing pad, a young Slovakian gent if Kyle's guess at accent was correct. Yes. I'm Captain Delshow. Do you need something from us? Kyle asked, stepping forward, his hand outstretched. Not really, the Slovak said. Just that you've been on the list for new arrivals. You may park on any beach, so long as it's not the main one. And welcome to Camp Hero. I certainly hoped I'd never hear those words again, Kyle muttered dryly, then turned back to the Medusas. All right, people, set out into the base. Heracles, guide them. Apollo and I are going to park the ship, Kyle instructed, and they obeyed. They always obeyed Kyle's commands, even as much as he disliked the role of a commanding officer. It wasn't in his nature. Most of the group set off, their packs slung over their shoulders. Kyle and David re-entered Prometheus, and Kyle directed David on where to park. Kyle had him park on a distant beach, out of sight of prying eyes. He instinctively didn't trust that Prometheus wouldn't be examined or cannibalized if she was parked in an easily findable place. This done, Kyle and David deboarded. David, all right, where do we go from here? Kyle, well, depending on how much of the old system Jimmy has kept in place, we go to face a bureaucratic fucking nightmare. I just don't know to what degree. I meant what physical location, David said with a laugh. Oh, in that case we head for the old radar tower. It's the only surefire entrance to the underground, Kyle said sheepishly. David nodded, and the men set out. The walk was rather long, several miles in fact, as it turned out. Prometheus had been parked on a beach a good deal to the north and west of Montauk Point. There was very little here. Only one unpaved road led to this area, and the buildings above ground were being reclaimed by the elements. One large white metal building had been sealed, with a board bolted to the door. The board on the door had the words, "Off Limits, Pending Historical Review," painted on it in several languages. Kyle recognized the building immediately, though he'd never seen it before. He knew, from descriptions at the various resistance meetings he'd attended, that it must be the old punishment building. I wouldn't, Kyle began, as David rushed up to look in one of the windows, but he was too late in his warning. Oh my God! Oh fuck! David screamed at looking in on the window. He backed away in obvious shock and daze. Kyle walked up and grabbed David by the shoulders, looking him firmly in the eyes. After a moment, David took a deep breath, and he and Kyle moved on. Kyle and David reached the proper central complex of Camp Hero soon enough. At one point they passed some very odd abstract statues of bent metal rebar and barbed wire, which they couldn't explain. Kyle looked in at the entrance to the underground which he'd usually used, and indeed it had not been repaired, or rather, it had been filled in with concrete, and so they continued on to the path to the old radar tower. The tower looked much the same as Kyle had remembered it, large, fairly foreboding, and heavily guarded. A bevy of Air Force personnel stood around the gate and the door, though these days they lacked the cattle prods and murderous dogs they'd had during the Reign of Terror. In addition to the guards, most of the Medusas had also gathered in front of the gate, with only Franz and Kovac missing. They ran off, Joshi explained. They'll get picked up eventually and brought here. Let's get inside. With that, the Medusas went past the gate to the entry to the tower. They were retinal scanned by the usual handheld, scanner gun-like device, then waved inside. The Medusas then went down the same steps which so many thousands of children had been herded down for so many years. Joshi had to quietly pause and take a deep breath before entering the room where new arrivals were hosed down, which hadn't changed a bit in the intervening years, and was clearly still being used for the same purposes, judging by the wet floor. Beyond it, Kyle was rather glad to see that, at last, the hallways of the underground were lit and the drips had been stopped up, so that Camp Hero was a slightly less ominous and difficult to navigate place. The housing officer's office was located in the same place it had always been, on the gallery of offices where the heads of the project always were located. What was different was, again, the lighting and the names on the doors. Bielek, Chan, Dupree, et al. Were gone. The only old name which remained was Roth, much to Kyle's consternation. The name of the new housing officer has been forgotten. All that is remembered is that he was a rather hyper man and sent the Medusas to their new housing, not one, but 2 little houses in Montauk Township. They were all given a key, and thus sent out. Kovac and Franz met them in the hallway, being led along, handcuffed, by 2 Air Force officers with the signature black triangle badges which showed them as base police. It should be noted that these handcuffs were made of a diamond alloy, and the locks biometric, as standard handcuffs would break like twigs if placed on an enhanced person. Kyle knew one of the base police, a young German woman whom he'd slept with on a number of occasions during his first stint at Camp Hero. Hello, Magda, Kyle said, his eyebrows raised. Hello, Kyle, Magda said, managing not to blush. You know these 2 idiots? Unfortunately, Kyle said, rolling his eyes, you can let them go. With a chuckle, Magda and the other base police officer did so, holding a thumb up to the tiny biometric lock on the handcuffs, which clicked open, freeing Franz and Kovac. Thanks for nothing, Franz said with a dirty look at Kyle. You're welcome. Don't wander off again, someone said. Franz and Kovac received their keys and the Medusas set off for their homes, which were, as it happened, 402 and 406 Abbeville Road in Montauk Township. Kyle noticed that all the men were given keys to 402 and all the women given keys to 406. Jimmy had been enforcing sex segregation in general lately as part of his measures to ensure the relative safety of women and children, though he hadn't shown any interest in discouraging casual sex, likely knowing that this wouldn't go over well with the average soldier. After exiting, Kyle and the others flagged one of the usual hovering trams, much like those which they were used to from Fort Worden, save for the fact that these were driven by humans rather than automated. The driver gave the Medusas some unfortunate news. Without a particular permit, they were not allowed to ride the tram, and as they were present as private contractors rather than workers of Project Phoenix proper, they would have to jump through quite a few hoops to get it. Private contractors, once again due to Jimmy's reforms, were being separated from the population to stop abuses. A decent measure, but it hardly made Kyle and friends happy about having to walk several miles to their homes. But walk they did, bitching and moaning all the while, until they reached their 2 allocated houses. The allocated houses, as they'd all rather expected, were quite small. Too small for them, really, particularly the men's house, as there were so many men. Not that their beloved Eagle's Claw was any better. Both houses were small, white, single-bedroom cottages of whitewashed clapboard, fairly typical of New England. The insides had very nice hardwood floors and tasteful furniture, with delicate cream-colored walls, quaint but adequate kitchens, and surprisingly generous bathrooms. They'd have been perfect for no more than 2 people, but for all the Medusas, they were destined to feel like a sardine can. Home shit home, Hoffnitz said once again, pessimistically. The Medusas went their separate ways, the Medusa men entering 402 Abbeville Road, and the Medusa women the next house up, as had been expected. The house, as has already been described, was very nice on the inside, and though the space was tight, Project Phoenix had been gracious enough to provide a number of futon beds. The shower had been retrofitted with a hoop shower head from the ceiling, enabling multiple persons to shower at once. Kyle didn't much relish having to return to a life of always rubbing against a group of other men while showering, but such is the life of a soldier without rank. Things such as soap, cleaning supplies, basic foodstuffs, insecticide, and the like were provided. Could be a lot worse, Surabaya said. It certainly could, Max agreed, determined to be optimistic. Let's set up. Taped to the inside of the front door was a small packet of papers containing information on the situation of the Medusa unit. The unit, as it turned out, was at Camp Hero as private contractors in reserve. This meant that while they had freedom to come and go as they pleased, they were forbidden from recruiting amongst Camp Hero's population, from mingling with anyone on base below the age of 15 without express permission, from keeping weapons in their homes, and from using most services, such as public transportation or free food delivery. All their food was to be entirely self-provided. In addition, as they were in reserve, the Medusas could be called on missions on behalf of Project Phoenix at any time. Kyle and most of the others found this relatively agreeable, but some found it an outrage. The restriction on recruitment meant that Franz's spotter would have to be supplied from elsewhere. For perhaps 5 days, the Medusas settled into their home. Surabaya took to giving walking tours of the base to the unit members without any knowledge of Camp Hero, and Kyle allowed himself to relax. Joshi, at last, began telling more of his life story, or what he could remember of it. He had the vaguest sense that he had been a 27-year-old Irishman who had been killed, then resurrected at Cheyenne Mountain as a child and sent to Camp Hero when he was perhaps 5 years old. His memories were obviously very vague, and his descriptions even more so, but Harunia was affected enough by it to write the following song.
He was born in the summer of his 27th year, coming home to a place he'd never been before. He left yesterday behind him. You might say he was born again. You might say he found the key for every door. When he first came to the mountains, his life was far away, on the road and hanging by a song. But the string's already broken and he doesn't really care. It keeps changing fast and it don't last for long. But the Colorado Rocky Mountain High, I've seen it rain and fire in the sky. The shadow Rocky Mountain High, Colorado. Rocky Mountain High, Colorado. He climbed Cathedral Mountains, he saw silver clouds below. He saw everything as far as you can see. And they say that he got crazy once and he tried to touch the sun. And he lost a friend but kept a memory. Now he walks in quiet solitude, the forests and the streams, seeking grace in every step he takes. His side is turned inside himself to try and understand the serenity of a clear blue mountain lake. And the Colorado Rocky Mountain High, I've seen it rain and fire in the sky. Talk to God and listen to the casual reply. Rocky Mountain High, Colorado. Rocky Mountain High, Colorado. Now his life is full of wonder, but his heart still knows some fear of a simple thing he cannot comprehend. While they try to tear the mountains down to bring in a couple more people, more scars upon the land. In the Colorado Rocky Mountain High, I've seen it rain and fire in the sky. Though he'd be poor and mad if he never saw an eagle fly. Rocky Mountain High, Colorado Rocky Mountain High, I've seen it rain and fire in the sky. Friends around the campfire and everybody's high. Rocky Mountain High, Colorado. Rocky Mountain High, Rocky Mountain High, Rocky Mountain High, Rocky Mountain High, Rocky Mountain High.
After about 5 days, the anticipated call came in from the glass hub. The alcohol had arrived, and it was time to open for business. It was Kyle's recruit Amelia who made the call as it happened, though to David's glass pad. Of the 3 glass padmen who had sampled her, Kyle, David, and Max, David was her favorite, which he never tired of reminding the others. All right, ladies and gents, Kyle said, turning to the group who'd all crowded around David's glass pad to hear Amelia's message. Pack up, we head back in the morning. We've got spies to train and a bar to open. Thank fuck, Iridia said. Will they have spotters there? Franz asked, sounding like an annoying child. We'll get you your goddamn spotter. How many times do I have to say it? Kyle demanded irritably. David, you know, little brother, you're 23 years old and it's no longer cute to be so petulant. Franz, you want to talk about fucking petulant? How about the time? Eventually morning arrived, and the Medusas with their roll-up bags walked a long distance to Prometheus. To their surprise, several guards had been posted at the edge of the beach looking over Prometheus, though when asked they said they'd been unable to approach more than 100 yards and also been unable to leave the beach. Once again, Prometheus didn't want strangers near her and had more or less imprisoned these guards, aware that they'd seek more powerful psionics who might overpower her will. It didn't altogether bode well for her future at Camp Hero. Welcome aboard, Captain. Back so soon? Was Prometheus's greeting cordial as ever? Yes. And yet it's been too long. We need to talk later, Kyle said decisively. Kyle and the others crowded onto Prometheus's bridge as usual. David sat in the pilot seat and flew to Mars as usual, emerging Prometheus above the glass hub. The working girls whom they'd hired were standing excitedly beside it, along with pallet after pallet of crates containing, one would assume, the delivered alcohol. We can store that all in a nearby cave or something, someone said. That greasy Serb has outdone himself. He certainly has, Kyle said. Apollo, land the ship. You all get to sorting and setting up. I need to talk with Prometheus. Are you two fucking or something? Multidex asked, totally straight-faced. Kyle managed to wait until all the others had left before completely guffawing. You wanted to talk, Captain? Prometheus asked once Kyle had calmed down. Yes, Kyle said, sobering up. I'm worried about your safety, and our safety by extension. Prometheus, the incident on the beach today? Kyle, yes, they want to inspect you, reverse engineer you. Prometheus. Well, Captain, have I not kept them away so far? Kyle, those were not trained psionics, warriors of the mind. Prometheus, I know you pretty well, and you have your limits. Prometheus, what do you suggest? I have no fucking clue. Kyle bellowed, then felt instant guilt. I have no fucking clue, Kyle repeated, quietly and sheepishly this time. You're feeling quite serious about this, aren't you, Captain? Prometheus asked, sounding unusually compassionate. Yes, I am, damn it, Kyle said, and the fact that you're not is alarming. I'll think, Captain, and I'll remain calm while I do it, Prometheus said, re-entering her vaguely condescending tone, and you should do the same. For now, don't you have work to do? Yeah, Kyle said, chuckling. We'll talk more about this later. Kyle left Prometheus then, finding that the Medusas were in the process of opening the crates, and Harune was using his skills to jump the contents as needed into the glass hub itself, to the shock and trauma of many of those present. Eventually, with the bar properly stocked, a few went out in search of a cave system in which to store the remaining stock, which they found very easily, and Harune once again jumped the alcohol into the cave. Are you a Lizzie? One of the ladies of the glass hub asked. With all set up, Jack and Buchner left for Neu Berlin to place an advertisement, and Kyle gathered the recruits from Neu Halle and finally told them the news, that they were to expect military personnel, and that their jobs would mean not only servicing these men, but gaining their trust and getting information. Information of interest to the security of Der Bund. Trust me, Kyle said, no one is easier to get info from than a drunken, satisfied man. Like we don't already know that, Camille, one of the Glass Hub's ladies, said. Of course you do, Hoffnitz said, but this time you'll be safe. And we're also beginning an armament program. Those of you who want to learn to defend yourselves can ask Miss Buchner or Kyle here. Thank you, Kyle said, having had no intention of telling about the so-called armament program yet. Eventually, Jack and Buchner returned, bearing a copy of the ad they'd put in the Marzianer Morgenrufer, in a number of languages. It read as follows. Come to the Glass Hub. Beautiful girls. Live music. Military discounts. Premium cocktails at reasonable prices. Nostalgic interior. Fun for the whole garrison. There was more, of course, but that was the gist of it. They'd also placed advertisements for more ladies of the night and had brought a few from Neu Berlin. They were slated to open in 2 Martian weeks. In those intervening weeks, the Glass Hub's women underwent training. Among the many weapons gathered on Neu Halle were a box of tiny diamond-bladed stiletto knives, which the ladies were to have visibly strapped to their legs. Buchner ensured that all the ladies knew how to use them both as a threat and in practice. Harune likewise administered some light psionic training, teaching the ladies some basic telepathy and how to concentrate their thoughts while engaging in it, so that their transmissions would be clear rather than noise. Over the Martian fortnight between the placement of advertisements and opening night, many more ladies of the night arrived, so that there must have been over 40 on opening night. Opening night came, and a number of small private ships and military shuttlecraft of various nationalities came with it. Close to 200 people crowded the door of the Glass Hub, mostly wealthy men and women and a fair amount of soldiers, when at last the door to the airlock allowing entry was opened up. Everyone was searched at the door and had their weapons checked by Buchner at the door, then they were turned loose to explore the bar. After a few minutes, Jack went to the microphone on the second story and spoke, addressing the crowd. Hello, hello, everyone. Welcome to our humble little watering hole, Jack said, and was greeted by thundering applause. Thank you, Jack said. This place holds a lot of good memories for some of us here. Now I thought to open up the night, I'd share a song I wrote with a really good friend of mine. Kyle. Present, Kyle shouted back. This was the moment he and Jack had rehearsed out of earshot even of the other Medusas. Yeah, I bet you're present, Jack continued. Get your sorry Teutonic ass up here now. Kyle obeyed, joining Jack on the stage on the Glass Hub's second floor, where waited the guitar which they'd bought in New Berlin to raise morale. Kyle played the guitar while Jack sang the following song.
Your colors faded, 'cause I kept you waiting. It's a wild, wild world, and you're a wild, wild girl. The sun's still shining, but it seems half the size, and it's a wild, wild world out here. Before my time runs out, what if I run away to Mars? Would you find me in the stars? Would you miss me in the end if I run out of oxygen? Can't tell which way's home. I've been gone for so long, it's an empty world out here. I skip stones and wonder how long till land is covered. It's a quiet life out here. Before my time runs out, what if I run away to Mars? Would you find me in the stars? Would you miss me in the end if I run out of oxygen? If I run away to Mars, would you find me in the stars? Would you miss me in the end if I run out of oxygen when I run away to Mars?
The song was a hit. Shouts for encores erupted, but Kyle and Jack shook their heads, even as bills began to rain down on the little stage. Enjoy your night, Kyle shouted into the microphone and alighted from the stage, eventually finding Max. Hi, Dad, Max said, visibly unsure how to read Kyle's smile. Hey, kid, Kyle said. I've got a present for you. Tonight? What do you mean, Dad? Max asked. Well, you're a man now. Have fun tonight. Do whatever you want. Drink whatever, have whatever girls you want, and bring me your tab. I'll pay, and I won't ask questions, Kyle said. You mean it, Dad? Max asked. Better accept before I change my mind. Kyle laughed, and of course Max instantly accepted. Kyle had been looking for a way to truly treat both his sons since Andrew had died. While he'd now had this obvious opportunity to treat Max, who was a boisterous soldier like Kyle himself, he wasn't sure how to treat Harune, but he was determined to figure it out after tonight. For now, he not only was going to enjoy the night for himself, but much more importantly, to observe. Who were the night's most high-profile guests? Who were the highest-ranked military persons in attendance? Who tipped the most generously? Who came with private security? And so on and so forth. Anyone outside the norm had to be noted by a Medusa. Kyle was both shocked and utterly unimpressed when he saw that the most high-profile guest was Emmerman, though he was invisible to the other guests, unaware of even his identity, much less the sway he had on their lives every day. Kyle decided not to speak to Emmerman. If Emmerman needed Kyle, he'd find him. The next most notable guest was Vicente Coronado, son of Salvador Coronado, both of whom had of course been frequent guests at the original Glass Hub. Unlike Emmerman, Vicente was quite well recognized. In the intervening years, he also hadn't lost his proclivity for being orally serviced right in the open. The Glass Hub's old rules of anything goes, if and until the lady agrees, had been kept in place, and so such public services were quite available. Other than Emmerman and Vicente, there were no other guests whom Kyle recognized outright, by face or by name, for all of the first 3 days which the Glass Hub was open. The bar would be open only on weekends initially. However, he and the others did still note the biggest spenders and the most decorated military men and women. Most of the men who came had 2 drinks and 20 minutes with one girl, then mingled in the crowd, maybe requesting a song on the music system, which Joshi was overseeing from the little computer terminal designated for the purpose. Most of the military women who came simply danced and drank, and sometimes hooked up with a man. These were what was affordable to the average soldier, even with the Glass Hub's military discounts. This class divide, of course, was very deliberate. Ordinary soldiers would always be welcome at the Glass Hub, but as a spy hub, the target audience was the wealthy and the highly ranked. A few of these were quite well noted, including several generals, most notably a red-haired American giant known as Kowalski, and a very highly decorated Taiwanese general by the name of Wang Yun Nong, both of which are names worth remembering. These were both noted by the Medusas, as were several other of the wealthy who'd shown up, and Iridia approached them both, offering them memberships at the Glass Hub, which would make it almost certain that they'd return. They were then marked to be pumped for information by the spy ladies of the Glass Hub. All in all, the opening 3 days of the revitalized Glass Hub were a rousing success, more than the Medusas could have reasonably hoped for. They'd made enough money to maintain Prometheus and pay their rent at Camp Hero for at least 6 months, and at last they were finally clicking together as a team. It was overall a good start for the unit, and prepared them for the inevitable call from Emmerman to begin putting them to use as his private army. Said inevitable call came the very day after the Glass Hub closed until the next 3-day event. The call came, it turned out, directly to Max's glass pad. Max, Kyle, and several of the others were sitting around inside the bar, lazily cleaning up after the previous 3 days, when Max's glass pad blared. With a groan, Max answered it. "Opa, this is a surprise," Max said, at which point Kyle began paying attention and went up to where Max sat. "Not from my end," Emmerman quipped. "Nor should it be for you. The one way to get through life is if you never allow there to be any surprises." Spoken like a true puppet master, Kyle thought to himself as he crowded up next to Max. "Do you need something, sir?" Kyle asked. "Isn't it obvious? I need to talk to Max," Emmerman said. "Max, please go somewhere private." "Yes, Opa," Max replied, standing up with a shrug and moving to one of the little cubicles which the Glass Hub had, for privacy with one's chosen lady of the night. "All right," said one of the girls of the Glass Hub, a young woman called Ermengarde, approaching Kyle. "It's time to discuss our payment." "You can keep 20% of whatever your clients give you," Kyle said dismissively, straining to hear what Max and Emmerman said. But Ermengarde wasn't taking it lying down. "No, no," Ermengarde was saying, 30% and not any less." but the ladies and I have been talking. We're demanding a salary. A set salary? Well, fucking excuse me. I didn't realize we'd hired a bunch of Jews. Kyle spat. All right. In a while, you may talk with both myself and Flynn, together. Ermengarde's eyes narrowed, but she said no more, allowing Kyle to, in vain, as it turned out, attempt to listen in on whatever Max and Emmerman were saying. Eventually, Max reemerged with a grin on his face that could only be described as smug. Well, Dad, Max said, looks like you're following my orders now. What? Kyle asked with a smile. The old man is having me running point on this next mission, Max explained, sounding a touch nervous. I have to get 5 of our people. Who would you recommend? Who would you recommend, mi pequeño? Kyle asked pointedly. If you're going to run a mission, you'll have to pick your own crew. All right, I'll do that. You're my first pick, Dad, Max said, no doubt trying to sound confident. Thank you, Kyle said. Now go find the others. I'll be waiting. And send Jack in here, I have to work something out with him. You certainly do, shouted one of the Glass Hub's ladies. Give me strength, Kyle muttered to himself, and stood to move to the bar as he did so, calling, All right, ladies, let's have it out. It should be noted that, at this point, the Glass Hub had about 30 ladies of the night in its employ. More had joined over the course of the 3-day opening event, only to promptly leave again as soon as it was over, their tips in hand, likely hoping to be free, and Kyle and Jack hadn't tried to stop them. The 30 remaining ladies sat Kyle and Jack down to discuss 2 things. The first, of course, was their permanent salary, as mentioned earlier. The second was the fact that Kyle and Jack, as soldiers, had not the slightest clue how to run a business, especially one which they couldn't have afforded to patronize had it not been under their ownership. I struggle to remember how exactly the conversation which followed went down, and so I'll not bore the reader with an attempt at it. However, I can tell of how it all concluded. Jack and Kyle realized and conceded that they needed someone to run the bar and keep the ladies happy, while they and the remaining Medusas continued out their real work. In so many words, they needed a madam. It was in this conversation that the Glass Hub's role as a military front operation was revealed. A few names were passed around, however Jack would only hear of one. Camille Lambert, one of the ladies of the night who'd come to the Glass Hub after Nohal. She was a tall and very beautiful French brunette. And not only did Jack know her personally beforehand, but she had actual experience in running these sorts of businesses and had done several years of service in Nachtwaffen and military intelligence. She would, it was decided, run the Glass Hub as a business and be left in charge of vetting girls who'd come to work there, on the lookout for good potential spies and soldiers. With such an important position, Kyle and Jack decided to give her an actual position in the Medusa unit and a call sign. Aphrodite, whom it is often forgotten was not only a matchmaker but also the patron goddess of prostitutes and female spies. This all done, Kyle felt totally relieved both of the horrors and uncertainties of business, and of feeling prevented in any way from being a part of Max's first mission as head. Now, let's turn our attention there. Author's note. And so it has completed, the story of the very beginnings of the Medusa unit and their use of the Glass Hub as a base of operations. I feel the need to make note of a certain lack of detail in this segment. I make such note not out of apologia, but rather to make the point that I myself struggle to remember much detail from this phase and to assure that it's about to change. Chapter 4. All right, Max said immediately upon Kyle's exiting the business meeting within the Glass Hub. Are you ready? From the fact that he'd been standing right by the door, as well as his general tone and excited stance, one could deduce that Max had been waiting by the door for the entire time. You're not excited or anything. Kyle snickered. Who else is coming? Well, I think the most complete team is us 2, Franz, Buchner, Harune, and then Cheng, Max explained. It'll add up to 7 with David flying us, 2 over the limit, but fuck it. Do you agree with my list, Dad? Whether I agree with it means fuck all. It's whether you agree with it, Kyle said firmly, smiling. Max, well, all right, then yes, I agree with my team. In truth, had he been inclined, Kyle could have poked a few holes in Max's team. While the inclusions of Buchner and especially Harune were unquestionable, Kyle wasn't certain Cheng would have much to contribute, and Kyle would have brought Hofnitz instead, as she'd have served a role. But it was Max's team, and Max must learn these lessons on his own. Kyle. Good. I don't suppose the old man gave you any information as to what the operation is? Max, what do you think? Kyle laughed knowingly, and he and Max set off to gather the remainder of the little crew for Max's mission. As per usual, they were going to leave the next day to one of Emmerman's estates. What wasn't usual was the location, the city of New Nuremberg on Saturn's moon Titan. I didn't take this Emmerman for, what's the American phrase, a city slicker? Franz said sarcastically, but maybe he can get me a spotter. You're all on your best behavior, Max said, continuing the explanation he was giving the little group. I'm not saying don't swear or grab ass, but when you do, try to do it in a soldierly manner. So in other words, be normal? Iridia asked with a roll of her eyes. More or less, Max said. Whatever, Harune said, but I'm not fucking calling you sir. Oh yes you fucking are, Max shouted, rising from where he sat, and the brothers began moving towards each other, their fists clenched. For the love of Freya, Kyle muttered, walking away. These two never stop. Kyle and the others packed, much as they usually did. What was slightly unusual was that they were not picked up by one of Emmerman's shipping container-esque shuttlecraft. Rather, they were being expected to fly to New Nuremberg themselves, in Prometheus. Apparently this colony was the Steinels' home, and neither of them seemed to much relish their return home. Kyle and the other Medusas eventually returned to the Eagle's Claw, and after dinner, Kyle decided to wander. He'd begun to feel disconnected from Mars, the planet which he so loved, and felt a need to indulge in nature for the night. He made his excuses after dinner, picked up his AKM, altered to fire plasma shells, and set off into the glorious forest. If he got lost, he could transmit his location to Prometheus, and David could pick him up, or he could chart a way back on his wrist-mounted computer. The Medusas had, in their setting-up phase, acquired such computers at some point, but I cannot in all honesty recall when, hence why I hadn't mentioned it until now. Kyle walked for hours, as it turned out, following for a while a swarm of Mars's famous sparrow-sized fireflies, heading deeper and deeper into the forest. Kyle was largely unfamiliar with the Greenbelt, and so on his wandering he felt he'd uncovered a whole new layer of this planet which he calls the beautiful red onion. Kyle observed in his walk several new lizard species, smaller than the Martian average, as well as a species of tiny dinosaurs, which resembled more than anything a small Procompsognathus, though of course Kyle knew no such name, and merely saw them as cute dinosaurs. They were also very social, and approached Kyle curiously, even eating out of his hand when he offered them a few insects. Kyle also found a new, to him, species of flower. These flowers most resembled a large orange or white hibiscus, save for one remarkable thing. The stamens glowed a deep neon orange, attracting nocturnal insects to them. Kyle stood marveling at one particularly large specimen, and saw that once an insect landed on one of these flowers and had gone deep enough into it, the flower would rapidly close, trapping the insect inside. These flowers were carnivorous. The most notable moment came a few hours into Kyle's wandering, when he'd entered a bog-like area. In the distance a ways, Kyle saw a lit-up spot, unclear in the trees. He supposed at first it must be a swarm of fireflies which had landed, though as he approached he saw that the light was orange, rather than the typical blue of the fireflies, and the lights didn't flicker. Kyle approached with growing curiosity, finding something very remarkable indeed. Oh my gods! Kyle marveled. A fairy ring, or close to it. Kyle had indeed found a slightly sunken, almost perfectly circular clearing, ringed and filled with the carnivorous glowing stamen flowers. Kyle estimated that the fairy ring was about 25 feet in diameter. At one side was a tall, slightly pointed obelisk-like rock, which added to the eerie sacred feeling of the space. Kyle was so affected by the spot that he decided to make a temple on it. Nothing too ostentatious, it would have been disrespectful to the nature. Kyle simply gathered a few logs, branches, and rocks from around the forest, and so set up a small altar at the base of the obelisk-like rock. From the 5-foot-high roof of the little altar, Kyle hung a log. First he shot a hole in each end, then using his combat knife, he delicately carved the runic names of the top Norse gods. He hung the log through the holes, using an extra pair of bootlaces which he always carried in his kit, and there he meditated for a good while, before a glance at the sky and the relative positions of Phobos and Deimos revealed that morning was coming. While meditating, Kyle had what he would always hope was a real vision or visitation, in which Odin himself descended on the site, except for the fact that instead of an eye patch, he had a robotic eye when he appeared to Kyle. Real or not, it was perhaps the most loving and divine experience Kyle ever had. With the threat of sunrise, Kyle at last left his little haven, having his wrist computer pull up its mapping system and mark his position, pinning it in the system as Elysium. He made it back to the Eagle's Claw at more or less first light and was stealing back into the house just when the others were beginning to rise. They expressed a bit of surprise that Kyle was already up and about, but they likely imagined he'd been off with some girl, and so it wasn't questioned. Right then, Max said over breakfast, "Everyone on my team assemble at Prometheus in 30 minutes. Geared up, hairbrushed, showered, the works." "Yes, sir," Kyle said, genuinely meaning it. He was proud of Max, taking charge when it was his time to take charge. How far he'd come, Kyle thought, from the lonely little boy on the Camp Hero landing pad. Max's team was ready as he'd requested and assembled at Prometheus as he'd requested, on time. Kyle still had to ask Prometheus to open. She still answered only to him. And so the little crew of Max, Kyle, Harune, Franz, Buchner, David, and Cheng assembled, and David flew Prometheus to Titan. "Get ready for the longest landing procedure of your life," David warned, upon emerging Prometheus into the orbit of Titan, which looked like nothing from the surface save for a massive ball of pale orange gas, until David swung Prometheus in orbit to a point where one could see the lights of a truly monstrous city, at the center of which was a space elevator ascending to lower orbit. "Big place," someone observed. "Right," David said. "First I have to head for the outer station, if it's still there." "Why wouldn't it still be there?" someone asked. "I haven't been home since 1952, David explained. "No doubt it's gotten worse," Franz muttered. David turned Prometheus then so that none could see Titan any longer, and instead they were on the approach to a space station, which was a most remarkable construct. The station, rather than being a purely artificial structure of some sort, was constructed of dozens of asteroids, connected and held together by a series of massive metal tubes, forming a structure that was only vaguely cohesive. The structure was surrounded by a blue spherical force field, which emanated from two disks at each pole of the sphere, with a thin metal ring around the sphere's equator. It was the sort of thing which could never have been designed and built by a human mind. "All right," David explained. "We have to land there. Get ready for scrutinization." David aimed Prometheus at the force field, slowly lowering her through it and towards the odd station. Almost immediately, Prometheus's comlink was activated, and a voice came over it. "Hello, Prometheus. Our system says we've been expecting you. Aim for the big blue dome," the voice, a very robotic male voice, said in a Franconian German dialect. "Don't get your hopes up from that," Franz said. "We'll be waiting for hours." "It's still better than Zagreb," Buchner pointed out dryly, to laughter all around. David flew Prometheus around the massive asteroid-based construct a ways, until there was indeed a big blue dome visible, jutting out from one of the asteroids. One might have said it was awkwardly jutting, but on this station, everything was awkwardly jutting, and anyway, after rounding the station a ways, most of the Medusa's eyes were taken by an all-new sight. This sight, of course, was the planet Saturn, up close and in all its magnificent glory. Kyle found himself standing at Prometheus's window, simply staring out at it. The streaks, the rings, the general ethereal beauty. Kyle was grateful that somehow the force field surrounding this station was invisible from the inside. "She is beautiful," Harune said appreciatively. "Yeah." "Don't get your hopes up, though. This is as close as they'll let us get," Franz said, having also come to stand at the window. "The planet itself is excluded." Kyle was awash in disappointment for a moment, as in his usual way he'd felt a desire to approach and explore the planet. But again, as always, his professionalism prevailed in a few seconds, and he turned his attention back to the path towards the massive blue dome. The dome, which covered most of one side of the asteroid, had a single opening on one side, which David piloted Prometheus into, revealing that it was a landing zone for ships, and a good deal bigger on the inside than the outside. Yet again, basement universe technology at work. The landing pad was huge and white, and of the type I've already described many times, so I'll not go into much detail, save to say that Kyle noticed rather a lot more security personnel on site than the usual landing pad. But more as usual, David landed, and Kyle gave Prometheus the order to open and allow herself to be inspected. As always, she grumbled, but followed Kyle's command. As David had predicted, the inspections wound up taking hours. First, Prometheus was boarded, and the Medusas made to stand on the bridge, their weapons surrendered, for over an hour as the ship and their documents were inspected with a fine-tooth comb, most of the ship anyway. The inspectors never entered the room in which Prometheus's mind was held, so it was never inspected. Kyle later learned that Prometheus had pulled one of her usual psionic tricks so that the inspectors quite literally couldn't see the door to the room, nor the missing space, as they took measurements so that every inch of the ship was accounted for. Afterwards, all the documents were inspected, and finally, the 7 were let off the ship. If Max, Kyle, Harune, David, Franz, Cheng, and Buchner expected this to be the end of their inspection, they were disappointed. After alighting and being led a short ways along the landing pad, a new set of guards approached them and began separating them, leading them away one by one to who knew where. At least Kyle didn't, until he was himself led away. Kyle was led, with a guard on each arm, to an elevator, a third guard accompanying, carrying a massive cattle prod. The one object which Kyle slightly feared. Thus he cooperated as he was led to an elevator which descended quite a long distance downward, to what must have been over halfway into the depth of the asteroid. The elevator at last emerged into a long, dark, narrow concrete hallway of rooms with steel doors. And into one of these rooms Kyle was ushered. The room was small, with a single blinding light in the ceiling and a metal table with a chair on each side. Kyle sat on one side of the table instinctively, and a few minutes later, he was joined by a guard and interrogated. They started off congenial enough, but after a while, of course, things shifted. The light levels began changing at irregular intervals, and the guards, who rotated, began asking Kyle the same questions over and over again. His name, his race, where he'd come from, his political affiliations, his real intentions on Titan, and those accompanying him. Kyle took it in stride. While the interrogation was obviously hostile, Kyle could also sense it was very routine, and that every new arrival on Titan was given this treatment. While he didn't enjoy it, he did find himself appreciating Titan's sense of security for the people. Eventually, the interrogation ended, and Kyle was led out and down the concrete hallway to an all-white waiting room with folding chairs that Kyle dared not sit in for fear of breaking them. Several of the others in the group of 7 had already been delivered to this area, including Chang, who was walking up and down the room ranting about the treatment of the assets. Kyle didn't much pay attention, as he saw that the waiting room had a long, wide window through which he could observe Saturn. He stood at the window doing just that, until the remaining crew members were returned, Max being the last one. Now we have to wait, they tell me. Max groaned. These fucking people. Why'd they keep you so long? Buchner asked. Because I'm the ringleader, in their words, Max said bitterly. Shake it all, kid, Kyle said. You can't deal with this. How are you going to deal when you're tortured by the syndicate? That's an entirely fucking different context, Max said pedactically. Gods, the old man better have some whores when we land. Really, Brother Bear, Harune chided. There are ladies present. With a groan, Max threw himself onto one of the plastic chairs, which of course broke into at least 5 pieces. The chairs were not built to withstand a forceful slam from a normal person, much less an enhanced soldier man of Max's size. Nice job, kid, David exclaimed. Max just glared as he got back to his feet. Complaints aside, Cheng said after a few minutes, this does raise the question of our treatment going forward. How do we expect to do a job in this environment? We'll do a job in any environment. We're the fucking Medusas, Kyle said. And anyway, we'll be let go soon enough, won't we? Kyle spoke motivationally, but the question was genuine. While he could tell that the interrogations were routine, he in truth had no idea whether the crew had passed. Kyle wasn't the least concerned with whether they could escape. Not even 30 of these guards could outmatch a single enhanced soldier, much less 7. However, Kyle was quite concerned as to if the group could make it onto the surface of Titan and the colony they sought afterwards. Being shot down was too high a risk should they have to fight their way out of this facility. I expect so, Harune cut in. Their thoughts on turning me loose in here were of how much they hate immigration paperwork and having to file it for 7 people. Sounds like them, Franz said. I was born here and they still act like I'm a common leech trying to invade, but they will let us in. I hope you all name-dropped this Emmerman fellow. I did. A bit more grumbling from everyone, and soon enough things returned to normalcy, with everyone either sitting, more delicately than Max had, or standing at the window. At one point, Kyle glanced over the room and saw Harune reading a book. A book he couldn't have concealed on his person, and which couldn't have come from the waiting room, as the waiting room had no reading material on offer. Harune must have quietly jumped the book from Prometheus, or even from the Eagle's Claw. Kyle shook his head in an unknown emotion, but said nothing, just wondering when Haruna would ever cease to shock and amaze. The crew of Max, Kyle, Haruna, Buchner, David, Franz, and Cheng must have waited for at least 2 hours before the door of the waiting room budged again. When it did, it was Emmerman who came in, accompanied by Jord Nimmer, Kyle's oldest and dearest friend, and another man. A short, dark-haired, peculiar little man who rather slunk shyly behind Emmerman and Jorg. While this man was a stranger to Kyle, he certainly wasn't to the Steinels. David's eyes widened and he gave a low whistle, and Franz, if only for a split second, visibly had to stop himself from recoiling in fear. Max, Emmerman began on entering the room. This here is my old friend Klaus Barbie. I'd like you to meet him. Klaus, this is my grandson, Maximilian Bronsley. He's running this operation. Max stepped forward to shake Herr Barbie's hand, and Herr Barbie gingerly reached out and shook it back. Why are there two chinks? Herr Barbie asked, his nose wrinkled. I'm a Jap. She's the only chink. If you're going to insult us, do it properly, Harune said with a sarcastic smile, stepping forward and extending his hand. Herr Barbie didn't accept it, of course. Allow me to introduce my team, Max said, and began doing just that. Haruna and Cheng were refused handshakes, but it went over relatively smoothly. Now, sir, Max said at last, what is all this about? Can we leave this place? Yes, certainly, Emmerman said understandingly, and began leading the crew out of the room and back along the concrete hallway to the elevator. This they all entered, and it began ascending. The hallway was narrow, so only two people could stand side by side. Kyle stood next to Jord to catch up with his oldest friend. It turned out Jord had a woman, a real long-term woman by the name of Margaretha from New Leipzig, wherever that might be, which Jord didn't bother to know, as it was quite a backwater apparently. Don't worry, George said. We'll still go pick up ladies. She doesn't need to know. Franz took this opportunity to make his presence and his needs known to Emmerman, much to Kyle's irritation. Franz went to the front of the group and spoke to Emmerman. Franz? Herr Emmerman, sir? Emmerman? Yes? You're one of the Steinels, correct? Kyle insisted on your inclusion, against my objections. I hope you're not disappointing. Franz? No, sir, I'm not. But as for why I'm approaching you, I need a spotter. Emmerman? That sounds like business. We discuss business later. Max reached forward in the line to give Franz a sharp swat upside the head. The group reached the elevator up, which they ascended quite a distance, though not to the landing pad. Rather, they emerged into what looked like a large airport as might be found on Earth, save that instead of the doors in the terminal leading to airplanes, they were rectangular stargates. Along one side were a number of the usual duty-free shops and travel agents, and all along the rest were the gates. Emmerman began leading the group to a block of about 10 gates which was labeled Domestic by a large black and yellow cardboard sign. Each gate also had a sign above its frame indicating the destination. Those in the Domestic block all led to moons of Saturn, Titan, Rhea, Enceladus, Dione, and so on. It was the Titan gate which the group approached. I'm not sure why we have to use the same gate as these stinking masses, Herr Barbie said on the approach. We could have just taken my ship instead of this fucking... These stinking masses should see their leader every now and again, and you should see them. It's good to remember where you came from and where you might end up again, Emmerman said, placing a hand on Herr Barbie's shoulder. While the tone and gesture were friendly, the vibe was decidedly not. The desk for departures and arrivals was staffed by a young woman who didn't immediately look up as the group approached the desk. Hello? I need to see all your... The woman began, then looked up and gasped at the sight of Herr Barbie. They were with me. Hurry up and let us through. Herr Barbie said, in a tone that indicated he would become violent were his wishes not met, which he no doubt would. With a nod and very strange smile, the woman clicked a few keys on the keyboard of her monitor, and the metal gate before the Stargate to Titan swung open, allowing the group of Emmerman, Herr Barbie, Max, Kyle, Haruna, Buchner, David, Franz, and Cheng to have access. This they walked through, emerging into a large, circular, marble-floored room, the walls of which were once again lined with gates, though these had street names and weren't guarded. You should really treat people better. That girl might have had a machine gun, and then where would you be? Cheng asked, addressing Herr Barbie. She no doubt sensed that in Emmerman's presence he was powerless. I would be in a regeneration tank, and she would be on her way to being tortured to death, Herr Barbie said. I can't say I'm surprised at your inability to understand power, Miss Chong. It's Chang, not Miss anything. You may address me as Alatrona, Chang said evenly. Yes, use their call signs. Now, I'd like to take my assets on a tour. We'll meet you at your home soon enough, Klaus, Emmerman said. I trust their weapons will be returned when we arrive? Herr Barbie merely glared, then turned to slink through one of the gates. Emmerman turned back to the group. Right then. A tour of New Nuremberg? The old man said cheerfully. There were shrugs and half-hearted nods all around. It was difficult to feel excitement after what they'd seen so far, but of course none of them argued as Emmerman led them to one of the gates. In spite of the lack of enthusiasm which the assets initially felt, this was just as quickly overturned. The gate deposited them on a street in what seemed to be the center of the city. Before describing the area which the assets saw, I'll first describe a general layout of New Nuremberg. New Nuremberg is a city laid out within 7 concentric rings. From one end to the other, in a straight line, from one edge of the outermost ring to the other, it covers about 140 miles. At the time of Kyle's visit, the city had about 40 million inhabitants. Currently, it has about 65 million. Each ring is surrounded by an uber concrete wall, a mile thick each, and covered by an essentially impenetrable force field shield, so that the innermost ring is covered by 7 such fields. I'll now give a brief description of each ring. Ring 1. The outermost ring, which serves as New Nuremberg's first line of defense in the event of an attack. Within this ring are numerous embattlements and military bases containing Der Bund's most formidable colony defenses, as well as being home to several million highly enhanced and highly trained soldiers, about 40% of whom are owned by Kruger mercenaries. Ring 2. The second ring, this ring serves essentially as a massive shopping district, selling all that a resident of New Nuremberg might need, regardless of their social strata, with the shops becoming lower and lower in quality, and the districts in safety the further south one goes, with some of the southernmost neighborhoods being little more than cartel strongholds for the sale of drugs, cheap sex, and slave labor. Rings 3 and 4. These rings serve as living quarters for the slave population of New Nuremberg. These rings are made up of a seemingly endless sea of shanty towns, or in some cases cave towns carved from the mesas indigenous to Titan. These rings are essentially no-go zones for residents of all other rings, save for some soldiers who patrol them to keep the populations in line. It's notable that the slaves are mostly of French and Slavic descent. Ring 5. This ring serves as the residential ring for Nuremberg's strong middle class, who serve as the office workers, doctors, nurses, housekeepers, etc. for Nuremberg's elite. This district is characterized by both being fairly quiet and by its beautiful architecture, with its various districts being made to look like small German towns. Ring 6. This ring is known colloquially by Nuremberg residents as Garden City, and the name is fitting. The ring is stuffed to the gills with numerous parks and botanical gardens, some of which are under glass domes. This ring serves for the beautification and morale of Nuremberg, and as such, it is uninhabited by all but animals, and the number of visitors per day is limited to a few tens of thousands. Ring 7. The innermost ring, which is actually a complete circle. The outer part is home to the mansions and castles of Nuremberg's elite, past which is a rather cyberpunk, in Earth terms, business district, also home to many museums and historic sites, as well as fancy restaurants. In the very center of this ring is Nuremberg's famous space elevator tower, where some of the highest elite of the city have their homes and offices. It was Ring 7 which Kyle and the others were deposited in. Now, let us return to their experience of it. The street which Kyle and the others were deposited on was almost dead center in the middle of Ring 7. About a quarter of a mile straight up the road was the foot of Nuremberg's space elevator tower, which rose miles high through 6 of Nuremberg's 7 force field shields, all invisible from the inside, and all along the road were of course numerous buildings of any number of sizes and heights, most of them clearly having been built in the Art Deco period. A most intriguing feature were a number of buildings with large trees growing straight from the sides of the buildings, seemingly defying gravity. Cheng, Mangot, I've never seen so much. So much. Max. Engineering? Cheng. Yes. For several hours, the group of Emmerman, Georg, Max, Kyle, Harune, Buchner, David, Franz, and Cheng walked through the central district of Nuremberg, which was populated mostly by various shops, restaurants, museums, and historic sites. The group stepped into several of the various galleries, viewing the art of Titan from all eras. At one point, Kyle noted that the buildings nearly all had foundations of deep red rock. Someone asked about this, and it was explained that the foundations were all from the original district, which had been built approximately 700 Terran years prior. Kyle had never seen so many white Germans in a single place. While this pleased him, he did notice that Haruna and Cheng got rather a lot of stares, and thus stood together, largely separate from the group, for most of the walking tour. Eventually, of course, the pleasant tour had to come to an end. Throughout, Emmerman was looking at his wristwatch at almost nerve-wracking intervals. At last, as the group was making their way down one cobbled street, which was lined by a number of very old stone and stucco buildings, Emmerman stopped the group. "My underlings," Emmerman said regretfully, "I'm afraid we need to head to Klaus's home for dinner. The conversation will be shit, but the food will be good." Once again, a series of sighs and shrugs all around, and the group left the little history museum they'd stepped into. This museum had been dedicated not so much to the history of Nuremberg as to the fellation of Klaus Barbie, and so no one much minded leaving. Emmerman led the group from the museum and a few streets away towards the space elevator tower. Apparently this was her Barbie's home. Emmerman led the group of himself, Georg, Max, Kyle, Harune, Buchner, David, Franz, and Cheng through the glass front door into the massive circular bottom level of the tower. The floor was all white marble, and this bottom level seemed to mostly be a bank of elevators, all of them guarded. A glance up revealed a light well going straight through the center of the space elevator tower, clear through to the top, presumably, though this was difficult for the eye to see. Emmerman led the group toward a rather isolated elevator, the door of which was embossed with a single large rune, unlike the others which was plain. The guard at this elevator waved Emmerman and company through, and so they boarded. The elevator was quite large, with a long white couch running along either side. The back wall was a single plate glass window, to afford one a view as one ascended to the heavens. "Get comfortable, it's a long trip," Georg warned, seemingly more to himself than the others. Emmerman punched some combination into the little keypad which was mounted on one side of the elevator. This done, the doors closed, and the elevator began its ascent to the skies of Titan. Kyle went and stood at the window to watch the city pass by as they ascended. At first it was difficult to see any of the city beyond that which they had already seen, due to the height of the skyscrapers in Nuremberg CBD. Once they'd risen above this, of course, they could see virtually everything. The castles and chateaux which rimmed Ring 7, the monstrous and diverse gardens of Ring 6, the strands of little German towns making up the middle-class Ring 5, the slums of Ring 3 and Ring 4, the endless bazaar that is Ring 2, and the modular and concrete fortifications of Ring 1. One could always tell when the elevator had passed a force field as they became visible from the top side. In the far northeast, one could make out the site of a massive black pyramid beyond the borders of Nuremberg. A number of the team members sat on the couches on either side of the elevator, including Franz Steinel, whom Emmerman, in his most casually intimidating fashion, plopped down beside and began conversing with. Kyle and company alighted and approached the Red Castle. The wide wooden doors swung open automatically as the group approached, leading to one of Emmerman's usual entryways. Checkered marble floors, the walls decorated with various taxidermied animals from various planets. As usual, Kyle found it in somewhat poor taste, though he was very intrigued by one specimen, a small black dragon, about as long as Kyle was tall, with leathery wings about half that size. Kyle felt an urge to reach up and touch it, and was still somehow surprised when the feeling of the skin revealed that it was indeed a real specimen. "Are there any women around?" Max asked, once everyone had gotten a look around the entryway. "You really are my grandson," Emmerman laughed. "Of course, there always are. I'll show you all to your rooms first, then take your pick." "May I see your armory?" Buchner asked. "When the time is appropriate," Emmerman said dismissively. Apparently she wasn't in need of consideration, likely due to her accent and the fact that Emmerman didn't know her. Emmerman, with the assistance of a maid, showed Kyle and the others to their rooms. It seemed that Emmerman's Titan castle was essentially a shrunken recreation of his Valhalla estate, which was described in much detail in Chapter 14 of the second volume, so I'll avoid repeating myself. Suffice to say, it was more than comfortable, and everyone had their own room, labeled as such by small plaques. All of the group's luggage had been delivered from the arrival station. As usual in Emmerman's house, Kyle had a very pleasant night, availing himself of one of Emmerman's maids, made even better by the fact that she was a statuesque blonde. The night certainly lifted his mood, and he hoped that whatever woman Max chose would do the same. He was growing tired of Max's general foul mood, especially since he'd be directing the coming operation. In the morning, breakfast was had in a little dining room, all of the walls of which were covered in tapestries, so that one could see a panoramic embroidered view of 19th century Dresden from the top of the spire of the Frauenkirche. Breakfast was served, and almost as soon as it was finished, a maid entered the breakfast room. Herr Barbie is here, with his daughter, the maid said, after the usual morning pleasantries. 5 minutes early? Fucking Germans, Emmerman sighed, looking at his wristwatch. Come with me, Max. Not the rest of us? Harune asked. No, you'll be called when it's your time. Go amuse yourselves, Emmerman said, already leaving the room with Max. Well, there's us in our place, Georg said. Harune, would you come look at something with me? Yes, Uncle George, Harune said, and thus Georg and Harune also left the room. Kyle smiled to himself at this sight. Georg really did love his nephew. That leaves us lucky few, someone murmured, and at last the group dispersed into Emmerman's Titan home. What he did for the next several hours, Kyle hasn't bothered to retain. Eventually, a telepathic call went to the group from Emmerman to come to his study, which they did, knocking when they'd assembled. Come in, Emmerman called out, and so someone opened the door, entering Emmerman's study, which was as stately as always. Herr Barbie and offspring had left, leaving only Emmerman and Max standing in the study, in the middle of which stood a small holographic table, which Emmerman beckoned the others to, whilst switching the table on, so that a holographic planet map switched on, the topography of which no one seemed to recognize, nor did they recognize the few named settlements. Well, Max, Emmerman said. This is your operation. Brief your team. Thank you, Opa, Max said, and the briefing began. As per usual, I won't describe the briefing itself in detail. However, not as usual, I do feel the need to describe the incident which served as the impetus for the mission which followed. Max and his crew were being sent, as it turned out, to a Spanish-speaking colony known as Esmeralda, so named for the planet's remarkably rich emerald deposits, which had made the planet very wealthy, but apparently not very intelligent, as evidenced by what occurred. Perhaps a year before the mission occurred, a resident of Esmeralda had been walking on a beach, when he'd seen what appeared to be an abandoned briefcase. The man had opened the briefcase, possibly looking for an insignia of some sort, at which point he'd made two rather interesting discoveries. The first was that the briefcase was filled with little gears, cogs, and levers, and the second was that it was telepathic. The mysterious briefcase had asked the man for a piece of metal, and so the man had offered it a can from the beach, and the briefcase, via its gears, had assimilated the can in an instant and compelled the man to take the briefcase into Esmeralda. The briefcase's telepathy was such that the man had been powerless but to obey it. This powerlessness, it turned out, had spelled the demise of Esmeralda. The man who had found the briefcase had, under the sway of the briefcase itself, set up a stand for it in the center of Esmeralda, attracting visitors to the briefcase, which would then offer its services as an oracle to those who came to it, in exchange for a piece of metal to assimilate into itself. As was bound to happen in circumstances such as this, a religion had sprung up around this briefcase oracle, La Iglesia de Dios Machina. This had been reported and noted by colonial authorities and tolerated for unknown reasons, perhaps seeing its potential as a tourist draw, or perhaps having themselves fallen under the influence of the mysterious entity. Whatever the case may have been, as one would expect, the bizarre briefcase oracle had grown in size more and more with each piece of metal which the devotees had added to it. What had proven shocking was that the oracle, or machine god as its followers called it, was forming itself into a coherent shape, that of a human woman, which had grown to the size of a 4-story building. At this point, the entity had turned hostile and had begun moving, or rather, it had begun a march of terror across Esmeralda, assimilating anything made of metal. This monstrosity, ultimately, was what Max and company were being sent to deal with in 2 days. I'd prefer to leave now, Max said at the end of the briefing. I don't want this thing to get any bigger. Good choice, Emmerman said with a smile. I was hoping you'd say so. You're dismissed to pack your things. Young Steino, if you survive this mission, you'll have a spotter waiting when you get back. Am I going? Jorg asked. No, I definitely can't spare you, Emmerman said. With that, Max, Kyle, Harune, David, Franz, Buchner, and Cheng left the study, withdrawing to the castle's bar in order to strategize. Max, Buchner said, deciding to be the first to speak. I need weapons. Good weapons, not the shit we usually use. All right, Max said. I'll ask for an armory key. What is your grandfather anyway? He has money, I can tell, but who is he to give us these orders? And what's it to do with the Barbie family? Brands demanded. It's simple. Utes' marketing director is an Esmeralda. Or he was, assuming he's not dead, Max explained. That's why they want us and not the proper military. Fucking nepotism, Harune muttered. Look, gents, I don't like this either, Max said. That's why I want us to leave and get back home as soon as possible. Then let's, someone said decisively. Plans of attack were finalized as much as they could be, and Max and Buchner set off to Emmerman's office to find a key to the armory. The others went up to their rooms to pack their few belongings. Kyle threw everything back into his duffel bag, as usual, then went to the entryway of the castle. For some odd reason, this mission made him restless somehow. He was the first in the entryway and, having no better ideas, began using his wrist computer to scan the various stuffed creatures on display, as none of them had plaques to actually explain what they were. It wasn't long before Harune joined Kyle in the entryway. What's going on, father? We're not being told everything. I can feel it, Harune said. So can I, kid. So can I. What was your uncle showing you earlier? I think we'll be here a few more hours, Kyle said, determined to distract himself. I'll go get it, Harune said with a shrug, dropping his bag and running off into the castle. Harune returned mere moments later, bearing what appeared to be a very old book with a dyed red calfskin cover. This he showed to Kyle, proving it to be a Japanese narrative text, written from the perspective of a traveling salesman. The narrative was the story of the Princess Kaguya. However, what was most surprising was that it told the story of her life after her return to the moon, and ultimately to Rigel. The traveling salesman in the narrative saves the princess from an attack on Mars, and becomes one of her personal guards, saving her on various adventures on the return journey to Rigel. As far as anyone could tell, it was the only text of its kind. Fascinating, Kyle said. Where does it come from? We have no idea, Harune said. Someone found it in a bookstore in town here. It's fascinating, Kyle said, but it seems to be just something someone wrote, a personal follow-up. Or does the old man think it's more significant? Well, the fact that it was officially published makes him a bit curious, Harune explained. He has this notion that it's a real account. Gods, where the fuck is everyone? They'll be down in time, I suppose, Kyle said, in equal impatience. Eventually, a few did reappear, and finally Max and Buchner also reappeared. Right, Buchner said. We have to head to Ring 1. Only place we can get what we really need. Yes, Max said. Oppa has given us all passes on our wrist comps. Anyone want to come? The sweaty military base or the castle? Tough choice, Harune said sarcastically. I'm coming, Kyle said. I need to know what instruments of destruction are being brought aboard Prometheus. No one else seemed to have much interest in going, and so Kyle, Max, and Buchner set off for Ring 1. Outside they found a hovering car waiting for them, which they climbed into, with Max choosing to drive. Pull your passes up, people, Max instructed. They shoot if you don't have them ready. Do you even know where you're going? Kyle asked doubtfully. I'll figure it out, Max said defensively. You should stop being so tight. I hope you don't say that to girls, Kyle said. Now, boys, I believe we have work to do, don't we? Buchner irritably cut in. Max started the car and set off towards no one knew where, least of all Max. They drove for several blocks, but eventually they did find a gate to a subterranean car passage, heavily guarded of course, but the trio's passes were sufficient. They had to ultimately pass through 7 gates, much like Inanna on her journey through the underworld, a point of interest which Buchner commented on at one point. The drive, as one would expect, was very long, perhaps 3.5 hours. Most of the rings had exits from the tunnel. Rings 3 and 4, however, did not. To stop escapes, Kyle realized with a slight shiver. Kyle, Max, and Buchner weren't, as a rule, very inclined toward conversation, and so the trip passed largely in silence. The trip drew to a close, or at least reached a new stage, when the group reached a gate exit above ground, into Gate 7. You look lost, the soldier at the gate said as he began checking everyone's wrist computer passes. Yes, quite, Max said. We're looking for Fort von Grimm? Follow the inner wall about 25 miles left. Fort is going to be on your right. You can't miss it, it's red, the soldier explained cordially. Max set off in this direction. As had seemed to be the case from the space elevator's view, Ring 1 was made entirely of fortresses and embattlements, mostly modular and many covered with force fields, their names posted outside crudely. Fort von Grimm, as the soldier had predicted, was indeed red, being made of dozens and dozens of modules all painted a bright crimson, surrounded by a force field fence rather than a dome. Max pulled up at the front gate, instructing Kyle and Buchner to access their passes. Weapons pickup, eh? You must have some serious juice, remarked the gate guard. Head for the big square building in the middle. Your pass says you can take what you want, but you have to register with the sergeant at arms. His office is near the building. As you were. As you were, motherfucker. Max shot back good-naturedly. One had to hand it to Max. He made friends wherever he went. Max pulled the car through the gate and towards Fort von Grimm's armory, a large square building, bright red and modular like all of the others. Kyle, Max, and Buchner alighted, approaching and entering the building, having to have their passes scanned yet again before being allowed inside. The inside of the armory building was many times larger inside than out, and to people like Kyle, Max, and Buchner, it was like a candy store. Row upon row upon row upon row upon row of weapons, ranged, edged, and blunt, each one explained by a tag. Right, Buchner said, visibly suppressing excitement for the first time Kyle had seen. We need energy and sonic. Anti-aircraft. Let's say in an hour. The men agreed and set off into the rows of weapons. Kyle somehow managed to not look at and test every single new and exciting weapon he came across, instead strictly sticking to those of the categories Buchner had set out. He walked away with a pair of the plasma-edged swords of Arasaka origin, the same ones which he had used in the fight against the Daishono assassins. He also gathered several sonic bazookas and a few other guns. It took rather more than the hour required to gather what they needed, but Kyle, Max, and Buchner were successful, and got enough weapons for the mission, or so they hoped. The soldiers coming and going paid them not the slightest attention. The trio walked out with quite a large bundle of weapons, and the charge packs which served as their ammunition. The sergeant-at-arms, a portly, good-natured Tyrolean man, signed the weapons off without question, but he did issue a warning. If you three are somehow high-class pirates, the sergeant-at-arms warned, then you won't get far. Why? Kyle asked. Wouldn't you like to know? The sergeant-at-arms laughed. Kyle, Max, and Buchner left and climbed back into the car with their haul. Max turned to Kyle and Buchner once he'd started the car and began driving away from Fort von Grimm. I'm going to negotiate with OPA about keeping these weapons once the mission is over, Max said. Why? Kyle asked. Because I'm right, Buchner said. The cast-off surplus guns and civilian market shit we've had so far are all very good if we were robbing drugstores for a living, but we're not. We need real weapons for the unit. It's your funeral, Kyle said, but he's going to say no. As Kyle had predicted, Emmerman said no, and while it was all very well for him to give out passes like this, for Max's first mission as leader, the future and equipment of the Medusas was their affair, and he was very offended to be asked for a handout. This and many other things which Kyle hasn't retained were shouted at Max and Buchner, then disseminated to the group the next day on the flight to Esmeralda, as they decided to stay in the castle another night. You really fucked up, Brother Bear, Harune commented. Shut up! Max and Buchner shot back in unison. Well, ladies and gents, David said after several hours in transit, if the old fuck's coordinates were correct, I believe we have arrived. All eyes turned towards the windows of Prometheus's bridge, looking down on the planet before them. Esmeralda looked to have been named not only for its mineral deposits, but also for its color. The planet was very verdant and green, likely tropical. David pulled Prometheus into lower orbit. Prometheus, do a planetary scan. We need to know the locations of any large human cities, Max said. There was no response, and so with a chuckle, Kyle repeated the order. Certainly, Captain. Commencing planetary scan, Prometheus said. You're still not her captain, mi pequeño. Kyle laughed. Kiss my ass. Max muttered. I'm detecting human life in several settlements, Prometheus said, and I'm picking up a large settlement, destroyed within approximately the past 168 hours. Coordinates, Kyle ordered, and Prometheus rattled them off. Head in that direction, David, was Max's order. And if there's nothing there and the creature has moved on? Cheng asked. Then we'll follow the destruction, Max said. Unless anyone has a better suggestion. I'm open. I can view the creature for you, Harune volunteered with a smug grin. I'm not stopping you, you little shit. Max shot back with an equally smug grin. I'm older than you, Harune pointed out. Very well. I'm not stopping you, you big shit, Max said. May we please get moving? David interjected irritably. Yes, you may, Max said decisively. Harune moved to the front of the bridge, giving himself as good a view of the planet as possible, then after a moment closing his eyes. The crew instinctively fell silent when he did this, allowing him to concentrate. At last, Harune opened his eyes and turned back to the crew. She's marching south-southeast from the coordinates Prometheus gave us, Harune said. She must be 1,000 feet tall and 400 feet wide. Hard to miss, I dare say. Splendid observation, someone snarked. Max gave the order, and David tilted Prometheus, aiming in the direction of the coordinates as well as Harune's instructions, and indeed, the monstrosity they'd come for was hard to miss. It looked like a gigantic human woman in the vaguest sense, save for the fact, of course, that she was made entirely of metal, with pieces of said metal sticking out in the most odd and horrifying ways and places. A helmet of rebar formed the monster's hair. She had no eyes, and was simply marching along the coast at a determined and alarmingly fast pace for such a beast. What the fuck? The entire crew exclaimed in unison. Then, quite suddenly, most began falling to the floor, clutching their heads in apparent pain. Captain, I'm being pulled in! Help me! Prometheus exclaimed, emitting a psionic pulse that might be called a scream. David, get us out of here! Kyle shouted. I've lost fucking control! She's pulling us in! David shouted. Everybody curl up! Hands off the bulkheads! Haruna shouted, and everyone obeyed, too dizzy to think why, and then almost instantly, the monster's terrible presence was gone. Everyone looked up to see that they were somewhere else on what appeared to be the same coastline. Haruna had jumped Prometheus to safety, for the moment anyway. Apollo, land the ship, Max said, and David did so, landing on the beach. All right, grab your gear and move. We're evacuating for those hills, Max ordered, pointing to a series of undulating verdant hills off the coast. And if that thing shows up, you're just leaving Prometheus for it, Kyle demanded. Yes, Max barked. Today, I'm your commanding officer, and I say we abandon ship, so we fucking abandon ship. Kyle was a bit taken aback, not by the order itself, but by the ease and clarity with which Max had taken charge in this situation which had escalated so quickly. Max was a born leader, Kyle realized, or rather would later realize. He was too stressed at the time to think about it much. All hurriedly gathered their weapons and offloaded from the ship. We'll be back very soon, Kyle promised Prometheus, who he could tell was quite shaken. The group, led by Max, headed towards the undulating green hills offshore, which were really more like small mountains. Usefully to the group, they were quite heavily honeycombed with caves. The caves were fairly lined with emeralds, both the usual green and all the colors of the rainbow. A few square feet of this cave would have been worth millions on Earth or in the galactic market. Kyle decided he'd take a few. If nothing else, they'd facilitate the purchase of a few weapons. Right, Max said. Gather round. Haruna, keep your eye on that thing. We need to come up with a plan. Haruna sat, his eyes closed, apparently focusing on the creature with nonlinear sight, while the others sat as comfortably as they reasonably could when sitting on sharp crystals, which is to say, they were in considerable pain. It's about 48 kilometers away, Haruna said after a moment. We're safe for a bit. Right. Now we take stock and strategize, Max decreed. Lay out weapons and let's talk about where to go from here. Everyone obeyed, and various ideas were exchanged, most of which were deconstructed and thrown out just as soon as they'd been born. The reality set in quite quickly. The creature was more psionic than the group could easily outmatch, and it would attempt to pull in and assimilate any metal it could get its figurative hands on. From Haruna's sense, the entity had a single goal in mind: expansion. All right, Max said. So how do you kill something you can't get close to? These weapons operate from a good distance, but I'm not sure about angles with all these hills, Buchner said. The group fell silent for a moment. Then Kyle had an inspiration. Kyle, little boy blue, take my hand and keep watching. Harune, I think I know what you're thinking, father. Kyle, of course you do. Know-it-all little bastard. This exchange added some much-needed levity to the situation. Once the laughter stopped, Kyle took Haruna's hand, and the experiment paid off. Instantly, Kyle could see all that Haruna saw through nonlinear sight, and could even control to a limited degree. Now we're talking, Kyle said. Zoom in, pan over the body. With pleasure, Haruna said, and began following Kyle's command. The metal monster, as it turned out, had no clear weak points. It had no eyes, no mouth, no orifices of any kind. All of the beast's joints had an extra layer of shielding, and most of the head and neck were shielded by spikes of rebar and assorted poles the monster had picked up. It's coming to some buildings, Kyle said. Hold the view. I want to see how it assimilates. What are you thinking? Cheng asked. I'll let you know once I'm proven right, Kyle said smugly. He could practically hear the eye rolls which resulted. The viewing proved very fruitful and quite shocking. Rather than destroy the buildings and pick them apart for the metal as Kyle had imagined, the metal beast blew down the buildings with a telekinetic pulse, and then in an instant, gathered up all the metal, which it hovered in the air for a moment as if trying to decide where to put them. After a moment, it distributed every last piece of metal all over its body, favoring potential weak points, such as its neck and joints. Kyle opened his eyes to see that Max had taken Haruna's other hand, and a smile was slowly spreading across his face. I think I know just what to do, Max declared, and you're all going to hate it. Probably for good reason, someone muttered. Dad, can you use your telekinesis remotely using Haruna as a transmitter? Max asked, ignoring the sarcasm. I believe I can, Kyle said, then after a pause simply said, yes. All right, Max said. It's simple, we're going to give that thing our guns. Kyle and Haruna both began to smile, realizing Max's idea. The others stared in utter incredulity. What are you talking about, sir? David finally asked. Max thus explained the plan, and it was set into motion. As usual, I'll not tell the conversation, but rather the execution. The entire op, for the first time anyone present save David had truly witnessed, hinged on Haruna's abilities. First, Haruna jumped the group's various guns directly from the cave into the beast's path. As anticipated, the monster was drawn to the metal and lifted the guns up into the air telekinetically in order to study them. Franz, as the sniper, held one of Haruna's hands, and Kyle the other, to trigger the guns via his own telekinesis. Franz gave Kyle strict directions on aiming, all of course in microseconds of what might be called nonverbal telepathy. Almost no words were exchanged, and the three men worked like a single machine. Now, Franz commanded eventually as the beast began pulling the guns towards its body for assimilation. The exercise was an instant success. The guns, all plasma and sonic and mostly anti-aircraft as Buchner had specified, wreaked havoc on the metal monster. The pulses and blasts tore massive holes through the monstrosity, riddling it with holes like Swiss cheese, with a deafening and terrible metallic crunch. The entity let out the most horrifying telepathic death rattle, and then it collapsed, scattering its pieces across the hills. Kyle and Franz released, and at last Harune took his non-reader sight off the monster, and immediately fell to his knees and hands, cutting them on the sharp crystals, in obviously exhaustion, his eyes dilated. Whoa! Chang said, immediately bending and looking over the dazed Harune. He needs to get back to the ship and be bandaged up. Now. Be careful, Haruna choked. That thing is still alive. David, go get a shuttle, Max said. And what do you mean it's still alive, Haruna? There's still moving parts, Haruna explained, slowly regaining lucidity. David, by this point, had rushed off to gather the shuttle as instructed. Max began gathering up the bladed weapons, which Harune hadn't jumped to the AI monster's location. These weapons Max distributed to all the team members present, except Harune, of course. Buchner, how do we use this shit? Max asked. It's fairly simple, Buchner explained. Just don't cut yourself. Cutting yourself with a plasma-edged blade is not fun. It took a few minutes, but eventually everyone managed to extend their blades, and the shuttle arrived. Haruna was loaded onto it, and the others seated around. I brought a first aid kit, David said, pulling out from under his seat. I'll stay and bandage him up, Kyle said. No, I can't spare you, Max said decisively. David, you'll stay and bandage him. The rest of you need to go and finish that bitch. It's your funeral. David shrugged and took off for the approximate location while Kyle bandaged Haruna's hands and knees. Little boy Blue, are you going to be all right? Kyle asked, seeing that Haruna's eyes were still quite dilated and he was still rather dazed. Haruna, I think so. Ow! Fuck, not so tight with the bandages. All right, Max said, standing at the front of the shuttle. If any of you finds a piece still twitching, slice it all to shit. Except the thing's heart. The old man wants that alive. What the fuck is he going to do with it? Someone demanded. Do I look like I know? Max shot back. David landed the shuttle, and all except for himself and Harune unloaded. Under Max's direction, the rest of the group split up and headed into the hills. The terrain was very uneven, however the light gravity made navigation considerably easier than it would have been on Earth on similar terrain. Kyle saw that this planet, under different circumstances, was the sort of place he might easily fall in love with. The vegetation was thick and lush and full of wildflowers of all colors, most of them the size of a large person's head or larger. Birds and small mammals were also quite abundant. This planet was full of life, and Kyle was sad to see it so touched by the artificial. As Haruna had predicted, a few pieces of the metal monstrosity were still twitching, some even still walking autonomously. These were cut down at first until the group started recovering their guns. The guns were all ultra-reinforced, of course, and so had survived the fall of a few hundred feet totally intact. Thus the group took to shooting the still-moving pieces of the monster. "I found the heart, I think," Cheng's telepathic voice said eventually, transmitting my location. The group converged on Cheng's location where indeed the heart of the beast lay, that is to say the original briefcase of gears and cogs. "It has a bullet hole." "Shit!" "He won't like that," Max said. "I guess it got shot when the thing went down." "Bound to happen," Cheng said with a shrug. Max no doubt accepted this explanation, but Kyle, with a single glance, saw right through it. Cheng had shot the heart herself upon finding it. Kyle didn't out her, it was exactly what he'd have done himself. Max gathered up the damaged heart, and the group of Max, Kyle, Buchner, Franz, and Cheng returned to the shuttle where Haruna and David were waiting. David flew the shuttle back to Prometheus proper, and thus he flew towards the main settlement of Esmeralda to look for survivors, particularly Hugh Schmidt's so-called marketing director, a man called Gerhard Heil. The destruction of Esmeralda was as one might expect, total. Not a single structure had been left standing intact, and indeed the overwhelming majority seemed to have been turned to powder. There were no more than a few hundred survivors out of a city of about 3 million. Most disturbing, however, was the blood and gore. Numerous persons had been trampled, or worse, ground up and spat out by the monstrosity, no doubt in search of their implants, the bodies looking like nothing so much as bloody, raw hamburger meat with pieces of bone. Many districts were utterly awash in blood. The stench, of course, was impossible to describe in words. "Are you the defense force?" asked one survivor whom the group stopped to speak to. "No, ma'am. We're the Medusas," was Max's reply. It was cheesy, but Kyle still slightly grinned in pride. Gerhard Heil never reappeared, as it turned out. He was almost certainly a casualty. As Max had predicted, Emmerman was quite put out by the damage to the beast's heart, and at the fact that Harune needed a regen tank for something as simple as having fallen in a cave. But he accepted it, and instructed the group to fly to his Centaurian home, rather than back to Titan. "I hope he's kept his promise about my spotter," Franz said. Author's note: a long and, I hope, interesting chapter. The dictator of Titan, Klaus Barbie, is a known figure even on Earth, and so readers may easily research his pre-Titan existence. Chapter 5. As instructed, David pulled Prometheus up in orbit of Centaurian, then lowered her to the usual landing pad on the mountain overlooking Emmerman's house. The same landing pad Kyle had first arrived at, after waking up from the vat. Perhaps it shouldn't have, but returning always made Kyle feel slightly sick. "Well, you weren't lying about his money," someone observed. David landed Prometheus, and the crew deboarded onto the cliffside landing pad, with the glass elevator leading down to the valley in which the Emmerman Palace was situated. To the surprise of Kyle, Max, Harune, Buchner, David, Franz, and Cheng, the remaining Medusas, consisting of Jack, Hofnitz, Joshi, and Surabaya, were waiting for them. Alongside them was another young man, unknown to them. He was fairly short, obviously quite muscular, and with auburn hair and hazel eyes. He stepped forward to the arriving group. "Which one of you is Franz Steinel?" the new young man asked. "That would be me," Franz volunteered, stepping forward. "I'm Albert Klein, your new spotter," the auburn-haired man said, his hand outstretched. "Fucking finally! Happy to meet you," Franz said, earning an almost audible eye roll from everyone else. With that, the assets set off on foot towards the Emmerman home, their mood lifted. The lift in mood was rather short-lived, as it turned out. Emmerman was very put out at the state of the mechanical monster's heart, and at the fact that Harune needed a regen tank for something as simple as having fallen in a cave. He really is a faggot, was Emmerman's proclamation. And so are the rest of you. Max, don't expect to be put in charge for a good while. Dismissed. Thank you for sticking up for me, Dad, brother, and so-called friends, Max said sarcastically as the group left Emmerman's study. Exactly what should we have done? Chang asked in the irritated, exhausted, yet still somehow posh tone she was so fond of adopting. With no further assignments, the Medusas left the Emmerman estate. As they'd been away from their Camp Hero home for some days, they decided to return. Upon their return, they discovered that there were no assignments from Jimmy, and thus they were free to mill about for the time being. It was fairly early afternoon, Camp Hero time, and so Kyle decided to make his way to the permanent portal to Fort Worden. It had been several weeks since he'd looked in on the Ross, and if Jimmy needs us, someone asked. Well, I'm your unit leader, and at Fort Worden I'll be more conveniently located, Kyle said with his signature shrug. Kyle left with his overnight roll-up bag for the permanent portal to Fort Worden. These days there was no security around them, and one was free to walk through them any time, though of course one would be scanned at any office on base. Kyle wasn't going to any office, of course, and knew his way around. He missed this place, more than he'd realized as he looked at where he'd raised his sons. After a short nostalgic walk, Kyle set towards the Ross family bunker. It was nearly time for dinner, going by the Fort Worden clock, and so many people were out and about, returning to their apartments. No one paid Kyle the least attention as he made his way through the base to the Roth bunker and buzzed the intercom. Who is it? Jason Roth's voice echoed through the intercom. Jason, my boy, it's your Uncle Kyle, was Kyle's reply. The door buzzed and Kyle entered, walking down the steps to the Roth family living quarters. Here was where he found Sandra Saunders Roth, busily tidying up the coffee table. Kyle, this is a surprise, Sandra said. I'll set an extra plate. Ivan, we have company. The dinner went over quite well in spite of Ivan Roth's presence. What they ate and discussed hasn't been retained in my memory, though Kyle detected a certain coldness on Jason's behalf. Perhaps he resented Kyle's absence. Kyle resolved to make these trips more often. You'd best stay the night, Ivan Roth advised at the end of dinner. They blockade the gates at night. And so Kyle did stay, sleeping the usual 12 hours on the Roth family couch. Morning came, and Kyle returned to the Camp Hero house. He hadn't much been missed, but he found Buchner strumming a guitar. His guitar. Did I give you permission? Kyle demanded. Oh, am I a child? I need your fucking permission to touch something? Buchner demanded. Yes, when it's my property. Hand it over right fucking now. Kyle barked. Kyle, calm down, Surabaya said, stepping into the room. I can fight my own battles, Buchner muttered, setting down the guitar. What is wrong? Surabaya demanded. I don't like people I don't know touching my valuables, Kyle said defensively. Kyle, you know Buchner, Surabaya said. No, I don't, Kyle said. What exactly do I know about her? I don't know who she talks to. I don't know what town she's from. I don't know what she likes for dinner. Nothing. She's a stranger who you forced on me. I'm going to ignore that last comment and assume you're merely in a bad mood and leave you to it, Surabaya said resignedly, leaving the room to Kyle to sulk about whatever it is Kyle wanted to sulk about. Kyle didn't know either exactly, just that he was in such a mood. And so, for several hours, Kyle sulked, felt much better after doing it, and was his usual cheerful self when the next assignment came in. This day's assignment, as it turned out, was from Jimmy. Kyle, Jack, Surabaya, Buchner, Franz Steinel, Albert Klein, Harune, Max, Joshi, and Hoffnitz all received messages on their glass pads. Convene and prepare for a trip. Well, take a look, Yosh, Jack said. It's our old friend Beirut. As Jack had pointed out, the Medusas were being sent to Beirut, Lebanon, in the year 1983. At least this was where they'd be starting out, before going into the countryside for some routine gate control, as described in the previous volume. Back to scraping up shit, David muttered ruefully. I think it'll be fun, Joshi said. Yes, more fucking desert, Harune grumbled. There are no deserts in Lebanon, at least 3 Medusas explained. Whatever. Some other assorted shithole, Harune said. His words were of complaint, but his tone was cheerful. What I want to know is... Someone, perhaps a Steinel, commented. Are we getting paid? I wouldn't count on it, Kyle said dryly. It's Jimmy. Regardless of their payment status, the group had very clear instructions. Report to the costume department, described in the second volume, and spend the next several days memorizing their cover stories before heading to Lebanon at last. A fairly standard set of instructions. What was unusual was that they were also being told to report to the Kodak offices within the Camp Hero corporate annex. Few of the Medusas had ever even entered one of these offices, much less done business there, save Surabaya, who of course had at one time had an office within the Arasaka sub-annex. What would they even have in the Kodak annex? Someone wondered. Cameras, I imagine. Someone else contributed, rather unhelpfully. Only one way to find out. Come with me, Kyle, Jack said, and off they went to the mysterious Kodak sub-annex. The Kodak sub-annex was a good deal larger and more impressive than Kyle or Jack had likely anticipated. The door from the hallway of the corporate annex swung open into what looked more like a grand old train station than anything at Camp Hero. The area accessible to the public was a single long wide hallway, one wall of which was covered in a very long mural, showing the coastline of Long Island, while running along the other was a single long desk, divided into cubicles like a ticketing office. A grand chandelier hung from the middle of the room, but unlike the usual crystals, this chandelier was adorned with camera lenses of all types. They sure are absorbed in their craft, Jack muttered. The Medusa's assignment sheet had led them to these offices, with specific instructions to pick up a package from Mary at Desk 6. By Desk 6, the men assumed the instructions meant the sixth segment of the single desk which ran the length of the room, and so this was where they went, and without a word, the young woman seated there reached under her segment of the desk and withdrew 3 cardboard boxes, which she handed over to the men. If you break anything, it comes out of your wallets, she cautioned sharply, with a manufactured grin, and thus Kyle and Jack left, both no doubt dying of curiosity as to the contents of their packages. Thus they returned to the house to open them. As it turned out, the packages held something very useful indeed. Several small devices, each resembling a dragonfly, the eyes of which were fisheye camera lenses. These were controlled by tiny handheld devices, out of which folded little screens, from which one could see what the cameras saw. While modern readers would call such devices drones, this term did not exist at the time the Medusas encountered such technology, and so I'll not use it. Rather, the instruction manual for the devices referred to them as autonomous reconnaissance cameras, or ARCs. This is the term I'll use going forward. Well, well, Max commented. Perhaps my warning was listened to. No one asked what he meant, but it's reasonable to assume that he meant his warning given at Andrew Flynn's funeral, that the reason for Project Phoenix's ludicrously high turnover rate was due, in large part, to the blindness of the assets as to what would be expected of them on their operations. Right, Kyle said. You all know the drill. Start memorizing your stories so we can go. The Medusas' collective cover story, it turned out, was as photojournalists for the non-existent San Francisco Morning Star. They'd arrived just near an airfield at Beirut Airport, from which they'd circumnavigate to one of the roads leading into the city, where they'd most likely be picked up by a military car and driven into the city to begin their reconnaissance of the site where they'd be carrying out their work. To start, the group headed to the Costa Mary in order to be outfitted. It was no doubt a somewhat surreal experience for Kyle, Max, and Jack, walking this route they hadn't walked since before the conclusion of the Reign of Terror. Like bad pennies, you keep coming back, a familiar voice said from among the synonymously familiar ocean of fabric. It was, of course, Angelique Toussaint. We could say the same about you, Jack shot back. Angelique appeared from behind whatever mountainous rack she'd been behind just then, with a ghost of a smile across her face. Some fresh blood, Angelique said hungrily upon seeing all the Medusas, making several of them look rather uncomfortable. Now let's outfit you all. Angelique outfitted the assets as she always did, quietly and efficiently, with outfits that were perfect for the occasion, but not so perfect as to look excessively stereotypical, and of course all the clothes had ample secret pockets in which to hide whatever needed to be hidden. It was, in a word, perfect. The handing out of documents and luggage was the same. The jump through the portal went off without a hitch. Kyle noted that it was once again young Mark Muehlbauer operating the navigation chair which opened the portal. It seemed that some things never changed, though Mark seemed much happier and better nourished, and the portal room was no longer so blockaded by rapacious-looking guards. One note I'd like to make, before describing the mission, is that I consider it highly possible that this operation occurred in Lebanon in an alternate reality, as it stretches credibility that the events which followed could have been so completely covered up within our reality. The Medusas emerged just where they'd been told they'd emerge, in between two metal sheds at the edge of an airfield. There seemed to be quite a number of these types of buildings in the area. The Medusas ducked into one to strategize. Right, someone said. We may as well use the arcs. I'll operate them, Albert Klein volunteered. Why you? Harune asked, handing the RCs over. As the most innocent-looking, Harune was the chosen pack mule for the bits of technology which the group carried. I'm the spotter. It's my job, Klein said with a matter-of-fact shrug. And who can argue with that? Franz said, earning an eye roll from all present, as well as a few middle fingers. But none argued as Klein began operating the arc. Exiting Beirut Airport was going to be a good deal more difficult than anticipated, it turned out. The airport was surrounded in its entirety by several layers of electric barbed wire fences, the tops of which held CCTV cameras and the outer perimeter of which was heavily patrolled. New plan, Jack said after a moment of consideration. We're going in through the airport itself. How the fuck are we doing that? Hoffnitz demanded. Simple, Jack said. This airport must have a baggage loading area and porters. We walk up and start carrying bags inside when the next flight lands. Act like we own the place. Fucking insanity. It might just work. Surabaya commented jokingly. Yes, indeed, Jack said, stepping out of the shed to head for the runway. None of the Medusas followed. You heard the man. Move your asses, Kyle barked, and they begrudgingly obeyed, Klein following last as he had to pilot back and retrieve the arcade. I've disabled the CCTV cameras, Haruna said, but they'll notice. We had best move fast. No one bothered to ask Haruna how he'd done such a thing. They knew better than to doubt by now. As it turned out, Jack's ridiculous scheme did work out. That's not to say there weren't problems. There were. Namely, the airport already had luggage porters, all of whom put in an appearance at the plane which landed, a large affair from somewhere in the Mediterranean. But a bit of cash went a long way in this place, and thus the Medusas were able to gain access to the airport. All the while, they tried to not be too alarmed by the obvious sounds of shelling and urban warfare, which were alarmingly close. Beirut Airport, it transpired, was a rather depressing sight. It was clearly in need of a revival, as indicated by the many departure gates and service desks, nearly all of which were now inactive. Somewhat more alarming was the rather high preponderance of bullet holes. Behind one desk, the group saw a calendar, which told them that it was 1979, not 1983 as their brief had told them. Always another fucking test, Kyle muttered. Let's take a service bus, Hoffnitz, who had left the group to find transport, said. The driver said we ride half off if I join his harem, so I said yes. The sight of the so-called service bus drew perhaps even more laughter than the agreement made to ride on it had. It was not so much a bus as a very old Volkswagen van, which at one time had presumably been bright red, but was now an odd shade of faded coral, interspersed with rust. The bus had no doors to speak of. Taped on either side of the cabin was a large piece of cardboard displaying the driver's destinations, prices conspicuously absent. It was, all in all, exactly what one might have expected. The driver was very friendly, however, and happily drove the Medusas to the hotel district in Islamic East Beirut. On the drive to the hotel district, Kyle was, as he was so often prone to do, struck by what lay underneath the surface of this peculiar place he was in. In happier times, it must be a tourist paradise, given the sheer number of beautiful buildings, cafes, and restaurants which were now almost all shuttered and riddled with bullet holes, their windows blown out, and their sidewalks crowded by mortars and worse. The natural Levantine scenery of hills and Mediterranean remained gorgeous, of course, and whenever one of the Medusas leaned out of the bus to take a look, they were always met with at least one smiling local. Once again, it was a place aching for a revival. One slightly alarming aspect was the frequent checkpoints. Bribing one's way through was quite possible at the checkpoints operated by the various Arab factions in the city. However, the driver warned the Medusas that, if they were staying in Beirut for any length of time, they would eventually encounter American and Israeli checkpoints where money didn't serve as a passport. But it did at least get the group to the hotel district. You have no documents you want here, the driver said, dropping the group in front of one particular hotel called Le Commodore. Right, Kyle said. Most of you, go inside and get rooms. Haruna, come with me. The bus driver was paid, with Hoffnitz promising she'd keep her agreement. The meager luggage was unloaded, and most of the Medusas, save Kyle and Haruna, entered the massive Le Commodore Hotel. Kyle and Haruna remained on the street. Why'd it have to be me, father? Haruna asked, almost hostile. Because if we get into trouble, I want someone who can jump us out, Kyle stated matter-of-factly. Now weapons! Let's head for the bazaar. There must be one in this area. This last statement was punctuated by the unmistakable sound of a firefight starting no more than a few blocks away. A hopeful sign, Kyle thought optimistically. Haruna was visibly less hopeful. Kyle and Haruna thus set out into the bizarre world of central Beirut. In this area, the land frequented by foreigners, life continued with a facade of normalcy, with restaurants and shops still largely open, though the buildings were still quite heavily war-damaged, and the homeless population alarmingly high, as was the number of informal refuge camps and Red Cross relief facilities. The high proportion of armed soldiers was oddly comforting. At several points, Kyle and Haruna ran into American soldiers, and at one point an officer of some rank stopped them. What paper are you boys from? The officer, a bald Nordic giant with an indeterminate American accent, asked. The San Francisco Morning Star, Haruna volunteered cheerfully. The officer's eyes narrowed instantly. Come with me, the officer said, waving Kyle and Haruna into a narrow alleyway. Is there a problem, sir? Kyle asked. Don't play stupid, the officer said. It amazes me how you boys from Langley just get more and more obvious with each passing day. You want weapons? Go to Salim in the Souk El Siachin in Tripoli. Least you could do is buy from someone who funnels money back to us. Now fuck off, both of you. And with that, the officer turned and left, leaving Kyle and Harune in the alleyway to stare ruefully at each other. Harune, what the fuck is Langley? Kyle, no idea. But that's a lucky break we just caught. Harune, father, does it not seem strange to you how easily we seem to find our way around these situations? There's always a lucky break. Kyle, maybe life isn't as difficult as we're supposed to think. It was a poignant remark, but it existed only to disguise Kyle's private thoughts, which was that he had indeed noticed that things seemed too easy lately, as if prearranged by some mysterious force, or simply by Emmerman. Privately, Kyle was determined to find the source, if there was one. Kyle and Harune apparently made a wrong turn on their way back to Le Commodore Hotel, as they found themselves on a few streets they didn't recognize, which at first wasn't alarming. Indeed, this little warren seemed less dangerous than the one they'd come through, as refugee camps were less common, and the various restaurants were rather more upmarket. Appearances, however, were deceiving. Kyle and Harune were making their way down a surprisingly intact, or perhaps freshly repaired, sidewalk, when a black van came speeding onto the street, coming to a grinding halt in front of a large cafe. This in itself was not a notable event. The driving habits here weren't so much chaotic as actively hostile to human life. Thus, it was surprising to Kyle when Haruna yanked on Kyle's arm at the sight of the black van, pulling Kyle between two buildings. Kyle. Kid, what the fuck is wrong? Harune. As soon as that van opens, shooting starts. Kyle, what are you? Kyle's question was cut off by the unmistakable retort of several AKM rifles firing, and the equally unmistakable screams and death rattles which usually follow. Just as Kyle's programming and Harune's training had taught them they dove to the ground, and Kyle Commando crawled to assess the situation. By now, within seconds, a street battle was beginning. Kyle had instantly clocked the sounds of the initial attack as having come from 3 rifles, and he was fairly sure he could spot the perpetrators, as they wore masks and were now engaging with the street's residents from cover behind vehicles and the insides of buildings. Atop the buildings, Kyle clocked several snipers, who seemed to be joining the initial interlopers, in a sort of reverse ambush on this street, some more masked shooters having come out of the buildings themselves. Stay covered! Kyle barked at Haruna, then without waiting for any more input, charged the nearest terrorist. It was over in an instant, of course. The terrorist, whom Kyle noticed wore a massive gold cross, barely had time to see Kyle coming before Kyle delivered a decisive punch to the jaw, which shattered his jawbone and snapped his neck cleanly, killing him before his body had hit the ground, allowing Kyle to liberate his rifle and knife. Less pleasant was the feeling of a bullet in Kyle's back. Being a standard issue, regular velocity round, the bullet barely broke through Kyle's skin, but it stung quite severely. But Kyle, as his program had made him able to do, instantly calculated the angle, and so he spun around and with a single shot dispatched the man who had shot him, who fell from a second-story window across the street. As luck would have it, this was the last bullet in the gun Kyle had grabbed, and thus he dove into the little sea of cars near him. Kyle heard the sound of a child's voice behind one car, and he hurriedly crawled around it to see a boy, no older than 9, nervously clutching a large pistol in a rather alarming fashion and praying some Islamic recitation. Very gently, Kyle put his hand on the boy's shoulder. "I'm on your side, my boy. Now hand me that gun before you kill yourself," Kyle said calmly in his most elegant Arabic, ignoring an errant bullet which narrowly missed his neck. The boy obeyed. "You're a brave soldier, man," Kyle said, knowing from experience that this always worked in such situations, and indeed the boy began to smile. "Now, ha!" Kyle's words were cut off by another errant bullet, this one going directly through the boy's head, killing him instantly. As one might expect, tactical considerations vanished from Kyle's mind at this, and he switched into his berserker mindset. "Hey, motherfuckers!" Kyle screamed, taking the pistol and rushing into the street, firing at any glint of gold he saw, and taking out all the snipers. It was a blur that was over almost as soon as it had begun. At one point, Kyle was grabbed from behind, a knife at his throat, and like nothing, Kyle grabbed the fist holding the knife, crushing the bones almost to powder, but before the attacker could even register this, his neck was snapped. One stubborn terrorist managed to survive long enough to re-enter the black van and charge it at Kyle. In response, Kyle fired not at the windshield but directly at the van's tires and engine block, causing it to swerve wildly and crash onto several of the smaller cars at the roadside, the driver's door facing Kyle, who fired 4 times through said driver's door at the terrorist. He then approached, finding that the door handle was broken, so Kyle simply punched out the window, grabbed the door that way, and ripped it off the van entirely. Inside, he found the terrorist badly wounded but still alive. The terrorist clutched his bloody gold cross and held it towards Kyle desperately. "In the name of Jesus Christ," he began desperately in Armenian accented Latin. "Shut your fucking hole," Kyle said coldly and shot the man in the face at near point-blank range, causing the cab of the van to be painted with brains and blood. His artificial adrenaline-like instincts slowly fading, Kyle dropped the gun and stepped onto the now deathly quiet street, seeing many curious and frightened faces looking out from the now bullet-hole-riddled businesses on the street. "You owe me your lives, but your silence and a proper burial for the boy behind the yellow sedan will do," Kyle said, his hands held up, and when no shots rang out, he turned and ran back towards Harune. I'll be with you." A woman's voice shouted earnestly from the crowd. "Just what they need. More religion," Kyle thought. Kyle found Harune standing over a corpse, holding a large combat knife. The corpse didn't wear the gold cross, but Kyle was sure Harune had his reasons, which he chose not to ask. "You all right?" Kyle asked, searching the corpse and liberating a .45. "Yes, father." "You're not. You've been shot at least 5 times, Harune pointed out. "I'm fine. They're barely flesh wounds," Kyle said, looking down at himself. In his primal pseudo-adrenaline rage, he'd not even felt himself being shot. But still, he didn't worry, as not only was his torso designed to be all artificial ribs and muscle, but his design also was such that the bullets would be spat out and the wounds would seal, ensuring complete healing in a few hours. "Your clothes are ripped to shreds," Harune added. "I noticed," Kyle said briskly. "Now, jump us to the hotel." Harune nodded, took Kyle's hand, and jumped them to the hotel district. It was Kyle's first time being a subject of one of Harune's jumps, and it was a very strange experience. It lasted no more than 1 or 2 seconds, but during that 1 or 2 seconds, the subject and presumably the jumper found themselves in an endless tunnel of white light, with no perceptible body. It was very unnerving, brief as it was. Harune jumped himself and Kyle to another little passage between buildings, a peek out of which showed that they were almost directly across the street from Le Commodore Hotel. "Now what do we do?" Harune asked. "We walk through the front door. You think they've never seen a bloodied man before?" Kyle quipped, and before Harune could stop him, strode confidently across the street, expertly dodging anyone holding a camera, and after a moment, Harune followed. The inside of Le Commodore Hotel was perhaps what one might have expected, poorly lit and rather seedy, with the lobby crowded with hawkers and tiny kiosks selling things such as knockoff cameras, perfumes, paperback books, a bewildering array of cigarettes, currency exchange, and tiny bottles of alcohol, illegal in Islamic East Beirut. The hotel also had a full post office and well-equipped coffee and smoke shop, both no doubt very overpriced, but convenient and safe. One rather useful thing was that photography was strictly forbidden. After a rapid perusal and clocking of entries and exits, Kyle and Harune approached the front desk. Good afternoon, sirs. Would you prefer artillery or car bomb views? The young man behind the desk asked cheerfully, already consulting a list of available rooms. Just wherever you've put our friends from the San Francisco Morning Star, Kyle said, not in the mood for humor. Of course. You'll be on the 6th floor, artillery side, if you are all right with that. What name shall I put down? The young man asked, his pen poised. Carter and Tanaka, Kyle said, using the aliases given them in their mission brief. The bus driver had been correct. Identification was not asked for, and the hotel had no facilities for credit cards. Very well, the young man said, after writing the aliases in the guest book. And will you be requiring our in-house doctor, Mr. Carter? No, thank you, Kyle said decisively. With that, the young concierge, whom Kyle believes was called Hamza, took the 2 room keys from somewhere underneath the desk. Kyle and Harune handed over their deposits, and Hamza led them to the elevator. Thank you. We'll take it from here, Harune said decisively, and Hamza left them. Sorry, kid, we're taking the stairs, Kyle said. Don't want to be trapped in the elevator if there's a power outage or a bomb drops. Thus, Kyle and Harune located the stairs and thus climbed them to the 6th floor. They weren't alone. Kyle was clearly not the only one who'd thought of the risk, but fortunately, none of the other guests seemed to have much interest in them either, and thus Kyle and Harune reached the 6th floor of the Commodore unmolested. Buchner stood in the hall, holding their roll-up bags. You look like hell, as the Americans say, Buchner observed, handing over the bags. Got anything for me? A single 45, Kyle said, hurriedly handing it over and turning to his room. Not in much of a talking mood? Buchner needled. A kid died in my arms about 20 minutes ago, so I think not, Kyle said, unlocking the door to his room, entering and slamming it decisively. In spite of the seediness of the hotel, the room itself was quite, for 1979, modern and somewhat outfitted and clean. Kyle estimated it was about 1/3 as good as it should have been for the price, which was more than he'd expected. Kyle did the usual sweeping of the room for bugs, there were none, then slipped out of his rather shredded clothes, stepping into the blissfully warm and high-pressure shower. As so often occurs, the shower led to relaxation, and the relaxation led to reflection. And so, for a few minutes, Kyle mourned the boy who died inches from him, then compartmentalized the experience and dressed in fresh clothes. His old ones would need to be burned, not only because of the state they were in, but also to stop any samples of blood too from escaping into the public, which would be a risk if Kyle were to simply throw his clothes in the trash. Once showered and refreshed, Kyle returned to his room, finding a paper slipped under his door. The paper read Room 601, in what Kyle recognized as Joshy's handwriting. This was where Kyle next went. By now it was nearing sunset. Room 618 was a corner room, and after being admitted, Kyle saw that it was also a suite, with a small sitting room and a balcony overlooking the streets. As young Hamza had promised, there were indeed ample views of destruction down below. The Medusas sat around the room, with Klein in one chair piloting the Ark. What's being surveyed? Kyle asked, coming to look over Klein's shoulder. The coordinates we were given, Klein explained. Signs of burrowing, no sign of a gate yet, but it's the mountains. Thing is probably either jumping or closed altogether. Kyle. Any occupants in the area? Klein. A few wineries and one good-sized military camp. Kyle. Whose military camp? Klein. Well, judging by the Star of David on their flag, probably not the cream of the crop, as humanity goes. We have enough information to head out there. Joshi cut in. We just need more equipment. And transportation, Surabaya added. We need a car. And I need medical supplies, Hoffnitz added. We'll start gathering in the morning, Jack concluded. Where do we get weapons? Selim in Tripoli, apparently, Harune said ruefully. And I have a feeling our money is wearing thin already. So we need to get some of that too. For the next couple of hours, this thing and that were discussed back and forth, such that Kyle hasn't bothered to retain it. Suffice to say, the necessary plans were made, and it was decided that dinner time had come. Several wanted to go out, but Kyle and Jack forbade it in no uncertain terms. There were too many borderline voyeuristic journalists in this part of town, clicking away at every little thing. Thus, room service was ordered, cutting even further into the Medusa's already limited budget. It was decided that getting money was the first order of business. This order of business, fortunately, was one of the simplest. The foyer, bar, restaurant, and rooftop pool of Les Commodore were seemingly always packed with persons with stuffed wallets, which they were either too stupid or too distracted to watch, not to mention the several currency exchange stands in the front of the hotel. The first tactic was Harune's stare at a bulging pocket, jump the contents out, remove much of the cash, and then jump the now much lighter wallets back to their owners. This worked for 2 days, before it was decided that another tactic was needed, as it was only a matter of time before some of the guests who'd been robbed began remembering seeing a tall Japanese man staring hungrily at their overflowing pockets. The second solution came from an unexpected source, Elena Kovac. "I can pick pockets. I'm a regular Houdini," Kovac stated. "Where did you learn that skill?" Max asked suspiciously. "Oh, Max, how else could I, a poor girl all alone, survive on the mean streets of communist Dubrovnik?" Kovacs asked, gasping breathlessly, clutching her chest as though having palpitations, with fake tears welling up in her eyes. "Women," Max muttered, rolling his eyes. "Whatever you say," someone interjected. "Just bring us some money." Kovac did as ordered. After several days of Harune and Kovac's combined efforts, the Medusas had gathered the equivalent of about $1,000, spread across various currencies, some of which were quite easy to exchange on the streets, and some of which were not. It was decided that the people the Medusas liked best were those who carried French francs, American dollars, and pounds sterling, as these were easily changeable at any money changer. The ones they liked least were those carrying Israeli shekels, Soviet rubles, and Spanish pesistas, which were nearly impossible to exchange. The next order of business, of course, was acquiring transportation. Acquiring transit was also a fairly simple procedure, it turned out. The Medusas happened to run across the same bus driver who had conveyed them from Beirut airport to Les Commodore. When another female Medusa was promised to join his harem, he was more than happy to lend them his van for a few days. The group thus bought a few local clothes so as to blend in, along with the weapons they'd smuggled along, and set off for the site. The Medusas chose, at least for the moment, to bypass Salim in Tripoli. Along with themselves, in their bags, they'd managed to smuggle 5 collapsible plasma-edged swords and 3 railguns, disassembled, which they decided had to be sufficient for the mission. They'd lost enough time. A note should be made as to how the Medusas decided where to target, as well as what led them to decide to head for their chosen spot without first gathering a higher volume of weapons. Along with their few weapons, clothing, and the arcs, the crew had brought a pair of wrist computers. These computers, in addition to mapping, had a function which allowed them to tap into radio signals from a distance. From this, they'd gleaned 2 things: that soldiers in southeast Lebanon were experiencing occasional encounters with what sounded like Martian dino-nacoids, and that there was a radius of about 5 square miles which was a radio blackout zone, indicating that here was the location of the gate. Thus, here was where the Medusas drove. They'd managed, using the ARC-C, to map a route past any of checkpoints. They spent a good deal more on gas than was ideal in order to take this route, but it was worth it. After several hours, the Medusas arrived at last to somewhere near their destination. Jack ordered them to stop about half a mile from the actual spot and do another scan of the area with the ARC-C. Klein, by now given the call sign Patroclus, thus pulled out the ARC-C to follow this order, then immediately frowned. "France, what's going on?" "Klein, the signal is fucked. I can't seem to make it work." "Jack, all right. Then some of us go and the rest of you stay here with 1 gun." The group talked, and those leaving with the first 2 guns and most of the swords were decided on. Kyle, Max, Surabaya, Buchner, Franz, Klein, Cheng, and Joshi left. The remaining Medusas stayed in the van, watching in all directions for anything on the approach. Kyle and company stood in broad formation, their guns and swords at ready. This area, part of the Bekaa Valley, was quite uneven and heavily forested with cedars of Lebanon, dotted with wineries. Out here it was almost possible to forget the war altogether, were it not for the frequent military trucks and the equally frequent piles of bombed-out cars on the roadside. But in the remote corner the Medusas had reached, even these signs were hidden, and thus one was able to truly note the breathtaking beauty of the area and the pleasant scent of the cedars wafting through the air. It was into these cedars that Kyle and company plunged. The group hadn't trudged long before coming across something, a tunnel into the ground, clearly artificially carved. Joshi raised his sword and began to approach. Hold, Kyle ordered telepathically. You don't know where that goes? All of Kyle's group approached the freshly bored tunnel, weapons at ready. As they'd been trained, they surrounded the tunnel and simply stood there for several minutes to ensure nothing would emerge. When nothing appeared, the group carefully plunged into the tunnel, Kyle in lead. In the tunnel, they found essentially nothing. It was quite long, however, and must have wound half a mile or more before emerging into another valley near the edge of a winery. Off in the distance, Kyle spotted movement and so held up his fist to stop the rest of the crew. They stopped. Kyle then raised his binoculars to see the cause of the movement and saw 3 deinonychoids in the distance, congregated around what appeared to be several large black boxes. Franz crept up beside Kyle. Mind if I have a look? Franz asked. All right, but don't shoot, Kyle said, noticing Franz's twitchy trigger finger. You're no fun, Franz grumbled, taking the binoculars. After a moment, he handed them to Klein to survey the landscape at large. For several moments, Kyle and the others communicated, all in telepathy, of course. They didn't wish to be overheard. In the end, Kyle sent up a telepathic order to the Medusas remaining in the van. Stand by. Then he gave Franz the order to fire on the 3 deinonychoids. Franz did so, taking out 3 with 2 shots. Annoying he might be, but none could say that Franz wasn't a hell of a shot. For a moment, all seemed calm. Then, as Kyle had anticipated it might, all hell broke loose, and within moments a small war was being fought. From behind seemingly every blind spot, deinonychoids emerged, most of them with rifles. Oh, fuck, Max said. Positions! Atalanta, take the gun! Kyle screamed, turning just long enough to throw it to Buckner, whom he was relatively certain was the least enhanced person present. Kyle threw his KA bar then, catching it mid-air with telekinesis, which he used to push the knife through the air in a broad sweeping motion, cutting through a line of at least 6 deinonychoids, which then either fell over dead or clutching their wounds, before Kyle pulled the knife home, a bit of pressure relieved, though by now projectiles were beginning to fly. Kyle! Electrona, get your ass over here! Hades, cover us! Chung, the Electrona in question, rallied to Kyle's side behind a particularly large cedar, clutching one of the extendable plasma-edged katanas. Yes, sir? Chung asked, almost unnaturally calm. We don't have much of a chance at distance, Kyle explained. The rest of them are going to cover us. You and I are going to close the distance. Can you do that, Electrona? Chung. Yes, sir, I can. Kyle. That's the spirit. Almost as if on cue, several deinonychoids appeared just then behind Kyle and company's position, themselves trying to close the distance. For the second time in a short period, Kyle felt his berserker instincts activated, and he flew into a primal yet focused rampage, cutting and punching his way through deinonychoids, at one point decapitating one with his hands when it loomed over Max. The tide began to turn when, all at once, the remaining Medusas appeared from nowhere in the woods. Harune! Kyle realized with a slight smile. Fan out! Fuck 'em up! We don't fail, Jack ordered. Kyle felt the oddest sense of déjà vu at this order. The battle which followed was pure pandemonium, yet somehow orderly. To start, the 3 guns lined up, taking out what they could, and meanwhile the remaining Medusas, with their swords and their knives, fanned out, cutting down deinonychoids initially, until they reached the ones with guns, which seemed to be plasma SMGs, which the Medusas were only too happy to take, at which point the tide of battle began turning in their favor. The deinonychoids, ferocious and fearless though they certainly were, had not come prepared for superhuman soldiers who outmatched them one-on-one, every time, in one way or another. At one point, Kyle heard the unmistakable crack of an STG-44 rifle and the thud of a choked shotgun. The sources were not immediately visible, and thus Kyle didn't have the time to worry. He found the source of the STG fire quite decisively, however, when he dove behind a rock deep in the vineyard for cover, unleashed a spray of fire at a group of deinonychoids, then glanced at his surroundings. Kyle found himself next to a man, tall, bearded, with light brown skin and pale blue eyes. He was unmistakably Lebanese and a civilian, judging by his ordinary clothing. Who the fuck are you? The man asked. I'm shooting in the right direction, aren't I? Kyle said, then stood and fired, saving the wide-eyed civilian from a charging deinonychoid. By this point, the fighting had begun to die down. The Deinonychoids, at least the living ones, were running thin. The Medusas had begun to regroup. Dad, it looks like they're retreating, Max said at last. Kyle surveyed the scene and agreed, wincing at the amount of blood and the rather tremendous damage to the winery. Don't shoot, Kyle ordered, seeing the retreating Deinonychoids. Why in the fuck not? Joshi demanded. Because you trigger-happy bastard, if they're retreating, they have a base. That's our goal, Kyle explains condescendingly. Back to the van, Jack said. No one goes anywhere, a voice at the Medusa's back said in Arabic, racking the bolt on a rifle. They turned slowly to see the civilian man whom Kyle had encountered earlier, aiming his STG at them. More alarming was that near him was a young boy, clutching a pump shotgun. They've got balls, I'll say that much, Kovac murmured. Kyle and Jack glanced at each other and gave a quick nod, making a snap decision to raise their guns above their heads and begin lowering them. The other Medusas, though incredulous, followed their leaders. The civilians kept their guns raised, but did seem to relax somewhat. Is the boy your son? Kyle asked. Yes, the man said suspiciously. Habibi, Kyle said calmly. The last thing I or any of my friends wants is to harm you or your family. Are you with the Jews? The boy asked. Fuck no, Jack replied in accented but understandable Arabic, a language no one had known Jack understood. Habibi, I'm begging you. From one father to another, walk away, Kyle said earnestly, locking eyes with the man. A long pause, and the man and boy at last lowered their guns. You have a place to stay? The man asked. His tone changed entirely. Not much of one, Jack said with a shrug. The women can come up to the house. My wife will get them some clothes. You men can use the outdoor shower behind the barn over there. You'll find my workers' clothes in a little shed back there. You all smell like sheep shit. I'm Abdul. This here is Michael, the man said in proper introduction. The Medusas somehow managed to not crack up at the instant change of tone. On the drive towards the winery buildings, high on the incline, Kyle went and walked with Abdul. Abdul, where are you from? What is your name, brother? Kyle. Germany, by way of New York, to make a long story short. Abdul, you're a father? Where are your children? Kyle. Ah, that slender Japanese young man and that handsome dark-haired bastard? Those are my sons. Abdul. You must be proud to have raised young men like them. Kyle. The Lord himself couldn't be more proud of his sons. One had to hand it to Kyle. He knew how to read his audience. He deduced that, being the owner of a vineyard, this man must be some flavor of Christian, and a fairly traditional one, given his insistence on separating the sexes and his first questions being directed at Kyle's family life. Abdul. Yes. How old are you, brother? You don't look more than a decade older than your boys. Kyle. If I could answer that question, I would do so. The Medusas and their hosts reached a few branching pathways leading up to the sprawling stone farmhouse and the various industrial buildings of the winery. The hosts and the women headed for the house, while the men split off towards a massive red barn as Abdul had directed. In a shed, they indeed found many clean workers' clothes and an outdoor shower, which they were only too happy to avail themselves of. Oh, boys, guess what I found? Harune asked at one point, looking in on a group of bathers. Women, I hope. Turabaya, one of the bathers, said. Close. Wine, Harune said, pulling a bottle from behind his back. We'll take that up to the house and pay for it, Kyle said firmly. Fucking killjoy, Joshi said with a dirty look on his face. Washed and changed, the male Medusas set off up to the house. This house was a rather sprawling, single-story, stone affair, very Mediterranean. The house had a large wraparound porch on which a dinner table was being set up by Abdul and a beautiful woman who must have been his wife, who introduced herself as Fatima and invited her guests to have seats on the various couches around the porch. Fatima spoke French, perhaps hoping her guests would understand, and a few of them did. Kyle noticed that Max sat at one couch and young Michael immediately ran to his side, the two having obviously already started a friendship, likely on the walk up from the vineyard. The sight made Kyle very happy and also gave him an idea which he determined to confer with Jack about at the earliest opportunity. Eventually, dinner was served, along with the local wine. Both were delicious. I was speaking with my husband, Fatima said at one point. He and I both seem a bit confused as to where you're from. Not much of any place, Franz said with a laugh. Who are you anyway? Fatima asked, not hostile but bewildered. Nobody. Just making sure things happen as they should, Kyle said. The dinner, a typical Mediterranean communal spread of fish, meat, and vegetables with baklava for dessert, was finished and cigarettes were handed out, everyone making themselves comfortable around the porch. Abdul had arranged for the male Medusas to stay in the workers' bunks in the loft of the barn they'd visited earlier, once again insisting on the women staying in the main house. Kyle was quite certain he'd never seen persons so glad to have guests, even ones who just saved their lives. At one point, Kyle saw Hoffnitz leaning against the railing of the porch, looking out over the winery and the mountains. The sky now studded with stars. Kyle. Beautiful night, beautiful view, Hoffnitz. Yes, especially with those things still out there. Will they be back? Yes, they most certainly will, Jack said, stepping next to them. Fuck, this wine is good. Better watch your language at this dinner table, I think. Kyle chuckled. When? Hoffnitz asked, ignoring the humorous interchange. Who knows? Let's ask them, Jack said. A pause. Are you saying you want to catch one and interrogate it? Are you insane? Kyle asked. Am I? Jack asked. I need more wine, Hoffnitz said. Eventually, the evening wound down and the male Medusas were handed the keys to the barn, and Abdul's assurance that they could take as much wine as they wished when leaving in the morning, or whenever they chose to leave, as payment for saving his family's life and business. Kyle saw the opportunity and pulled Abdul aside, off the porch and out of earshot. Kyle? Brother, for your hospitality, I feel the need to say something. I may have been less than truthful about where I and my companions are from. Abdul? No shit. I was wondering if you'd admit it. Kyle, I'll not say where I'm from just yet, but I had an idea. How would you like if I were to see if my country would offer you and your family assistance and asylum? Abdul, yes. Kyle, well, that was easy. And your business and your homeland? Abdul fairly guffawed at this, choking on cigarette smoke. Abdul, what business? What homeland? Both are gone. The Muslims and the Jews made sure of that. Everyone's fault but your people's. Kyle thought, but of course he didn't say it. Kyle, now on a less hopeful note, those things will be back. Not tonight, maybe not tomorrow, but they will be back. My men and women can protect you, but we need better armaments. Abdul, say no more. Tomorrow I'll drive 2 into town and you'll get all you need. Kyle headed for the barn, entering and finding that the lower level was full of innumerable casks of wine, and of course someone had already opened one. A good deal of drinking was done for the next while, and then when most everyone was drunk, they somehow managed to climb into the loft of the barn, to the workers' bunks. Once all were settled, Kyle stole back down to the floor of the barn with his wrist computer, which he used to dial Prometheus, whom he then had patch him through to Emmerman's frequency. It took a while, but eventually Emmerman did answer the call. Emmerman. Someday, Kyle, you'll call me while I'm in the midst of copulating with a woman, and I'll be very cross. Kyle. Someday, sir, but not yet. Emmerman. What do you need, Kyle? Are you on Mars? Kyle. No, sir. Lebanon. Tell me, do you own a winery? How much do they go for these days? Emmerman. Can't say I do, and they go for enough money that I'm not inclined to buy one without an explanation. Thus Kyle explained what he knew. As one might have predicted, Emmerman was rather put out at the Medusas for not following protocol, which was to execute any who'd seen off-world technology. And yet, the prospect of owning a private winery intrigued him, and Abdul and his family were the ideal candidates for new colonists. They were a young family, hard-working, well-off, in good health, and racially acceptable. Emmerman, after much grumbling, agreed to send an interviewer in the next couple of days who would lay out the family's options. Their refusal would mean termination. It wasn't ideal, but Kyle had a feeling they wouldn't refuse. Kyle and the others slept a while, rising at first light. A number of the male Medusas, in particular Surabaya, were more than a bit hungover, but Fatima's breakfast seemed an almost magical cure. After breakfast, Buchner stole back into the house, emerging with, of all things, a banjo, and played a song she'd written. It made Kyle feel slightly less alienated from Buchner, hearing her play music. Her song was the following.
Ya no estás más a mi lado, corazón. En el alma solo tengo soledad. soledad. Y si ya no puedo verte, porque yo pienso quererte para hacerme sufrir más. C'est la flamme qui enflamme sans brûler, c'est le rêve que l'on rêve sans dormir. Un grand arbre qui se dresse, plein de force et de tendresse, vers le jour qui va venir. C'est l'histoire d'un amour éternel et banal, qui apporte chaque jour tout le bien, tout le mal. Avec le rouleau s'enlace, c'est l'on se dit adieu. Avec les soirées d'angoisse et les matins merveilleux. Mon histoire, c'est l'histoire qu'on connaît. Ceux qui s'aiment jouent la même, je le sais. Tragique ou bien profonde, c'est la seule chanson du monde qui ne finira jamais. C'est l'histoire d'un amour éternel et banal, qui apporte chaque jour tout le bien, tout le mal. Avec le rouleau s'enlace, c'est l'on se dit adieu. Avec les soirées d'angoisse et les matins merveilleux. Ya no estás más a mi lado, corazón. En el alma solo tengo soledad. Y si ya no puedo verte, porque yo pienso quererte para hacerme sufrir más.
After breakfast, as promised, Abdul took off in his truck along with two Medusas to find weapons. Buchner and Surabaya were the ones chosen as the main weaponry experts. When Abdul had set off with Surabaya and Buchner, Kyle pulled Jack and a few of the others aside and told them of the plan and the coming interviewers. Jack was rather put out that Kyle had proceeded with the plan without bringing him in beforehand, but he agreed that it was the best course of action going forward. None of the Medusas wanted to have to execute this family who had shown them such hospitality, not to mention that they wouldn't mind free wine supplied to the glass hub. No sooner had the conversation finished than Kyle received a message on his wrist computer. Daedalus, ready the family. Interviewers come in 4 hours. Zeus. Well, guess we'd better follow the order, David said. Kyle, go tell Fatima. Kyle wasn't entirely sure he relished the assignment, but as the only one who adequately spoke Fatima's native language, he felt it necessary that it should be him, and thus he approached the house and knocked on the door. Oh, Kyle, Fatima said upon answering the door. Did you need something? Yes, Kyle said. I'd like to talk to you, and your son for that matter. Fatima, is this about us leaving? Kyle, I see your husband already proposed it to you. Yes, it is. Fatima invited Kyle into the house, and for the next while he explained what he could, both to her and Michael. He left out any information about moving off planet. For one thing, he wasn't sure whether it was legal, and for another, he knew that it wouldn't be believed. He merely said that the family would be taken to his country, wherever that might be, and to prepare for guests. It wasn't long before Abdul returned, in his red pickup truck with the covered back. He, Surabaya, and Buchner deboarded, and flung open the truck's tailgate, revealing a wealth of guns and ammunition. Several Medusas fairly gaped at it. Don't mind if I do, Franz said, being the first to speak, approaching the truck and taking out a large caliber sniper rifle. Very good guns, but we've got work to do. Surabaya and I do, Buchner explained. They sell by weight and condition. These things are all broken. They need a few minutes with a repair kit. The bullets are components, we'll have to load them ourselves. I have a reloader, Abdul volunteered. That's all very good, Kyle said, observing the unloading of the weapons and ammunition components. But Abdul, I need you in your house. The rest of you get to work. Repair Franz's gun first so he can be on lookout. Shrugs went up all around, and most of the Medusas began carrying the new weapons to the barn, with Abdul's direction to move aside one rack of casks, under which they'd find a trapdoor leading to the barn's basement, wherein they'd find the reloader and a workbench. Kyle and Jack, meanwhile, returned to the house with Abdul. For the next little while, Kyle, Jack, and the family simply waited. Kyle wasn't entirely sure how the German colonial representatives would arrive until they did so in the most dramatic way possible. A pale blue spear of light appeared in the center of the family sitting room, to gasps from Abdul's and family. The spear then widened into an alveolar portal, on the other end of which one could see was a typical colonial medical facility, with regen tanks and so on. Through the portal stepped a pair of SS women, one clutching a stack of papers, the other a small black briefcase. "Oh my God," Fatima gasped, the only family member able to speak. "That's the usual response," one of the SS women, the one carrying the papers, said. "Herr Flynn? Herr Delschau? I need you both to leave. Thank you." With a hopefully reassuring look at the stunned family, Kyle and Jack stepped out onto the porch. Here they waited for several hours, frequently surveying the landscape to spot any deinonychoids, none of which appeared. Eventually, the door to the house opened, and young Michael came out. "How's it looking, Junyun?" Max, who had come back to the porch, asked Michael, using the affectionate Arabic nickname he'd taken to using. "They've given us 10 minutes to pack. I'm taking a last look," Michael explained. Kyle re-entered the house, looking for Abdul and Fatima. He found them in their bedroom, looking rather flustered yet determined as they stuffed their suitcases. "Where are they sending you?" Kyle asked. "Somewhere called New Avignon," Abdul said. "Thank you, Kyle. But when you mentioned your country, you might have mentioned it was another planet." "Would you have believed me?" Kyle asked with his signature chuckle. "Not for a fucking instant. But I'd have liked to know anyway," Abdul said with a smile. Kyle helped the family pack for the next few minutes, then went with them back to their living room, where the portal remained open, the two SS women having left. The medical facility beyond was now abuzz with activity. "Any tips?" Fatima asked. "Get a few feet clear of the portal before it closes," Kyle advised. Wait, Abdul said, setting down his bag and rushing to another room, returning almost instantly with a large ring of keys, which he handed to Kyle. "These are for you," Abdul said. "The estate is yours for as long as you want it. It's the least I can do for saving the life of my son." "Thank you, Habibi," Kyle said, a bit tearfully. "I will look you up when I get home." And with that, the family left, and the portal closed behind them in a brief flash of brilliant blue light. As he walked away, Kyle wondered what he meant by home. Surely he meant something more specific than just their bund as a whole. Kyle returned to the porch, finding Max and Jack waiting. Kyle jangled the keys triumphantly, and thus returned his brain fully to mission mode. Kyle. "Right. What's the situation? How's the ammo coming?" "Max, it's coming well. There's been a single sighting. I told Franz to hold fire." "Jack. Good. Time to resume the operation. We need to capture one." Kyle. "I still don't see how you think that'll work." Jack. "It'll work, damn it. I've done it before. The trick is sedation." Kyle. "And where do you plan to get this sedative exactly?" Jack. "You'll see." Kyle. "I fucking hate people who say that." Kyle, Jack, and Max returned to the barn, finding the basement open via a trapdoor in the floor as Abdul had said. Down the concrete stairs they descended into what was now the Medusa's makeshift workhouse and command center. Here, bullets were being made at a near-industrial level with the guns already all repaired. "Right then," Jack said briskly. "Let's proceed with the plan." "Which is what exactly?" someone demanded. "I'm glad you asked," Jack said. "We're going to get one of those lizards hopelessly drunk." "So what?" "We invite one for a glass of wine?" Joshi asked sarcastically. "Something like that," Jack said, not rising to the sarcasm. "Will someone fetch Franz and Klein?" Franz and Klein were fetched from their perch on the roof of the barn. Meanwhile, Jack began taking various things from around the workbench and the many boxes which stood around the room. From among the items he gathered, the first was a slate and chalk, which he began illustrating on. Kyle looked and saw that he was drawing a rather detailed dinonocoid, with diagram points. Franz and Klein arrived, and thus Jack turned to the group. "Attention on deck!" Jack commanded, and when the order was followed, he gave the speech he'd been building towards. Jack: "All right, motherfuckers, what is the one thing everyone knows about reptilians?" Harune: "That they can't stand alcohol." Jack: "Gold star! Harune, I read your mind or we'd be here all day." Jack: "I resent that, but you are right on the money. The trick, of course, is in administration." With that, Jack turned to the little display he'd set up, grabbing from it a large syringe and needle. Jack: "This is a syringe, used for winemaking in some way, don't ask. A good dose of that stuff in the right place, one of those Lizzies will pass out. The trick is isolating one, and the first step is making so it can't call for help, no? Max: "If you say so." Jack: "The shit I put up with. I am correct, and the agent of my correct theory is this." From his pocket, Jack pulled a single large caliber rifle bullet of the type usually loaded into a sniper rifle. Kovac: "I thought we wanted to sedate it, not kill it." Jack: "Precisely. Which is why I'm calling for a well-aimed shot directly through the side of the neck, right here." Using the bullet, Jack pointed to a spot on the illustration of the dinonocoid, a specific spot about 1/3 of the way down the creature's neck. This spot was labeled as vocal cords. "And with this spot shot through," Jack concluded, "one of us attacks, inject the fucker full of alcohol, and drag it back here, plumb its mind, and haul ass to our next objective. Hades, can you make that shot?" "Yes, sir, I can," Franz said, without any trace of sarcasm for once. "Hold on," Hoffnitz interjected for the first time. "All of this is assuming we can get one isolated enough to abduct in the first place." "We can," Klein cut in. "They prefer to shit out of sight. Fucking disgusting to witness. They dig shitholes and—" "Thank you," Kyle cut in. "We'll use that." "I can jump you into position for the injection," Harune volunteered. "And I'll do the injection. At least I know how to use a needle," Hoffnitz said. Shrugs went up all around and everyone began taking their positions. Kyle positioned himself atop the barn alongside Franz and Klein, with his own binoculars. Klein indicated an area at the edge of the vineyard and some light woods where indeed latrines had been dug by the dinonocoids. There was likely to be a wait before a dinonocoid needed to relieve themselves, and so Kyle decided to take the opportunity to teach a lesson. Kyle: "So tell me, boys, why are they here? And why are we fighting them?" Klein: "Sir, isn't that the point of this interrogation?" Kyle: "No, it is not. The point of this interrogation is to assess the positioning and strategy of the enemy. Now tell me, Franz and Klein, why are they here?" A long pause. Franz: "They're after bodies, territory. They want this land because it has a significance." Klein: "And they're unstoppable. They'll not be reasoned with." Kyle couldn't help but fairly guffaw at these assessments. Klein: "What's so funny, sir?" Kyle: "Just that everything you both said is completely wrong. You're good shots, but you're shit analysts. These guys aren't here for any conquest. They're here by some sort of accident. They attack on sight because that's what was done to them first. So boys, take this as a lesson." Klein: "Well, speaking of shit, here comes one of the beasts." With this news, Kyle sent up a telepathic call to Harune and Hoffnitz, both of whom hurried onto the barn roof. Franz readied and aimed his sniper rifle, and Kyle crowded close to observe what Franz observed, through his own binoculars. Franz held till the creature had finished relieving itself and buried the remains, which Kyle was grateful for, then angled and took the shot. For an excruciating moment, one couldn't see much as the dinonocoid had ducked behind a bush on being shot, but almost instantly it reemerged, clawing at the hole through its neck, unable to call out. "Holy shit. I don't know if I could have made that shot," Kyle muttered to himself, then to the group said, "Demeter, take my hand. Icarus, jump us." Kyle and Hoffnitz scrambled to their feet, taking each other's hands, and instantly they were transported next to the flailing dinonacoid. Kyle stepped into a kick to the beast's side, knocking it down. Kyle pounced then, holding down the dinonacoid's arms and head. "Now, and watch the legs and tail," Kyle ordered. Hoffnitz, holding the syringe full of alcohol, moved quickly, injecting directly into a vein running near the eye. Within seconds, the dinonacoid relaxed, then seemed to slip into near unconsciousness. Kyle held up his hand in a signal to the others, and in an instant, himself, Hoffnitz, and the dinonacoid, a large male with red spots, were jumped into the basement of the barn with the remaining Medusas. God, it stinks, Sir Rabia muttered, approaching with a rope in order to muzzle and truss the dinonacoid. We won't have to put up with it long, Jack said. Soon as we get info from this one, we load out. We've been in position too long. I'd advise against, Kyle cut in. It's nighttime and most of us are tired. We hole up in the house and wait. The lizards find their friend's body and then we follow them on foot to their base. There's a flaw. What if they find the house? Max asked pointedly. They won't, Harune said, already kneeling and interfacing with the dinonacoid. This one is broadcasting. They're all very confused. They're scared of us too, agreeing to not attack first. They're laying an ambush 2 mountains north of us. They have stockpiles there. Fuck that, Kyle said, beginning to strategize. We go right for the gate and wait there. We ambush them, David finished. Yes. Surround the gate, and when they come back, we strike. After we've found where it leads, Kyle said. I don't think we're getting much more from this one. It's mostly struggling to breathe through the hole in its neck, Harune concluded. With this conclusion, Jack approached the dinonacoid. I'm sorry, Jack said, before dispatching the dinonacoid with a devastating shot to the head from a sawn-off shotgun. Icarus, do you think you can find the gate? Joshi asked, visibly nauseated by the sight of the dinonacoid. I think I saw it. It's underground in the valley, Harune said. The Jews are digging bunkers in that area, Abdul says, Surabaya contributed. I suppose that's why they've had difficulty returning to the gate. Doesn't matter, Jack decided. We head out after a day of rest. And so it was. The Medusas rested for a day in the house, which was thankfully quite well stocked. Then they packed into Abdul's pair of trucks and set out. Kyle drove one truck, with Joshi and someone else in the cab with him, and after a few minutes, Joshi turned on the radio. The radio station played vintage French and American tunes, and one of the first which came on was the following.
Well, it's been building up inside of me for, oh, I don't know how long. I don't know why, but I keep
Kyle happened to see Joshy looking slightly teary-eyed. What's wrong? Kyle asked, his compassion genuine. I wrote that song less than a month ago. You never get used to hearing them, Joshy said. Who's the girl? Kyle asked. Nobody important, Joshy said, then glanced into the bed of the truck behind him, and Kyle willfully didn't follow Joshy's gaze. It wasn't long before the Medusas encountered a checkpoint. They drove side by side on the approach to said checkpoint, of one mind prepared for the inevitable, their guns concealed and within grasp. Wait until enough are within sight, was the telepathic order Kyle sent up to all the Medusas before the truck stopped. It was over in minutes. The soldiers of the tiny checkpoint, which flew a flag of some unknown militia of Arab origin, judging by the language spoken, all stepped out to surround the trucks and were mowed down almost instantly. Only a few of the very young Arab soldiers drew weapons, and not a single Medusa took a bullet. The unfairness of it made Kyle feel momentarily sick, but of course the group pressed on, stopping only to raid the tiny checkpoint, taking a few boxes of grenades, something they'd been sorely missing. This execution completed, the Medusas continued on. They made it to their destination unmolested, though they spotted many other soldiers along the way, and one bullet hole riddled corpse of a deinonychoid, indicating that their theory might have been correct. Perhaps an hour of driving through the mountains later, the Medusas reached the gate. To everyone's surprise, including Haruna's for once, the gate had migrated above ground. It stood quite out in the open, in a wide valley. No one, human or deinonychoid, seemed to be anywhere near it. What do we do? Someone asked. A long pause followed. We send out our coordinates, Jack said at last, and we go through. Daedalus, do you agree? Don't see much other choice. Everyone reload, Kyle said, switching on his wrist computer and inputting the Medusa's coordinates, sending them first to Camp Hero, then to Prometheus, and then on a whim to Jorg. Guard formation, ladies, Kyle ordered, and the team obeyed, falling into a circle which covered all possible angles of attack, and in this formation they entered the gate. The Medusas emerged, to their surprise, in a monstrous concrete room, facing a much larger gate. On one wall was a large Arabic sign, faded but still readable. Welcome to Baalbek, Kyle read. Where have I heard that name before? I've been here, Franz exclaimed, from Cheyenne Mountain. Kyle's mind flashed back to the Stargate maps he'd studied during his brief time at Cheyenne Mountain and remembered seeing the name of Baalbek on it. They were still in southeast Lebanon, Kyle realized. The large gate must somehow be connected to the smaller one, the deinonychoids having come through the larger one first. Where do we go? Through the gate? Asked Kovac. Everyone turn around, Haruna snapped, sounding panicked, and everyone obeyed. Upon turning, the Medusas were faced with a large blue metal door, of the roll-up variety, painted with a Star of David in a darker blue which began rolling up. Behind it stood a small battalion of soldiers, all in black combat gear, standing around black boxes, and all raising energy rifles and plasma rail pistols, readying for attack. The Medusas had split seconds to react, and did so as they had been trained. Within an instant, there was an explosion in almost midair, taking out two of the enemy combatants. This distracted the enemy long enough for the Medusas to think of a flash strategy. In the moment, none had time to think of what had caused this little explosion, but in retrospect, it's likely that Haruna jumped a grenade into position to cause it. Charge! 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 Fucking charge! Kyle screamed, knowing that their conventional guns would be fairly useless against enhanced soldiers in armor. And so the Medusas charged, while firing, more to distract than anything. Kyle charged first at a female soldier with a plasma rail pistol who'd targeted him. This soldier had a red robotic eye, no doubt a sniper's eye, but Kyle was designed to survive this. His body snapped into position so that the projectiles just missed him, dodging at the exact perfectly calculated instant at which the soldier pulled the trigger, effectively dodging bullets. On the soldier's fourth shot, Kyle had a flash of inspiration and used his telekinesis to bend the soldier's arm upward into the suicide position. Right at the instant she pulled the trigger, causing her to blow her own head off with the rail pistol at point-blank range, at which point Kyle dove towards the gun. As Kyle dove, he was grabbed from behind by two male-enhanced soldiers. Kyle reflexively snapped into hand-to-hand combat, twisting into a punch which knocked one soldier back, allowing Kyle to reach for his knife as he back-kicked the other soldier away, only to realize his knife was missing. Icarus. Blade. Kyle called out, holding out his hand, knowing that Haruna would understand. Haruna did understand, and in an instant, the handle of one of the collapsible plasma-edged Arasaka katanas appeared in his hand, and in a flash, Kyle had extended the blade, and then almost as quickly cut down both the soldiers attacking him, one of them split in half lengthwise. He then turned and grabbed the pistol he'd been moving toward, taking out any of the soldiers he could safely shoot without the projectile injuring one of his comrades. There weren't many of these, and so re-extending the blade, he charged into the combat. After cutting down a few more enhanced soldiers and dodging more shots, Kyle spotted Buchner in a hand-to-hand fight with a combatant. Buchner, as one of the less enhanced Medusas, was losing, and so Kyle rushed forward, ripping the soldier away from Buchner and into the path of his blade, killing the soldier. "Headshots only, don't kill your friends," Kyle said tersely, tossing the pistol he'd grabbed to Buchner. At one point after this, Kyle was rushing forward, his blade extended, when he was stopped by a telekinetic pulse. He resisted, but even with Kyle's strength, all he could do was stand still rather than be blown back, staring face to face with the tall male soldier, holding him still without lifting a finger. But Kyle returned the smirk on the soldier's face when a grenade rolled between the soldier's feet, exploding and taking out the soldier. Kyle looked and saw that the grenade had come from Joshi, who raised his gun at Kyle, who ducked quickly, allowing Joshi to take out a soldier who was charging behind Kyle. "Thanks a lot," Kyle called out. "Don't mention it, sir," Joshi called cheerfully, and returned to shooting as Kyle turned to parkour run up the wall, soaring over the carnage for a short distance in order to cut down 3 soldiers who were mobbing Max. The Medusas, of course, had not counted on a run-in with enhanced, Israeli, judging by their iconography and Hebrew swearing, soldiers, but it was what they were ultimately built for. All the Medusas survived the encounter, albeit rather bruised, and the enemy soldiers didn't take it lying down. At the end, one final enhanced soldier charged, but was gunned down coldly by 3 gun-wielding Medusas. "You'd fuck with Medusas," Max said, then immediately turned pink at his own corniness. "Nowhere to go but up," Kyle said, stepping towards the large gate. "You all have wounds. Shouldn't I tend to those before we go?" Offnitz asked pointedly. Her words were ended by the sound of an alarm beginning to blare. "We go through! Tend on the other side!" Jack ordered. "I'm not leaving these guns," Buchner said decisively, rushing to the room from which the enemy soldiers had emerged. Kyle gave the order, and everyone who was able grabbed a rifle and a pistol and as many charge packs as possible. Their old conventional guns they threw in a pile, and as they left, someone threw a grenade into this pile, destroying the guns. The Medusas emerged from the large gate in battle formation, guns raised. They fully expected to find either more Israelis or a nest of Deinonychoids on Mars. Instead, they emerged in what could only be described as paradise. The portal exited at the edge of some woods, overlooking a verdant and lush meadow dotted with technicolor patches of tiny wildflowers. A pale orange sun shone in the cloudless and colorless sky, and in the distance one could make out green peaks of innumerable mountains. The entire environment had a nearly invisible yet unmissable glow of an ethereal nature. A moment into staring later, one realized that the ground curved inward rather than outward. "Are we inside a Dyson sphere?" Kovac asked after this realization. "No," David said. "I do believe we're inside the Earth. That is where the Baalbek portal leads." Most of the Medusas knew about the Earth's status as a hollow sphere with an environment on the inside. David, however, seemed to be the only one who had ever been to this place, or know beyond the very basics of what to expect. "Can we set up camp without being eaten, Icarus?" someone asked, and Harune dutifully closed his eyes, scanning the environment via nonlinear sight. "No danger detected," Harune said after a moment. "Good enough for me," Jack said, and led the group into the woods to set up camp. For the next while, things calmed. Everyone sat around in their makeshift encampment, and Hoffnitz took to tending the wounds of the Medusas, of which there were many after the previous engagement. It filled Kyle and Jack with a determination that the Medusas must have armor. It was obvious that Emmerman would not supply it, given his earlier attitude towards assisting with weapon supply, but it must be acquired somehow. Surabaya, as the black market man, was approached, and he agreed to do what he could. As usual, it wasn't asked what this meant. In spite of himself, Kyle also gained a touch of respect for Hoffnitz. A cold-hearted bitch she might be, but Kyle had to admit that she was a very competent medic, expertly stitching and cauterizing wounds with the little kits in the pockets of her cargo jacket. Once all were bandaged, a need was realized for water, and a little search went out, with a brook and several lagoons located. It was Harune who first tasted the water, and the smile that spread across his face was such that even those who weren't thirsty bent to lap up the water. The water was completely pure and refreshing, and sweet like honey, with a vaguely spiritual seeming quality. Kyle thought that the water here must be something other than pure H2O. With everyone refreshed, they returned to camp, beginning to discuss sources of dinner. As time passed, everyone began splitting off into their usual little groups, and Kyle wound up with Surabaya and Buchner, analyzing the new guns. These guns, while used by Israelis, were determined to be of German colonial origin, and as they became the Medusa's new primary weapons for a time, a description is merited. The rifle was a black affair, of the plasma railgun variety, about 3 feet long from end to end, with a battery charge pack inserted at the usual point where a standard magazine would be inserted. The charge pack held 180 shots. The handguns were also black and bore resemblance in both size and shape to a Desert Eagle, though of course the Desert Eagle did not exist at the time. The charge packs were once again inserted at the point at which one would insert a standard magazine, but these were longer, bending at the bottom and extending along the length of the barrel, creating a sort of chainsaw handle grip when the gun was loaded. The pistol charge packs held 120 shots each. Unlike the rifles, the pistols had no select fire function. The next shift in status quo came a number of hours into this almost bucolic episode. Kyle was standing away from the group a ways, cheerfully relieving himself against a tree, and contemplating the beauty around him as he did so, when he heard the snap of a twig and the telepathic message of, "I don't want to hurt you." In an instant, Kyle grabbed his pistol from where it sat on the tree in front of him and spun around, but the dinonocoid, a larger than usual specimen with black patterning down his back, was prepared. In a flash, he had leapt at least 15 feet so that it stood in front of Kyle and delivered a swipe of his tail that sent Kyle's gun flying in one direction, and an angled kick to Kyle's body which knocked Kyle himself in another direction altogether. But Kyle wasn't cut. The dinodocoid's kick was clawless, seemingly on purpose. "I said I don't want to hurt you," the dinodocoid repeated telepathically. "You pretty good with those claws?" Kyle asked in telepathic reply, realizing that this dinodocoid seemed to be enhanced, and thus given his much larger size would easily kill Kyle should he fight one-on-one. "I'm very good with my claws. You may recover your decency," the dinodocoid projected with a slight glance at Kyle's crotch. Feeling rather sheepish, though of course not showing it, Kyle stood quickly and closed up his pants, then faced the dinodocoid, making eye contact to increase the telepathic intensity of their conversation. "Kyle, all right, you don't want to hurt me. I think I believe you. What do you want?" Dinodocoid: "You topsiders are all so to the point. It's almost refreshing. I and a few others have been watching since your group arrived. We think you can help us." Kyle felt a slight shiver at this, realizing that the dinodocoids had been tracking the Medusas for hours, even evading psionic detection. "Kyle, help you do what? Invade the surface?" Kyle hadn't for a moment believed this was the dinodocoid's purpose for being on the surface. It didn't ring true. "Dad, are you all right?" Max's voice called out, cutting into the exchange. "I heard something crashing." "I'm fine, kid," Kyle called back. "Don't come, I'm naked." It was a weak excuse, Kyle realized. Had it been true, it would have been nothing Max hadn't seen at least 1,000 times. "It's nothing I haven't seen at least 1,000 times," Max called back dismissively, and a few seconds later emerged in the little clearing with Kyle and the dinodocoid. "Oh shit," Max exclaimed, and began pulling out his gun. "Don't shoot! That's an order!" Kyle said, stepping in between Max and the dinodocoid. "What the fuck is going on, Dad?" Max demanded, not firing but not releasing his gun. "My new friend here was just explaining," Kyle said in forced calmness. And so the dinodocoid did. He explained that while he himself was a soldier, as were the others observing the Medusas, most of the ones who'd gone through the gate were scientists and students, though obviously able to defend themselves. He further explained that he and the local dinodocoid community had enjoyed good relations with the topsiders who oversaw the large gate, making occasional trips through. Thus, when their equipment had detected a new gate splitting off the large one, as occasionally happened, they'd gone through, only to have hostile encounters with the new topsiders, who'd occupied the base, driving the dinodocoids to rush into the countryside, where the Medusas had been called to encounter them. This didn't answer a few questions, such as why there were quite so many dinodocoids and where they'd gotten a hold of the plasma rifles they'd used. But for the moment, Kyle considered it a feasible explanation and thought that this soldier dinodocoid's goal of reuniting with his people and returning them to Hollow Earth was the best goal, if only to avoid an all-out war. Thus, Kyle made the executive decision to lead the military dinodocoid back to the base and begin the return operation. As they walked, Kyle scolded Max. Max, Kyle said, next time I tell you not to come near because I'm naked, listen to what I say. It either means I'm fucking a woman or doing something behind your back. Clearly, Max spat, I don't like this, Dad. A few hours ago, they were our enemies. Precisely, Kyle said, and then didn't explain as he and Max neared the campsite, instead running ahead. Ladies and gents, Kyle said in his commanding voice, I'm going to ask you all to please not shit yourselves and to holster or otherwise make safe your weapons. And before anyone could obey or ask any further questions, Max and the dinodocoid emerged. Kyle's order was obeyed, though the Medusas did scramble to their feet, and their weapons were in easy reach. And thus Kyle and Max explained the situation and the plan they were formulating. A few minutes into the explanation, the 4 other military dinodocoids emerged from the forest, called by the one who had approached Kyle. There were 4 males and 1 female. As their names were impossible to pronounce for a human tongue, they agreed to receive human names. Cheng took up the task and thus dubbed the dinodocoids as Randy, Eddie, Larry, Tina, and Billy Bob. Suit up, Jack ordered at last. We move out in 20. Thus, everyone began the process of suiting up by putting on their jackets, loading their guns, hydrating, etc. Randy, Eddie, Larry, Tina, and Billy Bob wished to return to a cave nearby to retrieve their own equipment. I'm not buying that, Max said, pulling Kyle aside. With your permission, Daedalus, I'd like to take Icarus and supervise. You have my blessing, Kyle said with a mix of pride and amusement, wondering just what Max thought he'd accomplish if his suspicions were correct. He let it pass, however, because there was one trait he tried to instill in all those he trained, a tendency to question one's orders. Max and Harune left with the dinodocoids, returning a short while later, none looking any the worse for wear. The dinodocoids returned carrying the large silver plasma rifles their compatriots had carried on the surface, and at last departure happened. I just wish they smelled better, Surabaya muttered. Quit being such a Jap, Harune advised him. In battle formation, the Medusas and the 5 dinodocoids exited the large gate. To their surprise, they found the gate room of the Baalbek base empty and sealed off, with the smaller split gate also undisturbed. There's an ambush on the other side, Harune said flatly. No shit, was Kovac's contribution, which was followed by a pause. Apollo, Jack said at last, describe the architecture of the base. Well, David said, it's a lot like a smaller Cheyenne Mountain, 12 levels. I like our chances better there than in an open field, Jack said. Do you agree, Daedalus? Kyle simply shrugged and nodded. In truth, he didn't like the situation either way, but he slightly preferred familiar-seeming hallways to an open field, where they'd be sitting ducks. Apollo, you're in front. Icarus, scan every inch of this base, Kyle instructed. Aye, sir, David said, moving to the front of the battalion looking rather daunted, while Harune closed his eyes to begin his scan. They're in offices, Harune said. Most of them, anyway. There's an armory 5 levels up that we can go for, I think. What do you mean by most of them? Kyle asked. There's 4 guards on each level, Harune explained. The doors have retinal scanners, Buchner pointed out. How do we get up? Very simple, Franz said, walking over to one of the fireproof doors of the gate room and standing in front of the retinal scanner. The door opened. They never removed us from the system, Franz said triumphantly. Kyle looked somewhat disapprovingly at Franz. The boy had balls, but one questioned whether he should have thought with them in this instance. But perhaps it was for the best, as no alarms went off, and judging by the concrete stairs beyond the door, the upper levels were now accessible. Right, David said, taking charge as instructed. Up we go. Hug the left wall and watch your backs. As if on cue, 2 personnel appeared at the bottom of the stairs. Both were enhanced, but both were gunned down before having a chance to reach the Medusas. And so, with David in the lead, they processed. Whilst crouched in one hallway, Kyle struck up a conversation with one particular dinodocoid, the one with the long, wide red stripe whom Cheng had named Billy Bob. Kyle, So, Billy Bob, how'd you and your friends get these enhancements and these guns? Billy Bob, you are German, yes? Kyle, proudly, Billy Bob. There was a time not so long ago when your people were a more common sight. Kyle, did you fight for them? Billy Bob, I'm waiting to be activated. Maybe that's what's happening now. Another time loop. Perhaps this was the cause of the Project Phoenix mission in the first place, Kyle thought. Surely the entire thing couldn't be purely explained by the fact that a few Deinonychoids had put in an appearance in this backwater country. In this fashion, the Medusas and their 5 allies swept the base. The pairs of enhanced guards they met, while surely ferocious, were no match for the Medusas and their guns and blades, and the Deinonychoids with their own guns and their bodies, who quite possibly could have taken the base alone. Sweet Jesus, Joshi muttered, upon seeing the black-spotted Deinonychoid called Eddie bite off and consume the head of one guard. Eventually, the Medusas and their allies reached the armory. From it, they liberated many charge packs, as well as several grenade launchers, which they then used to destroy the armory. The explosion was such that they momentarily worried about the structural integrity of the base, but the uber-concrete structure held. Eventually, the group reached the vehicle bay, much like the one housed in Cheyenne Mountain, and here they commandeered 3 trucks. The trucks emerged from a portal, within view of the magnificent ruins of Baalbek, but tucked just so that the tourists couldn't see it. Before long, the trucks reached the spot where the Deinonychoids had holed up, both literally and figuratively not far from Abdul's farm, and the survivors were gathered, then returned without a hitch. Watch your backs, Kyle advised. You don't know when the Israelis will retake the gate, nor if they'll invade your land. Thank you, Kyle, Billy Bob said. And through the portals the Deinonychoids went. Right, Jack said at last, once the Medusas were above ground. I'll call Jimmy. Let him know we're done. Can we go home now? Kyle asked. Where else would we go? Max asked with an inquisitive smile. I mean our real home. Back to Mars, Kyle explained. I need my dick sucked, and to breathe air that doesn't smell of dried blood, gun smoke, and fear. Almost unconsciously, Kyle patted his pocket where he held 2 keys. The key to the Eagle's Claw and the key to the winery estate he'd inherited from Abdul. He wondered if he'd ever return to the latter. Author's note: I hope the reader has enjoyed this more action-focused chapter and its twist, as unexpected to the reader as it was in real life. Chapter 6. As it happened, the Medusas did return to Mars after Lebanon, after a trip through Camp Hero to pick up Prometheus, and thus Kyle immediately went to have his 2 wishes fulfilled, after a shower. With his first wish carried out, quite expertly, by one of the ladies of the glass hub, Kyle set off for his altar in the woods. Here he sat, communing for several hours and feeding the little dinosaurs by hand. He returned to the Eagle's Claw near sunset. Much as he might prefer to, Kyle couldn't spend every night on Mars naked in the forest. Kyle returned to the Eagle's Claw, finding Jack missing. He's looking for you, someone explained. Head back to the club. And he couldn't have just messaged me? Kyle thought irritably, once again setting towards Prometheus' shuttle. Kyle re-entered the glass hub, where the ladies were now setting up to open, including the one who had serviced Kyle earlier, a curvaceous blonde, of course, German with the name Elisabeth. Couldn't get enough? Elisabeth asked, seeing Kyle re-enter and begin searching the bar. Keep your mouth shut. I'm tempted when I see it open, Kyle said flirtatiously, then switched to business. Where's Jack? He went into the big cubicle with Camille, Elisabeth explained. Kyle thus went to the big cubicle, as those who frequented the glass hub called it. This cubicle was considerably larger than the normal sitting booths and cubicles containing twin beds, this one containing a full-size bed, a television, and minibar, for the glass hub's clients who were more inclined and able to afford a spot of luxury with their chosen ladies. Kyle entered the cubicle, finding Jack was indeed seated on the bed and talking to Camille Lambert. About time you showed up, asshole, Jack said in genuine irritation. It's called a computer message, cunt, Kyle said. Then, on turning his attention to Camille, continued, What's the story, Aphrodite? From her blouse pocket, Camille took a small notebook. Camille. I've gotten some information from some of the girls, as you asked. Kyle. Is it good? Camille. I do believe so. And with that, Camille relayed the information to Kyle and Jack. The purpose of the Glass Hub as a spy center for Mars was shaping up quite well indeed, and Camille had proven to be quite skilled at training the ladies, having taught them to talk shop with the Glass Hub's clients, thus making the process of gaining compromising information simpler in some cases. Among the information relayed, the group learned of a laboratory studying abducted ant people under the purview of the Coronado family, the piracy empire of Mars run by the notorious Wang Yunong, and rumors that the infamous Black Crows unit hadn't been disbanded. Jack, what about armor? We need armor. Camille. Then I suggest you go to this Wang Yunong. I have my own request. Kyle. Anything. Within reason. Camille. I want my girls to be taught how to defend themselves. Not from individual men, but from attacks. There were raids on 2 settlements while you were gone. Kyle. Done. A bit more chatting was done about this and that, including Wang Yunong's location, and Kyle and Jack exited the big cubicle, giving Camille some nominal sum to cover the time spent. The men exited to find the glass hub had opened in their absence, though it was hardly filled to capacity yet. Max was among the first customers and had already chosen a girl. Apple doesn't fall far from the tree, Kyle thought as he walked past the pair on his way to the bar for his usual Corleone sour. The evening passed mostly in the usual way, with the usual drinks and debauchery. At one point, Camille took to the stage and sang an affecting rendition of La Vie en Rose, and at one point she tapped Kyle's shoulder, pointing him in the direction of a stocky Chinese man in a black leather flight jacket with a silver dragon embroidered onto the back. That's Wang Yunong, going by Gerda's description, Camille explained. Kyle waved Jack and Surabaya, the self-professed master of black marketeering, over to where he stood, and the 3 approached Wang Yunong. Without waiting for an invitation, Surabaya pulled out a chair opposite Wang Yunong and sat. Wang made only a passing glance at Surabaya, then took one long, slow sip of his champagne, then turned over his attention. Did I say you could sit there? Wang Yunong asked, as if butter wouldn't melt in his mouth. No, I did, Kyle said. Did you? What affords you that right? Wang asked. My big friend here owns this joint, along with me, Kyle said, gesturing at Jack. And the nice Japanese gent here is our friend, and we say he can sit wherever he damn well wants. Your Mandarin is impeccable, Wang said, and I'm betting this is not so much an attempt to annoy me as it is a business meeting. Yes, Kyle said, and please speak German or English for my friends here. What do you need? Wang asked. Another long sip of champagne. We need armor. Good armor. It's not easy to come by. Surabaya explained. No, it is not, Wang said. In fact, it's so rare that I'll only trade it for another object of greater value. How many suits do you need? 12, Jack explained. 8 for men, 4 for women. This earned a low whistle from Wang. Well, Wang said, have you ever seen or heard of a spider sword? No, Jack said. I don't see how that's possible. What the fuck is a spider sword? Kyle asked. It's a sword carved from the husk of a queen spider, Jack explained. They're impossible to find. Fine, Kyle said. We'll bring you your spider sword in exchange for you getting us our armor, and if you promise to sell the sword to Admiral Emmerman, you know who that is, I'm sure. There are other fences on Mars, Daedalus, Surabaya said. Not this useful, Kyle said. We'll manage the assignment. Pleasure doing business, Mr. Wang. You drink and fuck for free, tonight only. Wang Yunong smiled an impish smile, then stood, walking towards the bar without another word, leaving Kyle, Jack, and Surabaya alone at the table, where they all sat. You have no idea what you're doing, Jack said. I grew up here, and I've only ever seen one of those swords once. Then our benefactor will be glad to have one, Kyle said, and more likely to have a moment of generosity. You're one calculating bastard, you know that? Surabaya laughed. And an idiot to boot. Jack added, not laughing at all. I get no respect around here. Kyle chuckled. The plan will work. Where would one of these swords be? With the tribe that made it. Or a holy site, Jack said, and good luck getting either to admit it. I need a goddamn drink. He'll get over himself, Surabaya said once Jack had left, and I'm going to call it a night. Yeah, fuck off. No one wants you around, Kyle said with a grin. With a laugh, Surabaya left. Kyle remained in the glass hub for a short while, observing. Then he also left, returning to the Eagle's Claw for a night's rest. Over breakfast the next morning, Surabaya chose to inform the remaining Medusas of the upcoming plan. Kyle and Jack hadn't officially decided to make this information known, but it proved fairly useful. Buchner raised her hand at the end of the conversation. Kyle, spit it the fuck out. Tomorrow doesn't exist. Buchner, I think I know where to find one of those things. The Russians have one, if the base is still there. Jack, did you actually see it? Buchner, I tested it. This was in about 1981. Surabaya. And where's the base? How do we get in? Buchner, it's in a cave system in the Acidus Planitia region. I think I can find it again. That settles it, Jack said. Daedalus, Atalanta, Perseus, Icarus, get ready. We're leaving in 4 hours. You sure are excited about this all of a sudden? Surabaya said suspiciously, to no response, of course. The little group of 5 readied, getting their overnight packs, loading their guns, packing away a few emergency foodstuffs, all the usual procedures. After this, at Jack's insistence, all the participants of the op uploaded a preliminary report via their wrist computers, which they then uploaded into the Eagle's Claw's home AI. Prometheus's shuttle was packed, and the little crew of Kyle, Jack, Surabaya, Buchner, and Harune set out, Harune flying the shuttle to Acidus Planitia while the others conferred. Jack. All right. What are we looking for here? Buchner? The base, if they didn't fill it in, is somewhere in the basin. There's a flat spot down there where you can land. The front door is in a cave by that landing area. Kyle. How did we not know about this place during our scan? Buchner. Maybe you're almost as dumb as you look. Jack. That's enough of that shit, thank you. That's no way to address your commander, as you ought to know. Now, how many strong are we looking at? Buchner shrugged. Buchner. The place had the capacity for about 300 in my day, but it was at no more than a third of that, assuming they haven't expanded. We're over the basin now. Harune cut in after a bit, and I see a flat spot. Set her down? No, Kyle said, standing to move to the front of the shuttle. We survey the area first. Point her nose down. Prometheus, do a subterranean radar scan. Yes, Captain, Prometheus said. With the order, Prometheus began her scan via whatever systems were housed on board the shuttle. As she scanned, she transmitted the results into Kyle's head. Prometheus, do you need maintenance? The image is fucking up, Kyle said aloud after a moment. No, Captain. All my systems are in order. I can't seem to make out much of the underground, Prometheus replied. Pull up what you can in freeze frame, Kyle instructed. They must have some kind of electromagnetic shielding lining the base, Jack said. Blocks radar and nonlinear sight. I don't think I can jump it, either, Harune volunteered. As the others discussed the situation, Prometheus was following Kyle's order. In a few moments, she had pulled up the clearest image she could manage of the underground, and Kyle could see it. There wasn't very much visible, just a long shaft leading down to a few broken bits of hallways which Prometheus could detect. Daedalus, I don't like just holding position here, Harune cut in. Nor do I, Kyle said. Icarus, do a slow flyby of the area. Prometheus, continue your scanning. What are you thinking? Surabaya asked. I'm thinking that we shouldn't walk through the front door into a blind position, and I'm also thinking that this is a military base. There must be another entrance somewhere, an air vent, a service tunnel, a missile silo, or anything less obvious than what we already know, Kyle explained. I've heard worse plans, Jack shrugged. Including most of the ones you come up with, Kyle said dryly. Harune began his ordered flyby, and Prometheus began her ordered scan, both kept within about 3 miles of the main entrance. They found what they were looking for not too much later, when Prometheus's scan revealed a tunnel coming off a small beach of a small lake. Icarus, swing right, 2 o'clock, and Prometheus, magnify the end of that tunnel, Kyle instructed. These orders were followed, and sure enough, the entrance which the group had sought was accessible, though sealed by a grate. The faded but still readable Russian sign on the grate proved that this was indeed what the group wanted. All right, Kyle said approvingly. Land the shuttle on that beach, Icarus. There's our entrance. Harune landed the shuttle, and after a final routine panoramic scan of the landing area, during which no threats were registered, the group alighted. Afterward, they surveyed their probable entrance, which was a large, thick grate into a dark tunnel, about 12 feet in diameter. A sign was tacked onto the grate, which had no visible method of being opened or removed. What is it? Harune asked. It's a storm and wastewater drain, Buchner explained. Cautiously, Kyle approached, switching on the clip-on flashlight on the front of his fatigues, allowing him to peer into the tunnel. Looks like an old rusty pipe. This might just work, Kyle said. Blow away the grate. Surabaya raised the sonic bazooka up to his shoulder and pulled the trigger. As expected, the sonic boom shattered the grate like glass, allowing easy access to the pipe. All right, Jack said once a few moments had passed without incident. We go in. Stay close and watch your footing. You don't know what might have made a nest in there. With their guns in hand, and swords and knives within easy reach, Kyle, Jack, Surabaya, Buchner, and Harune entered the pipe. The pipe was very dry and had no particular scent beyond rust, indicating that it likely hadn't served its purpose in some years, which was both reassuring and somewhat worrying. On the one hand, it made it less likely that the place was in much use. On the other, it made it more likely that the base had been emptied out and the spider sword taken away. The group followed the pipe a long ways, eventually finding a ladder which led up a vertical pipe to hatch. It's a service hatch, Jack said. There's our way in. As if on cue, Kyle climbed up the ladder, as he always was expected to go first. He pushed on the hatch, firmly enough to open it if it was unlocked, but delicately enough to not break any locks, as it was unlikely that they'd put in a lock good enough to withstand a knock from a combat synthetic. The hatch was indeed bolted from the other side. Rather than break it, Kyle put his capabilities to good use. He laid his hand on the underside of the hatch, pressing and feeling the hatch's full length, feeling where the pressure applied by the bolt ran along the hatch, his psionics giving him a full image and feel of the hatch. Once he knew where the bolt was, Kyle projected his telekinesis onto it, very slowly and silently pushing to bolt to the side. It worked, as Kyle was then able to push the hatch open just enough to see where it emerged. It's a server room, Kyle told the others telepathically. I'm not seeing. Kyle had been going to say, I'm not seeing any movement. This was cut off, however, when he did see movement of something walking among the rows upon rows of servers. A light blue, thickly armored humanoid robot with a rather large gun for its right forearm. Kyle's hand flashed to his pistol, then he thought better of it and slowly and silently closed the hatch, then dropped down the ladder, rejoining Jack, Harune, Buchner, and Surabaya. It's a huge server room, Kyle said, with a big blue metal motherfucker on patrol. Harune. How big? Kyle. About 3 meters high, maybe 1¼ meters wide, giant gun for a right forearm. Buchner? Guard robot? You think we can kill it? Kyle. Easily. But I don't want shots fired in the server room. Jack? What are you thinking, Daedalus? Kyle. Remember Okinawa? Jack? Of course. Get to the fucking point. Kyle. I think I can do that again. Wire myself into the servers and control this base. Fuck being blind. Surabaya, I like your thinking. I can kill the big motherfucker with a few good strikes from a sword. Surabaya punctuated these last words by extending his collapsible plasma-edged Arasaka sword and giving it a few practice swings. You have my blessing, Perseus, Kyle said. Try not to get shot in the dick. With a sly smile, Surabaya collapsed and holstered his sword and climbed up the ladder. Here he did just as Kyle had, lifting the hatch ever so slightly in order to peer around the room, and when he decided the coast was clear, he lifted the hatch and climbed through into the server room. Just a few seconds later, though it felt an eternity, the sound of metal hitting concrete was heard. Help! Surabaya shouted a moment later. Everybody up! Engage! Jack ordered, and the rest of the crew fairly charged up the ladder to the server farm. Once inside, the little group instantly saw why Surabaya had called for help. While he had successfully cut off the robot's gun arm, the robot apparently had much faster reflexes than one would have supposed, given its bulky frame. Surabaya's sword lay on the ground, having been thrown away, and Surabaya himself was forced into a hand-to-hand engagement with the robot. While his enhancements ensured he was holding his own, he was hardly winning. No guns! Engage! Kyle ordered, and the group charged, still avoiding damaging the servers. The robot was tough. For every attack, it seemed to have a counterattack, and its reflexes were far faster than would seem possible for such a large and heavy body, and so none of the group walked away without a few bruises. The fight ended when Harune was able to jump to behind the robot and leap onto its back and stab it in the head with a sword. This still did not kill the robot, which shook Harune off as it lunged forward, many wires now exposed. Jack expertly stepped around its lunging attack, grabbing its wires, which he then pulled out. At last, the robot fell. By some miracle, none of the servers were damaged. What the fuck is wrong with this place? Kyle demanded once the robot was dead. What do you mean? Harune asked. That thing should have been no problem. Kyle said. I feel weakened down here. I tried to use my telekinesis and couldn't. The group fell silent, reflecting as their adrenaline lessened. Kyle was correct. For soldiers as enhanced and capable as they were, the robot should have been quick and easy to kill in seconds, with no injury. It must be that electromagnetic field, Jack said. It's fucking with our augments. Maybe even directing them. I'm hacking in, Kyle said. Watch the doors and let's get out of here. Kyle moved to one of the servers, looking for an exposed cable. There were quite a few, so Kyle trusted his base programming instinct to tell him the correct wire. When he'd found it, Kyle first carefully cut it with his diamond-edged knife, then stripped it. Next, Kyle steeled himself, cutting into his arm to expose a thin wire right where he knew it was. At last, he twisted the stripped wire around his internal wire, merging his brain with the mainframe of the base's computer. It's quite difficult to describe in words the experience of being at one with a computer whilst remaining autonomous. It's perhaps best described as a stream of consciousness, an ever-branching river of ones and zeros, through which an outside mind may drift at will once they have access. Kyle first attempted to find a map of the base to ease the group in navigation. It turned out that none existed. No digital map of the base had been made, perhaps due to fear of hacking. What was present, however, was a catalog of all objects that had entered the base. The spider sword was indeed among them, or had once been. It had exited the base in 1990, along with all staff and most equipment, only a few robots left behind to run the base until it was deemed useful again by the new Russian government. With this news, Kyle unplugged himself from the computer, pinching closed the cut on his arm which he held shut for a moment, allowing his body to begin its job of repairing small wounds. This done, Kyle pulled his pistol and fired a few shots into the server he'd just been plugged into, destroying it once and for all. What are you doing? Harune demanded as he ran to Kyle's side, his own gun in hand. Blowing some shit up, Kyle said, then, turning to the group, he shouted. We're clearing out. This op is terminated. The sword? Jack called back. It's gone. Let's get out of here while we still can. Jack, Surabaya, and Buchner didn't need to be told twice. They all rallied around the hatch, and one by one they went down, Kyle leaving last as usual. By now, Kyle had somehow become the one in possession of the sonic bazooka. This he raised to his shoulder and fired into the server farm. The weapons decimated the servers almost to powder, and thus Kyle kept up until all of the servers were destroyed. Fuck this place, Kyle muttered, surveying the wreckage before at last dropping down the ladder. No one much spoke until the group had re-entered the shuttle. All right, Surabaya said. Where do we go from here? I'm open to suggestions, Kyle said, and all leaned back in their seats to think. It was Harune who first spoke up. Harune, just why are these swords so hard to find anyway? The spiders have nests right, and they all have queens, don't they? Jack, that's not the issue. The problem is in the carving. The husks are indestructible. Only a few are able to carve them accurately. Another pause for reflection. Buchner, what if we killed a queen ourselves? Jack, even if we did, what then? Buchner, then we drag the big bitch's leg to one of these natives, make them carve it, at gunpoint if necessary. Jack, you can't do that anymore. We can take it in and ask nicely. All this assuming we can kill a queen in the first place, Surabaya said, finishing the conversation once again for a short while. What are we thinking? I can't even tell, Haruni said at last, breaking the silence. I'm thinking that we've bitten off more than we can chew, Kyle said, staring off into space. I told you so, Jack said with an insufferable pedantic grin. Why could we not take out a queen? Buchner cut in. Aren't we supposed to be good at that sort of thing? Yes, Kyle said decisively. Now we just need to find a queen. With that, Kyle flipped open his wrist computer and turned onto the MarsNet, where he did a search for spider queens and began reading out the information. Spider queens are quite rare. Only 1 in every 30 nests contains a queen who rules over a cluster of nests. Queen nests are denoted by their massive entrances and their larger citizen inhabitants. Fascinating. Let's reconvene at the house, Jack said, gather some supplies and make a plan of attack. Sounds good enough for me, Kyle said, then nodded at Haruni, who lifted the shuttle, jetting off towards the Eagle's Claw. That was fast, Joshi observed rather sarcastically as he stood to greet them at the ramp shuttle. Not over yet, Jack said. We need to convene. Where is everyone? They went on a bank run in the other shuttle, Joshi explained. It's just me and Cheng. The Cheng and I, Jack quipped. Kyle was surprised and slightly impressed that Prometheus had not only allowed the use of her shuttle without his presence, but that she had done so without his input. You two will have to do, Kyle said. For now anyway, we have some planning to do. Cheng was gathered from the little greenhouse which the Medusas had built at some earlier date. The present Medusas thus convened at the side of the lake and continued their discussion. It was Joshi who had an idea. Joshi! What about the locals? They must know how to hunt a queen if they know how to carve one. Jack. Only certain tribes know it. Kyle. Well, if there's one woman who'd know that, I know who she is. Haruni. Well, who? Kyle. Dr. Ainsley Horton, of the Institute of Investigative Fucking Marsology. The fucking part is my own addition to express my displeasure. Jack let out a groan, and of course all else present looked confused. An archaeologist I've had the misfortune to meet, Kyle explained, though she is who found Prometheus, or her team anyway. I'll start finding my way to her. Just call Georg, Jack said. He should know how to reach her. George didn't pick up, it turned out, nor did Emmerman himself. They must be out of range, or on an operation, or most likely both, and thus, someone did a MarsNet search for the Institute of Investigative Marsology, and were rather surprised when they found it, with an address included. Kyle had always been left with the impression that it was some kind of secret institution. As a public institution, the Institute of Investigative Marsology had both a telephone phone number and a dial code for intercomputer communication. As the Eagle's Claw didn't have a telephone, Kyle dialed the latter. The receptionist AI who answered was quite helpful and assured that Kyle's message would be passed along to Dr. Horton whenever she was next in range of a computer or glass pad. What makes you think she'll even get back to you? Cheng asked. She'll get back. The question is in if she'll be cooperative, Kyle said, not as confident in his mind as he sounded. Kyle was correct, as it turned out, though several days passed before Dr. Horton returned his message, and in her usual fashion showing no tact, simply calling Kyle's dial code with no warning or regard for timings. It was quite well the middle of the night when the call came into Kyle's wrist computer, and Kyle dutifully rose from his bed, exited the house, and answered. Good evening. There goes my beauty sleep, Kyle said. Do synthetics have beauty sleep? Because archaeologists do not, Horton said evenly. Getting to the point, Kyle said, I'm sure you're familiar with spider swords? The big military man needs my help to find a weapon? How the tables have turned, Horton quipped. Kyle and Dr. Horton talked at length then, in their usual sparring fashion, with Horton telling all she knew. Apparently, the tradition of queen hunting was confined in large part to the hill tribes of southern Mars. According to Horton, these tribes were still relatively easy to find, as much of Mars's southern hemisphere had been spared the worst of the Black Terror. The process was dependent apparently on the use of poison gathered from the Martian lilac, delivered by spear or arrow, once the nest had been evacuated via fire. Dr. Horton offered two suggestions: locate a tribe, or go to a likely abandoned holy site she was aware of. Kyle decided that the more pragmatic and perhaps generally politically advantageous was to locate one of the hill tribes. In some way, he found this mission tedious now, and somehow beneath the Medusas, but he'd gotten them into it and must get them out. Resolutely, Kyle returned to the house, and in the morning briefed everyone after breakfast, looking for volunteers, not that he much needed them for such a thing. As it happened, only Cheng and Max decided to volunteer, Cheng out of a sense of anthropological curiosity, and Max no doubt out of testosterone. David also came, because he was required as a pilot. For the op, Kyle and company donned street clothes, deciding they'd be better received by the tribes if they attempted to pass themselves off as anthropologists rather than military assets. However, they did bring their plasma-edged swords and a Fernandez pump-action grenade launcher, which seemed the most useful anti-spider weapons if things should go south. With this all packed, Kyle, Max, Cheng, and David loaded into Prometheus, flying to the southern mountainous regions which Dr. Horton had told them about. Unfortunately, Kyle and myself are unable to recall the name of the mountain range which the group ultimately reached, or the tribe which they encountered. However, the tribe's chief was more than happy to show these curious anthropologists the process of hunting a queen, which seems worth describing, and I'll do so thus. The process began, naturally, with locating a queen to begin with. This was done by sending out a party of hunters, all of them psionically gifted and able to block the light precognitive abilities of the larger spiders, and to view a spider's nest via nonlinear sight upon seeing a spider. All through the hunt, the hunters walked in a staggered, uneven fashion, making their footsteps impossible to track. Even still, a spider or other predator might spot or track the hunters. These were dispatched quite rapidly via bows and arrows or spears. Eventually, a nest containing a queen would be located. It was here that Kyle and the others learned that the spiders of the southern hemisphere were different. In addition to being larger than those up north, southern spiders were of the trapdoor variety, hiding in nests which were covered by trapdoors constructed of foliage and bits of rockery, from which the spiders would emerge at the sound or scent of passing prey, putting themselves at less risk than the more adventurous spiders up north. When a nest containing a queen had been found, the first step was to pass just close enough to the trapdoor to lure out one of the spiders. The lured spider would then be shot with a flaming arrow. This would catch the spider's fur on fire, and the spider would instinctively flee back to the nest, setting the webbing and eggs and many other spiders on fire, forcing the nest to evacuate. As the nest was evacuating, the hunters would kill the fleeing spiders with a volley of arrows and spears. At this stage, Max finally got the chance to use the Fernandez grenade launcher, which he'd been fairly itching to do since he'd seen it in the Medusas' inventory weeks earlier. The queen herself emerged from the nest last. The queen which Kyle and company assisted in hunting was at least 40 feet in width, with 3 massive jaws. She was killed by the tribe's lead hunter, with a large spear tipped with the massive shark-like tooth of some local reptile. This spear was coated in the highly poisonous essential oil of a Martian lilac, which took out even a beast the size of a queen spider in under 60 seconds. Kyle, Max, Cheng, and David then lived for several days alongside the tribe, awaiting the carving of the sword they'd come for. The old man who carved swords, it turned out, had the impression that Kyle was to be the recipient as the leader of the group. The tribespeople had even taken to calling him Chief Kyle, and into the white side of the sword he carved an inscription: Chief Kyle, engineered for perfection. This inscription made Kyle very happy and quite impressed. The old sword carver must have somehow sensed that Kyle was a synthetic, and in this distant space, such a thing was impressive, rather than something to be maligned. With all this completed, the crew returned to the Eagle's Claw. Right, Kyle pronounced the last step. Deliver to the good Herr Wang. His favorite girl should know where he lives, Jack said. I don't like the idea of delivering the thing in the hub. Too many prying eyes. The deuces, you're all coming, Kyle ordered. You're to peruse all he has to offer. After all this trouble, he owes us more than just armor suits. Wang's favorite girl, a red-haired German named Marta, got his address simply by asking, with the promise of making a house call, as she called it. Wang Yunong, it turned out, was doing quite well for himself, having a mountain all his own in the Tartars province, which was where all the Medusas went to collect their fee. Well shit, he's well off, was Cheng's remark when Wang Yunong's home came into view. Wang Yunong's home looked like nothing so much as a white Mughal fort, positioned atop a flat-topped mountain. In spite of the very North Indian architecture, the roofs were unmistakably Chinese. It was an odd bit of architectural syncretism that, in Kyle's opinion, didn't quite work. There's an open side of the mountain down there, Klein pointed out. That's probably where you land. David pulled Prometheus to the side of the mountain, which was really more like a slightly angled plateau, where indeed there was what appeared to be a garage, shielded by a triple-layer force field. A robotic feminine voice came over Prometheus's intercom, speaking Mandarin. "Greetings, Prometheus," the voice said. "Is Mr. Wang expecting you?" "He is," Prometheus said. "We've brought his phallic substitute." "One moment, please. I must confirm," the robotic voice finished, and a few moments later the force fields parted, allowing David to park Prometheus in the uber-concrete garage carved from the mountain. Wang Yunong, dressed in another of his embroidered jackets, stood at an elevator door. The Medusas exited Prometheus and approached him. "Welcome, welcome," Wang Yunong said. "Is that my sword?" Jack pulled the sword from the rucksack he carried it in, then withdrew when Wang reached for it. "You get your sword when we get our suits and other payment," Jack said firmly. Wang chuckled, then with an approving nod led the Medusas onto the elevator. As the elevator ascended for several minutes, in silence, Kyle did what he sometimes did in these scenarios, quietly began reading the minds of those around him. What he got was a general sentiment that the Medusas should kill Wang and take whatever inventory he had on hand. These notions, when he caught them, Kyle quickly telepathically dispelled. They were utterly absurd. The elevator arrived in the sprawling courtyard of the fort. The garden here was once again of the Chinese variety. However, upon examination, the plants and trees were all synthetic, and the sole little pond was holographic. So, Kyle thought, Wang Yunong's pockets might be deep, but they weren't bottomless. This no doubt made him insecure, and therefore exploitable. Wang Yunong led the Medusas into one of the small buildings built off the inside of the fort's wall, which he proudly referred to as his business center. Inside was essentially a banquet hall, but rather than being laden with food, the 3 long tables inside were laden with goods. Most common, as one might expect, were weapons, but there were also wrist computers, medical devices, tools, ammunition, air filters, etc. Everything a budding colonist or soldier for hire might need. "All right," Kyle said. "Let's see the armor." With a sly smile, Wang went to a curtained rack at the end of the room and pulled aside the curtain, revealing the promised 11 armor suits. The suits were all black and seemed to be more updated and streamlined versions of the armor which had been worn at Cheyenne Mountain, and an examination showed that the suits all had numerous holsters, wrist computers, radios in the helmets, little filters on the backs which would filter any air into being breathable, and a pair of little plasma jets running along the backs of the legs from just below the knees to the bottoms of the feet, enabling propulsion and steering in a zero-G environment. On impulse, Kyle took out his .357 Magnum and fired at the faceplate of one suit. Not a scratch except in Wang Yunong's veneer at this flash of violence. "Well, Mr. Wang, you've outdone yourself," Klein commented. "Now to pay you." Kyle and Jack were surprised at this bit of assertiveness on behalf of the usually silent Klein. It was out of line, perhaps, but they let it pass for the time being. Jack opened the rucksack and took out the spider sword, which Wang snatched covetously. Right then, Jack said, "What does everyone else need?" "Hold on," Wang said. "I've delivered what you asked for, unless you have more payment." "The client we're providing is payment enough," Kyle cut in. "Give me a piece of paper, I'll give you his enforcer's dial code." No doubt imagining he was humoring Kyle, Wang got a small notebook from his desk, which sat at the end of the room, and handed it and a pen to Kyle, who summarily wrote Jorg's dial code, which he handed back to Wang. "You have my word, as a man and a German and a synthetic, that you won't regret it," Kyle said, halfway meaning it, and halfway exploiting the commonly held myth that synthetics cannot lie. It paid off. "All right," Wang said. "Some people think you toasters are a threat, but I don't. I like business partners who tell the truth. Have a look around. If you need something specific, I can check my inventory. Hoffnitz. I need medical supplies, stitch machines, oxypens, all that sort of thing. Franz. Klein and I need digital scopes. Good ones. Buchner. I need weapon repair kits. Up-to-date ones for plasma weapons, and we could do with a sonic cannon that's less than 20 years old. And we all could do with one of those digiphones for morale, Jack finished, and the inclusion made the others smile. A digiphone was easily acquired at any colonial music shop, but Jack was getting it free. I can deliver all that in 3 days, Wang said. This had better pay off. Wang sat at his computer to fill out the invoice, and the Medusas perused. Quite cleverly, all the goods on display were mere floor models. The guns were unloaded and had their firing mechanisms removed, and the various bits of tech on offer were all decommissioned. Wang Yunong kept himself alive by showing his clients what was possible, rather than immediately available, which disincentivized his clients from killing him and absconding with the goods, as a few Medusas had wanted. Added to the list by Buchner after finding its floor model was a gun which she would eventually dub the Matryoshka, a nickname which the Medusas would immediately adopt for it. This gun was a rail rifle, which fired caseless rounds from an internal magazine, which in itself wasn't unique. What was unique was that it was designed to fire a specific round. These rounds were large, armor-piercing bullets, each of them sharp on both ends, and every one had a tiny GPS in itself. A bullet would be fired, and with a press of a button on the side, the bullet would rehome to the gun via a hole in the mag well for reuse. A single bullet could be reused dozens of times, depending on how tough its targets were. This all added to the delivery inventory. The Medusas left, taking their new armor suits with them, after David had given Wang the coordinates of the Eagle's Claw. Upon arriving at the Eagle's Claw with their suits, Surabaya took a tiny plasma blade and engraved each call sign on the left breast of each suit. The call signs at the time were as follows: Ares, Jack, Daedalus, Kyle, Apollo, David, Hades, Franz, Heracles, Max, Icarus, Harune, Perseus, Surabaya, Atalanta, Buchner, Electrona, Cheng, Achilles, Joshi, Medea, Kovac, Demeter, Hoffnitz, Orpheus, Klein. The Medusas were as surprised as they were pleased when a long, sleek silver shuttlecraft appeared above the Eagle's Claw, and then landed on the beach of the lake. Kyle looked through his binoculars and saw Wang seated in the front of the shuttle, which was piloted by a blonde female synthetic of a much less passing model than Kyle, as her hands were pure metal with no artificial skin, and her artificial skin itself far too perfect to be convincing. Kyle and several of the others had been fishing by the lake. One of the others flipped open their wrist computer and sent a message to the house AI, ordering said AI to tell the others to come to the beach. This done, Kyle and the others who'd been fishing approached the shuttle, from which Wang Yunong was already alighting. Kyle's group met him at the open back of the shuttle. Kyle, is this all the things that we ordered? Far be it from Kyle to engage in pleasantries, even and perhaps especially in a business meeting. Wang, yes, Mr. Delshao, it is. I called that dial code. I think I like where this is going. Kyle, you spoke to Jorg? Has Herr Emmerman received the sword yet? Wang, all will happen in good time. A few minutes later, all the Medusas had arrived, and thus unloaded all the various goods which Wang had brought. He brought all that was promised. Buchner got the Matryoshka guns she'd ordered, along with several boxes of ammunition. Franz and Klein got their scopes. Hoffnitz got her medical equipment, and the group as a whole got their digiphone. The real payoff, however, was yet to come, and only did so about a fortnight after the goods had arrived. The Medusas had just eaten their dinner, and were doing their usual things, milling about, watching television, reading books on their wrist computers, etc., when someone, possibly Cheng, called out that there was a transmission coming through to the house's AI. Thus everyone hurriedly gathered around the built-in television screen, which switched to the transmission, revealing Emmerman seated behind his desk. Emmerman? Greetings. Whose idea was it to send me the sword? Kyle, that would be me, sir. Emmerman, indeed. Well, such a gesture deserves a reward. I want everyone who partook in the hunt to be ready for pickup in 1 hour. The rest, if there are any, are to stay behind. Over and out. The transmission ended practically as quickly as it had begun. As soon as it did so, the grumbling began. It was exemplified by Franz's comment of, "Why the fuck do you get to go off and get pampered and the rest of us don't?" All right, Jack at last shouted over the commotion. Maybe this is a lesson for all of you to start showing a bit of initiative. This whining is unacceptable. Now, let's the rest get packed. And so Kyle, Jack, Max, David, Surabaya, Cheng, Harune, and Buchner got their overnight packs together, which took no more than 5 minutes, and thus gathered on the beach, awaiting Emmerman's usual pickup craft. It arrived at 1 hour to the second from the end of the transmission. German punctuality is nothing to trifle with. The craft was the usual shipping container-esque affair, though it had new external plating and was much shinier than usual. The group boarded, and as usual, the craft lifted and jumped to one of Emmerman's homes. A glance out the window showed that it was Emmerman's Valhalla home, which was described in Chapter 14 of the second volume of this book, if the reader is curious. He's sure in a good mood, Kyle commented. He must really like his sword, Buchner said sardonically, earning chuckles all round. The ship landed at the same landing pad it had during Kyle's last visit, a small one, at the end of a path leading to a staircase up to a bridge across a brook, on the other side of which was Emmerman's castle, which jutted out from a mountain. The Alpenhorn players which had lined the bridge on Kyle's last visit were nowhere to be seen, but one man who was to be seen was George, who stood at the edge of the landing pad. Kyle ran to his old friend with his usual enthusiasm, which was reciprocated as always, then glanced over the group. He noted immediately that Max was uncharacteristically sober. After a moment it dawned on him why. The last time Max had been on this planet, he'd spent 2 weeks here with Andrew. The old man is in an excellent mood, George said cheerfully. Let's get you all inside. The group thus headed up the path, as usual splitting into their little splinter groups. Max with Harune and David, Buchner with Surabaya, Jack determinedly alone, Cheng drifting from person to person, and Kyle with George in back of the group, talking conspiratorially in telepathy. Kyle, you know my usual question. What's he playing at? George, and you know my usual answer, which is that I have no clue. Kyle, must be something big if he's being this generous. The group of Kyle, George, Jack, Max, Buchner, Harune, Surabaya, David, and Cheng reached the monstrous double doors of the castle, where Emmerman stood waiting, holding the spider sword and looking very pleased to see his guests. Welcome, Emmerman said. Everyone come right in. We've much to discuss. But first your rewards. With that, Emmerman turned, leading the group through his taxidermy-plastered entryway, down a short series of hallways, which after a moment Kyle realized was the route to the weapons museum. He was proven correct when Emmerman turned to a staircase going downward, which was definitely towards the weapons museum. Welcome, Admiral Emmerman. Vocal authorization code required. A robotic voice came from a speaker above the wide, white double doors. New voice-operated security system, Emmerman explained, then turning back to the speaker, loudly said, Open the fucking door. The doors swung open. Open the fucking door? That's the password? Max laughed. It's easy to remember, Emmerman said with a classic German shrug, and then addressing the group, began one of his usual speeches. Emmerman. Ladies and gentlemen, you've done good work. You've brought me this rare masterpiece of a weapon and delivered me a new business partner. For this you deserve a reward. Peruse these weapons I have on display. Each of you may have a single personal use weapon. Choose wisely. Meet me in the bar for a case of Corleone when you've chosen. With that, Emmerman and Jorg left, and the excited group of Kyle, Jack, Max, Buchner, Harune, David, Cheng, and Surabaya went to survey the room. It took about 2 hours, but in the end, all walked away with a weapon of their choosing. Most walked away with swords of various kinds, but Kyle and Harune chose alien weapons. Kyle chose the Mazur pistol of Sardian origin. The ability to take out a target from a distance, with little chance of being detected due to the Mazur beam being invisible, was too good to pass up. Harune chose the Draco blade. It looked at first glance like a Roman gladius, but a click of a button on the grip would start the blade spinning, turning an already highly dangerous weapon into a guaranteed agent of death. Eventually, with their weapons chosen, the group returned to the ground level of the castle, Jack leading the way to the Art Deco speakeasy style bar. As promised, Emmerman had a bottle of Corleone whiskey to share, a large one which was approximately 50 years old. Most of the group got drunk, and eventually, as always, Kyle began feeling a need to indulge his baser needs, and with a wave of approval from Emmerman, went on the prowl. Kyle quickly found a maid, and finding her attractive enough, approached her and took her to one of the bedrooms. Her skills were such that Kyle wished he could have employed her at the glass hub. Most of the men satisfied themselves in turn, save for Jack, who was rather too drunk, and the group returned to the Eagle's Claw. They found the other Medusas jealous of their new weapons, but over dinner that evening there was a change in the atmosphere that, at first, Kyle couldn't pinpoint, but at last it came to him. The Medusas, now outfitted and with a routine, were finally beginning to feel and act like a unit. Now all that remained was for their work to begin in earnest. Author's note: a short explanation of two terms which my readers may not be familiar with is in order, these terms being digiphone and oxypen. As the reader may have guessed, digiphone is an abbreviation of digital gramophone and is a kind of portable music player common in the breakaway. It resembles a small suitcase record player and plays any song which is typed in by the user on its little keyboard, which is pulled out from the middle. An oxypen is an automatic syringe containing a small amount of highly oxygenated artificial blood, which, when applied, allows the user to survive a spacing for far longer than they could naturally. Chapter 7. As the following few weeks passed, with the Medusas oscillating between Mars and Camp Hero, Kyle saw little action, and indeed the Medusas as a whole saw no action as a coherent group. However, a few individually did, as they were still under contract, either from Project Phoenix or from third parties. For instance, Buchner was thrice recalled to Russia for some hours, though from her perspective it was likely much longer, and Surabaya was required to attend 2 Arasaka events. For the second event, Surabaya took Kyle along as his guard. The event, as it turned out, was housed directly within Arasaka Tower, a sail-fin-shaped skyscraper in the center of New Munich. It was here that Kyle learned that New Munich, and the planet it sat on, were in the Vega star system. Kyle wasn't entirely certain why he was invited, but he did gain a certain sadistic pleasure in striking up conversations with guests, talking with them fairly in depth about this subject or that, and then revealing that he was a synthetic and watching their eyes glass over in shock and disgust. Eventually, as Kyle drifted through the crowd in utter boredom, he ran directly into Shinji Arasaka Sr., looking rather regal in a black kimono with a gold hand-woven pattern of various birds. "My deepest apologies, Shinji-sama," Kyle said, feeling a tiny jolt of terror. In spite of how brave he'd acted during their first meeting, Shinji Sr. still inspired terror in the purely computer part of Kyle's brain. "You seem to have slipped, Kyle-san," Shinji Sr. replied. "Should I tell Dr. Tarakata that you need an upgrade?" "No, sir. All systems online," Kyle said after a momentary self-scan. "Is there anything more?" "Yes," Shinji Sr. said. "Come meet my daughter." Shinji Sr. took Kyle's arm and led him over to a young-looking, slim, very beautiful young woman, who stood to one side of the ballroom sipping champagne and nibbling on a plate of prawns, coldly and calculatingly observing the scene before her. She was, of course, Sakura Saimashi, the second eldest of the Arasaka children. Kyle recoiled ever so slightly when Sakura extended her hand. Not in fear, but in general disgust. In recent months, Kyle had, via Harune recovering memories, learned some of the extent of Sakura's depravity, namely that she, in service of Shinji Sr.'s aim of manning up Harune, had forced him at katana point to kill several small animals and had quite possibly molested Harune, though this point was still spotty in memory. "Sakura-sama, I presume? How do you do?" Kyle asked, his cool returning instantly. "I do quite well," Sakura replied, accepting Kyle's outstretched hand. Then turning to Shinji Sr. asked, "Who is this father?" "This is AB 8-1305874, Shinji Sr. said. "Or should I say Kyle Delshao?" "I see," Sakura said. Then turning back to Kyle and looking him over, added, "Even for an AB model, you're impressive. Almost human. Or perhaps the next step in evolution," Kyle said in mock thoughtfulness. Perhaps. Or perhaps not, Sakura said evenly, then took another long sip of champagne. What do you do, Mr. Delshao? At least she used my name, Kyle thought before speaking. I'm a soldier. The rest is classified. If you'll excuse me, Kyle said, beginning to turn away. I recognize your serial number, Sakura said, ignoring Kyle's request to leave. You caused quite a stir when you came from the vat. This gave Kyle pause. I did? Kyle asked, remembering Dr. Tarakata's fear and the tortures he'd had to endure before being purchased by Emmerman. You were a bit too good, Sakura explained. Caused me considerable trouble in particular, but the rest is classified. If you'll excuse me. It wasn't a request, of course, and so Sakura turned and half slinked, half glided away, able somehow to still move silently in spite of her high heels on the hard wooden floor. Like a true shinobi, Kyle thought, admiring Sakura's skill in spite of his dislike of the woman herself. He determined to ask Georg about the veracity of Sakura's claims. He was the only person Kyle trusted to be truthful on the subject. The rest of the evening passed in relative quiet, Kyle always keeping an eye on Surabaya, who after all had brought him as a bodyguard. He was unsure why. At no point did Surabaya appear under threat, and given that the company whom Surabaya worked for was hosting the party, it seemed nonsensical that he should feel himself under threat. The party came to an end and Kyle and Surabaya left in the same black triangular craft they'd first arrived in, deciding to stretch out on the seats and sleep for most of the 14-hour return trip. They arrived back at Camp Hero just before lights out, and thus walked most of the way back to the house with only the light from the permanent sunset, dodging patrols and searchlights much as they'd learned to do prior to the revolution. The night passed, and in the morning, Kyle made his excuses to the Medusas and headed for Prometheus. Welcome aboard, Captain, Prometheus said. It's been some time. I'm sorry, Kyle said, meaning it, then continued. Seal the doors. Yes, Captain, Prometheus replied as Kyle made his way to the bridge. Patch me through to Georg, please, Kyle said, taking the pilot's seat. He wasn't sure why he'd decided to make this journey to make a call. Perhaps it was because it was the only place he'd be guaranteed privacy. Prometheus followed Kyle's request, and a few minutes later, George's visage appeared on the wraparound holographic screen that Prometheus always projected during transmissions. George. Kyle, good to see you, brother. If this is about a lack of assignments. Kyle. No, brother. This is a personal call. George. Oh, hit me with it. What happened? You stick your dick somewhere you shouldn't have. No, Kyle laughed. It's more serious. George, am I a threat? A pause. George. What brings this on? You're a living, highly adaptive, mostly indestructible killing machine who blends into the population flawlessly. Of course you're a threat. Kyle. When you said you were the reason my ass wasn't on the scrap heap, what did you mean? George went slightly pale. George. All right, Kyle, you deserve to know, I guess. You were too good when they woke you up. And so the old man wanted you more than ever. But the old Jap wouldn't give you up without a favor. Kyle. What sort of a favor? George. His son-in-law had to die. His name was Tommy Saimashi. I killed him in one of the Corleone spires. There was a pause, before Kyle threw his head back, laughing in relief. Kyle. You shot some asshole. That's fucking it. George. Well, yes. I suppose it is. It seemed like a bigger deal at the time. Kyle. Clearly. Well, I'm grateful you did it. George. I did wonder if you'd ever ask. They did program you with a deplorable lack of curiosity. Kyle. Perhaps so. I suppose that's all I need. George and Kyle chatted a while longer, about this and that, George promising he'd be there for Max's 18th birthday, which was for some reason upcoming 2 years early. Kyle signed off with an expression of his need for female company. I'm also a woman you know, Captain, Prometheus said. Yeah, but I can't exactly fuck you, Kyle said dryly. You can if you want. Come to the core room, Prometheus enticed. The offer was too intriguing to pass up, and so Kyle stood from the captain's chair and went to the core room, that is to say the white cylindrical room with the glass pillar filled with the mysterious red liquid which housed Prometheus's consciousness. When Kyle entered, he found it occupied by a tall, curvaceous blonde. His ideal woman, projected by Prometheus. I can work with this, Kyle said, feeling a world away as he hurriedly began removing every stitch of clothing. What followed might best be described as psychic sex between Kyle and Prometheus, with Prometheus projecting a virtual room in addition to her virtual body. While it was not truly much more than masturbation on Kyle's part, assisted by an AI-made virtual reality, it felt just as physical and satisfying in the moment as the real thing. I'm available whenever you want, Captain, Prometheus assured once the session had ended and Kyle was slipping his clothes back on. I'm not authorized to say no, nor will I want to. Every man's dream, Kyle laughed. The experience gave Kyle a new perspective on Prometheus. While he was of course glad that he now had guaranteed sex, of whatever type he felt like, at any time with what felt like a real woman, he now also saw Prometheus as more digital than he had before. No natural woman was capable of being as willing or understanding as Prometheus. This made Kyle respect her even more, and while he remained forever incapable of romantic love, he certainly wished he was capable of it. At some point, this capacity for a feeling of which he was incapable put Kyle in a songwriting mood. The song which he wrote morphed its way into the following number.
Look into my eyes, you will see what you mean to me. Such a heart, such a soul. And when you find me there, you'll search no more. Don't tell me it's not worth
Kyle also, after the meeting with Jorg just recounted, decided to resolve his deplorable lack of curiosity, or at least pretend to do so. And to start, he decided to ask and find out more about the pasts of a few Medusas whom he didn't know well. As I'm unsure where else to do so, I'll insert the information he gained here. Albert Klein, Kyle learned, was a 10th generation colonial, born very poor in a deep space mining and transit colony known as New Bremerhaven. His father, Johann Klein, was a scrapper and engineering savant who'd brought the colony out of its financial and political hole by using whatever scraps and stolen blueprints he could to reverse engineer the medical tech and ships of Der Bundeliets which passed through the colony port. This was illegal, of course, yet Johann's initiative and high intelligence had proven interesting to Der Bund, and so after spending some number of years as a prisoner doing slave labor on a cargo ship, he'd been allowed to return home and given a posting as an engineer and arranged marriage to a government-assigned wife and handler. All the family's children, including little Albert, had then been taken from the enforced poverty their parents lived in, taken to different military boarding schools, and groomed for a life in the military. Albert, under these circumstances, had excelled as a spotter and thus gained enough attention to appear on Emmerman's short list. His biggest hope was that he'd one day be able to locate his older brother and 3 younger sisters, none of whom had he seen since the age of 7. Karina Buchner was very cagey when Kyle asked about her past, as one might expect given her track record. It was a caginess that Kyle ultimately would never manage to break through. However, Buchner was at least willing to say that she'd come from a small town on the Volga, though which town she couldn't remember. So young had she been when taken from her home and eventually begun being trained in a munitions factory off-world, producing plasma guns, smart swords, and the like. This well enough explained where Buchner got her skills. The remaining mysteries, her Spanish-speaking skills, her hatred of animals and children, where she went on missions several times a week, were all mysteries which Kyle would ultimately never know the answers to. Yoshiro Tsurabaya was surprised when Kyle asked for more information regarding his past after all this time, but he was also the happiest to discuss it with his old friend, making the remark that no one ever seemed to ask about people's pasts in their line of work. Tsurubaya's story was also the most eventful by Kyle's estimation. Tsurabaya, by his own recollection, had lived a relatively normal, if fairly underprivileged life in New Kanazawa Colony, where he'd been born in what he was fairly certain was the Earth year of 1890, and had been attending school when a number of scouts from the government had arrived and begun administering tests for psionic abilities on the children, and Tsurabaya had passed with flying colors. These government folk had enticed him with stories of flying spaceships and interstellar adventures, and enticed his family with patriotism and eye-watering benefits, and the next thing he'd known, he was being bounced between 2 homes. One in New Kyoto, the other Camp Hero, both in the late 1960s to start. This timing momentarily confused Kyle, but then he realized time travel truly was the answer to everything, or almost everything, except for one important thing, knowing one's friends. Author's note. A very short chapter, included mostly to give a more proper introduction to Sakura Sayamashi, nee Arasaka, and to fill in a few details regarding the lives of a few Medusas who I realized I hadn't included much background information on. Chapter 8. The short lull experienced by the Medusas was, of course, not to last, and no more than a Martian month after their visit with Emmerman, the Eagle's Claw's house AI alerted them over lunch of a message requiring their attention. Harune flipped open his wrist computer and began reading the message. "Oh, it's forwarded from Uncle Jorg," Harune said. "There's an emergency distress signal coming in from a KBMG mining vessel called the Ragnarok. They were attacked by an alien life form. Survivor numbers dwindling. Bring heavy weaponry and medical supplies," it says. That's it, other than coordinates. What's KBMG? Kuiper Belt Mining Group, Jack explained. But they mine all over now. Let's see the coordinates, David said, and Harune showed them. David closed his eyes, navigating in his mind via the star maps already in his brain through programming and chip implants. "It's in deep space," David said at last. "Very deep space. Mantis territory. Probably take about 25 hours to get there." You heard the man. "Finish your lunch. We leave in an hour," Kyle said. "We finally get to take our suits for a spin." A little cheer went up at this. While they had all, of course, tried on their suits and given them test runs, they'd had yet to put them to use in the field. Jack ordered that the suits be worn the full trip. He didn't want there to be constant bathroom, food, and sleep breaks like usual. Their suits on, their guns loaded, medical supplies in hand, the Medusas boarded Prometheus and set off. Once the flight was underway, Kyle pulled Jack aside for a few questions. "Kyle, tell me everything you know about this KBMG." "Jack, I don't think there's very much to tell, all told. They're a mining company. Owner is Giancarlo Vespucci, who has an Australian accent when he speaks English for some fucking reason. The diamond edges on our knives are likely courtesy of them. Kyle. When were they founded? Jack. I have no idea. They've been around my father's circle for a long time. Since I was a child. Kyle. And what's their mining method? What are their ships like? Jack. I've only seen a few and they're huge as a rule, usually big and round. Their mining method is that they'll crack a planet with a type of gun and then mine the asteroids that result. They're not supposed to crack any planet with intelligent life, but who knows if they keep to that. Kyle. And their chances in the situation they're in? Hostile alien life form? Jack. Miners are tough bastards, but they're not soldiers. At some point on the flight, which was very long, just as David had predicted, Kyle took a look at his wrist computer, looking for more information about both mining ships in general and the Ragnarok in particular, hoping that such information was available on the Colonial Net. It was, as it turned out, and Kyle found himself irritated that no information had been included when the Medusas had received their assignment. The obsession with making up one's mission as one went along was an obsession Kyle would never understand. Thus he briefed the Medusas, and as usual, I'll not describe the briefing as all information which was relevant will be apparent soon enough. All right, ladies and gents, we've arrived. Exiting subspace and... Holy shit! David exclaimed as Prometheus exited subspace. The instant that Prometheus emerged, she was required to take control, dodging desperately to avoid a massive piece of debris. Oh my gods, Jack half muttered, approaching Prometheus's bridge window to see the damage. The Ragnarok, in its intact state, would have consisted of 7 descending ring-shaped structures, connected by shafts, all surrounding the planet Kraken Gun, which was an enormous transparent sphere of some type of glass, in the center of which was a white light, a compressed star. Off the bottom of the sphere was a barrel several miles long, which would be pointed at a planet, and when fired, the tiny pulse of energy from the compressed star would easily crack the planet into pieces. When the Medusas arrived, only 6 of the Ragnarok's rings were attached. The top and largest ring was detached and had itself been blown into 3 pieces. A number of shuttles, servers, and other assorted bits of debris floated in space. The remaining 6 rings were also mostly severely damaged, with the 4th ring down half gone. What the fuck happened here? Max asked no one in particular. Excellent question, Kyle said, snapping into strategic mode. Prometheus, lock onto that station signal. Already done, Captain, Prometheus said. Hail them any time. Kyle walked to the front of the bridge to the console which controlled Prometheus's radio that she'd taught him to use. Kyle pushed the required buttons and was greeted with the beep, which indicated he was now broadcasting to whatever signal Prometheus was locked to. Kyle. Ragnarok, this is Captain Delshow of the Prometheus responding to your distress call. Do you read? Over. Oh, thank the gods, a young female voice exclaimed over the radio almost instantly. We're losing oxygen. Only a few hours left for us down here. Slow down, Kyle said. Is this Captain McNeil? This is Acting Second Officer Tankersley, the young woman explained. Captain McNeil was on Ring 1. He's dead. Kyle. How many survivors? Tankersley. 36, not including synthetics. Of course. Never include the synthetics, Kyle thought before continuing. Kyle. All right, Officer Tankersley. We're hoping you can fill us in. What happened to your ship? And is the threat still active? Tankersley. Affirmative. Active threat, and we can't identify it. It's like a huge insect. Self-replicates its body. It has 2 faces. We have no weapons on board, so it shredded through most of our crew. We tried decoupling Ring 1, but the thing seemed to be able to self-replicate. We're sealed up in Ring 3 until they find us. The remaining rings are without oxygen, and the only access to us now is through the utility shafts. May I speak? Hoffnitz asked, approaching behind Kyle. Permission granted, Kyle said. Hoffnitz. Officer, are there any injuries among the survivors? Tankersley. Almost all of them, Hoffnitz. And your medical supplies? Tankersley. They're in Ring 5. Kyle. All right, Ragnarok, we're coming. Do you have any images of the threat? Our radios are locked onto yours. Transmit away. Tankersley. I can send some surveillance footage. Transmitting now. Prometheus projected her usual holographic wraparound screen, and on it was the Ragnarok surveillance footage. In this footage, the Medusas got their first look at the monster that had destroyed the Ragnarok. The beast was huge and did indeed look like a large spider, save for having 12 legs instead of 8. It was approximately 14 feet wide by 20 feet long by 10 feet high. The beast was a pale yellow color, and rather than having a front and back end, it had a face both front and back, with 2 enormous fisheye lens-like black eyes, making it unlikely that the thing had a single blind spot. At the beast's 2 front ends were a set of long arms, which ended in spiked crab-like claws. The footage showed the monstrosity as it ripped through some large room on the Ragnarok, cutting down the crew with its claws as though they were made of wet tissue paper. Fucking hell, Jack breathed. Out of the corner of his eye, Kyle saw Joshi crossing himself, a gesture he rarely indulged in publicly. All right, Kyle said, taking charge. This is no longer a strike, it's a rescue operation. We get those people out, and then we blow that ship the fuck up. Dimitar, how are your supplies? Insufficient for 36 people, Hofnitz said. Kyle paused for a moment, strategizing. Kyle. All right. Dimitar, grab everything you can carry in one rucksack and bring an extra one. We're going to head for Ring 5 and get all we can. Kyle turned back to the radio console. Kyle, you said you have synthetics on board. How many, and do they have medical skills? Tankersley. 5 of them. Yes, they can perform basic medical functions. Kyle. All right. Send them to your medical facility. I'm coming down with 2 of my people. We're getting you out of there. Okay, Prometheus out. So who gets to go down? Kovac asked, seeming almost hopeful. Not you. Not this time, Kyle said with a smile. Dimitar and Hades, grab your gear. You're coming with me. Why you? Why them? Jack demanded. Because, Kyle said, I can go through the depressurized compartments and through the vents without a helmet or an air filter, which are too big for those vents. I need her to stitch people up, and I need him to stand guard and gun down whatever follows us. Taking more is unnecessary risk. Everyone half shrugged. Much as they might be eager for action, it was difficult to argue with Kyle's logic. Jack waved loosely in approval, and so Kyle, Franz, and Hofnitz gathered their weapons, with Franz and Hofnitz putting on their helmets. Kyle left his off, and the 3 proceeded to the small airlock at the front end of the starboard side tube containing Prometheus's left engine. You really don't need a helmet, Franz said, looking slightly unnerved as the group waited for the internal pressure seal to engage so that the trio could exit Prometheus. No, I don't, Kyle said flatly. The outer airlock door opened, and Kyle, Hofnitz, and Franz exited. Even for Kyle, there were always a few seconds of terrible nausea for the first few seconds after stepping into a zero-G environment, but the nausea passed, and the trio set off towards the Ragnarok, the plasma jets on their suits propelling them, and even turning at angles with them, the neural interface within the suits moving with them in lockstep. All right, ladies, Kyle said, we head for Ring 5, 4th from the top now. Let's hope there's a way in. And if there's not? Franz asked. Then we enter one of the lower or higher rings and work our way through the station, Kyle said, less confident than he sounded. As the trio glided towards the Ragnarok, Kyle got a telepathic message in Prometheus's unmistakable voice. Prometheus, Captain, I've seen these creatures before. Kyle, have you now? When? Prometheus, many cycles ago. My first ever captain fought them. She named them Terramorphs. Kyle, where do they come from? And what's the best way to kill them? Prometheus, the men who made them flew this flag. With that, Prometheus projected an image into Kyle's head of a flag. His proverbial heart sank when he saw it was the unmistakable flag of the Orion Syndicate. Prometheus, you'd best get out before they decide to come rescue their babies. Kyle, no shit. What is their weakness? Prometheus, extreme heat and radiation. Plasma should be effective. Kyle, why didn't you say before? Prometheus, I'm not certain really. I suppose I should have. Kyle, yes, you fucking well should. The trio reached the ring of the Ragnarok they sought. It was about half a mile in diameter, and so it took a bit before finding an external door, but at last they did so. Kyle jetted towards it and pulled on the lever beside it. Nothing happened. Shit, goddamn it, there's no power! Kyle shouted in frustration. We'll have to find another. Pull back. Hoffnitz screamed, cutting Kyle off. Kyle glanced up. Almost perfectly camouflaged, lying in wait to strike, was one of the creatures which Prometheus had said were called pteramorphs. The thing opened its four-pronged, monstrous mouth, reaching out with its clawed arms. Only Kyle's superhuman reflexes saved him as he launched himself backwater from the side of the Ragnarok. One of the plasma jets on Kyle's suit grazed the pteramorph's claw, but seemed to cause it only the slightest irritation before it lunged into space. Kyle grabbed his rifle and fired at the monster's black, opaque eyes. At this, the beast withdrew its eyes into its body and began rotating itself, both sets of arms flailing wildly as it half roared, half screamed in chilling primal rage. Out of the corner of his eye, Kyle saw Franz thumb the selector switch on his rifle, switching to the underbarrel grenade launcher. Motherfucker! Franz bellowed, pulling the trigger and launching a grenade right into the pteramorph's open mouth. Had the pteramorph been the usual kind of creature the Medusas had faced, say a large Martian spider, then a plasma grenade launched to inside the body would have practically vaporized it from the inside out, leaving only a few charred pieces behind. The pteramorph, on the other hand, merely had a hole about the size of a softball blown in its top. A blob of thick green blood came out, bubbling and steaming for a few seconds before inevitably freezing solid. The pteramorph's limbs went limp, leaving its body to drift into space. Motherfucker? That's the best line you could come up with? Hoffnitz said incredulously. Everyone's a critic, Franz quipped. All right, focus. Kyle chuckled. That was too close. I want to try something. Kyle turned, pointing his gun at the now dead pteramorph right where the thing's legs met its body, and fired. It took several shots, but the leg detached. Neat trick, Franz said. So we aim for the legs. Exactly, Kyle said. Now let's move. Kyle, Franz, and Hoffnitz resumed their drift, and were fortunate enough to find a fairly large hole in the top of Ring 5, which they very cautiously lowered themselves into, their eyes darting to and fro. The trio found that on the inside, the Ragnarok was surprisingly sleek in appearance for a mining vessel. The floors were shiny and white, and the whole hallway they stood in had once been lit by long light strips which blended seamlessly into the architecture. All the rooms which opened onto the hallway did so by way of motion-activated sliding doors, or at least they once had, back when there was power. On one wall was a handy map of the ring. All right, Hoffnitz said, examining the map. This ring is divided into 4 sectors. We're in the offices. Medical is to the right, Kyle finished. Let's not keep those synthetics waiting. Loose 3-point formation. And so Kyle, Franz, and Hoffnitz moved down the hallway, in the loose 3-point formation Kyle had ordered, that is to say a wide triangle which attempted to cover all angles. This was fairly impossible in a constantly curving space, but it was doubtless more secure than moving in a straight-ahead formation. It wasn't terribly long before they reached a wide sliding door to an internal airlock, separating the office's quarter of the ring from the medical facilities quarter. The doors didn't slide open automatically, but fortunately for the trio, there was a manual override lever. Once through the airlock, the 3 were quite jolted by the discovery that the gravity was still operating in this sector. The medical facility looked like how medical facilities always look in these sorts of places. White, sterile, and mostly soulless, save for a few posters on the wall, some decorative, others informative, such as one poster urging miners to not lay their bare hands on rocks they'd mined unless said rocks had been sterilized. Someone had scribbled over this poster with the simpler message, "Hands off the rocks, don't lose your cocks." Hurriedly rushing to and fro in the medical facility were the 5 synthetics which Tankersley had sent at Kyle's instruction. They certainly weren't Arasaka products, based on their appearance. Rather than being human passing and unique, these synthetics were all identical, and their skin was more like a shell of some kind of white plastic-like material, with 2 camera lenses for eyes and a small circular speaker for a mouth. The synthetics wore odd jumpsuits of a light orange rubbery material with many pockets. "Greetings, gents," Kyle said. "I'm Kyle. Meet Frida and Franz. Continue gathering whatever you can carry. Is there a way I can communicate with the other survivors?" "Right this way, Mr. Kyle," said one synthetic, leading Kyle into one room. "What should I do?" Franz asked, looking rather sheepish as the only one present who wasn't occupied. "Secure the perimeter as much as you can. We move out in 3, Kyle ordered briskly. The synthetic led Kyle into what seemed to be a security booth-type room, with several CCTV screens set above a large black console. The screens were all blank, but the keys on the console were still lit up, indicating it still had power. "Thank you, I'll take it from here," Kyle said, waving away the synthetic, who gave a nod and left. Kyle turned to the console, and with his innately programmed tech knowledge, he was quickly able to access the intercom. A screen in the center of the console switched on, and this Kyle used to choose the location to which he'd speak in the intercom. Choosing ring 4, he spoke. Kyle, Acting Second Officer Tankersley, do you read me? This is Captain Delshaw once again. Tankersley answered almost instantly. Tankersley. Captain Delshaw, yes, I read you loud and clear. We're losing people up here. We need those medical supplies. Kyle, understood. Where exactly do we find you? Tankersley, Storage Block B, Ring 5. The toasters will show you. Make sure to re-engage any pressure seals. I assume you have a plan? Kyle? Of sorts. We're going to scuttle the ship and haul ass. Delshaw out. With that, Kyle returned to the others. Hoffnitz and most of the synthetics stood around with stuffed bags of medical supplies. A moment later, Franz appeared from wherever he'd gone, securing the perimeter. All right, Kyle said. Let's move out. How do we get to Storage Block B, Ring 5? Right this way, please, one of the synthetics said, turning with a beckoning wave. The synthetic led Kyle, Franz, Hoffnitz, and the other synthetics down several hallways in the medical quarter to an open elevator shaft, and then promptly stepped into said elevator shaft. The gravity inside the shaft was clearly not functioning, and so into it stepped the remainder of the party. Within the shaft, on every level, there was a narrow ledge on either side of where the elevator sat, and coming off of each ledge was a narrow, pressure-sealed door. To the left side ledge on the level below is where the first synthetic descended, with Kyle and Franz stepping out after him. They were greeted by the sound of clicking up above. Kyle looked up to see a small terramorph in the shaft high above, which began bounding down the shaft on the attack. Hostile above! Kyle barked, and he and Franz raised their rifles, firing at the joints where the terramorph's legs met its body, severing each leg with a few shots each. The beast, still alive but now powerless, tumbled past down the shaft, screaming in rage and terror. The front synthetic inserted an electronic key into a port next to the pressure-sealed door, which slid open, revealing a claustrophobically narrow hallway, both walls lined with wiring and pipes, occasionally broken by blank panels. It ended in another pressure-sealed door, a service hallway. The lead synthetic beckoned, and Kyle, Franz, Hoffnitz, and the remaining service synthetics entered the little hallway, with the synthetic in the rear sealing up the pressure door behind them, creating an airlock before the next segment was opened up. And so they continued, compartment to compartment, for what seemed like an interminable number of compartments. At one point, the group felt vibrations caused by something heavy moving in the room on the other side of the compartment. Do you think it can sense us? Hoffnitz asked, no doubt not realizing she was thinking aloud. Yes, if you keep running your fucking mouth, Kyle hissed. The terramorph apparently didn't sense them, however, and appeared to move on, at which point Kyle telepathically ordered the group to remain still and silent for several minutes. He realized that he didn't know enough about these creatures to be sure they weren't intelligent enough to set an ambush or simply pause to make sure that it heard what it thought it heard before attacking. This one apparently wasn't, and so after several minutes, Kyle moved the group forward. At last, they reached the final compartment, wherein the front synthetic inserted the same key into one of the ports in the wall, and one of the large blank panels popped loose, revealing it to be a door, which the synthetic pushed open, at last freeing all from the claustrophobic halls. The compartment door opened into what seemed to be a sprawling storage room, likely making use of basement universe technology, as there was no way a room of this size could have fit into one of the Ragnarok's fairly narrow rings. Two large sets of double doors stood at either side of the room, both piled high with crates. At the far wall, someone had rigged together a few computers and radios, from where Tankersley had presumably been broadcasting. Neat trick, Kyle muttered, echoing Franz's remark earlier, before surveying the room. In total, Kyle saw 35 survivors, not including his group. 34 human, 1 synthetic. Most of them were bulky men in work clothes, whom Kyle assumed were miners, as he assumed were the few women dressed like them. Aside from the miners were 4 or 5 people in blue jumpsuit uniforms, all men except one slight woman with light brown hair who approached Kyle upon his entry. Acting Second Officer Tankersley, I'd assume? Kyle said, his hand outstretched. Yes, Tankersley replied with a slight smile. I see. Well, you're not in good shape here, are you? Kyle said, looking over the room where he saw not a single uninjured person, and quite a few who were visibly on the way out. No, we are not, Tankersley said. Just what the fuck happened? How did those things get on board? Kyle asked. Well, Tankersley said, we cracked a planet as we usually do. All our scans showed no life on it. But after the cracking, one of the miners in his shuttle saw a big black egg-shaped object in the debris, and in keeping with company policy, he brought it in and we quarantined it. But the egg opened, and one of those things came out and started replicating, and here we are. What are we going to do? We're going to get all of you out of here, and then we're going to scuttle the ship, Kyle stated. Give me a moment to think. And without waiting for Tankersley to give him a moment, Kyle stepped aside, thinking of options. There weren't many, but few is better than none, and after a moment, Kyle went to Hoffnitz, who was moving from injured person to injured person, mending them as best as possible in 30 seconds or less. We're going to have to space everyone, Kyle said flatly. Do you have enough oxypans? Hoffnitz looked up in shock. Well, yes, Hoffnitz said after a moment, but I don't see. Then be getting them out. That's an order, Kyle said, and then returned to Tankersley. Kyle. Where's the nearest window? Tankersley. There's a big one in the room next to this one. Why? Kyle. Do you have flashlights? Flares? Anything that could be used as a signal? Tankersley. We have flares. Should I get you one? Please. Now, am I still able to reach my ship with this thing you've set up? Kyle asked, gesturing at the rig device. Tankersley showed Kyle the operation of the rig device, and Kyle hailed Prometheus. Kyle. Prometheus, this is Daedalus, transmitting from aboard the Ragnarok. Come in, Prometheus. Almost instantly, Jack answered. Jack. This is Ares. What's going on down there? Kyle, too long to explain. I need you to send out a shuttle to Ring 5. Look out for a window with a flare in it. Whoever flies the shuttle needs to bring one passenger who will offload onto the station with me. Do you copy, Ares? Jack. I copy. Kyle. Good. You need to also be prepared to take survivors. Myself, Hades, and whoever you send down are going to scuttle the station. Tell Apollo to be prepared for immediate takeoff once we've returned. We can't let these things get taken away. Jack. Copy, Daedalus. Good luck. Kyle. Thank you. Ragnarok out. With that, Kyle took one last look over the room, then went and stood atop one of the crates, so he was now overlooking the room and spoke. Ladies and mostly smelly gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? Kyle called out, and as expected, the bit of levity lightened the mood enough to induce the room's inhabitants to pay attention as he continued. As you may have all noticed, we're not in the best condition, so here's what's going to happen. Some friends of mine are going to come in a shuttle and pick you all up. A cheer went up at this. Very good, Kyle said. Here's the catch. To get picked up, you're going to have to all be without air for a minute or so. And probably without gravity. As space station workers, I'm sure you're all trained for that. Now, I'm seeing that some of you are in very bad shape. I'd never ask you to make the unthinkable choice, but... No man left behind, one miner shouted, and a chorus of agreement went up which made Kyle smile. All right then. My friend told me you were tough bastards. Now I need ideas. How do I scuttle the ship? Kyle asked. One officer, a tall man with pronounced Mediterranean features, waved Kyle over, and so he went, noticing out of the corner of his eye that Hoffnitz was already preparing the oxypans, and directing the synthetics to do the same. I can think of one way, the officer explained to Kyle. There's 2 doors in the barrel of the gun. If those were blocked, then the gun would fire backwards, and because it's a compressed star, it would trigger a small supernova. Problem is, to fire the gun, you and another have to be standing at the console and operating. You'd be vaporized. Not necessarily, one miner who stood nearby said. There's the cooldown. Cooldown? Kyle asked. Yes, the officer exclaimed. That would work. The gun has a 12-minute cooldown after it's fired. But you can set it to fire again as soon as it's fired the first time. So you could fire once, set to fire again, and during the cooldown period, you block the barrel, haul ass out, and the station blows after you're gone. Fucking insane. I love it. Miner man, you're a genius, Kyle said, giving a pat on the shoulder to the miner who'd mentioned the cooldown, whom Kyle noticed was no more than Max's age. The young officer reached into his pocket and pulled out a long silver key, then called Tankersley over, and she handed Kyle an identical key, explaining that these were necessary components in firing the gun, which he further gave directions to, as all the controls were located on Ring 7 at the bottom of the station. One of the officers also handed Kyle one of the electronic keys which opened panels in the service tunnel at his request. "I do have one order, Officer Tankersley," Kyle said before leaving. "Make sure the synthetics get on the shuttle. They're my brothers." Leaving Tankersley and the others to figure out what that meant, Kyle re-entered the service tunnel, giving a final nod to Hoffnitz and the synthetics to begin administering the oxypans. Kyle went to the next compartment, and then out again through a service panel door, as he'd done to reach the survivors, finding himself in a long blank hallway, the space facing side of which was one long window, presumably meaning this was an observation deck. Outside, Kyle saw Prometheus' shuttle as he'd ordered, and thus he lit the flare, and whoever was piloting the shuttle flashed the shuttle's lights, indicating they'd seen. Kyle held the flare straight up and down, signaling for the shuttle to hold. Then at last, Kyle raised his rifle and fired a grenade and a burst of shots at the long window. The window was made of durable stuff. It was designed to survive asteroid fields. But inevitably the glass cracked, and the cracks inevitably began spreading across the glass, deepening before it shattered. Warning: depressurization imminent. Seek shelter immediately or hold your breath and brace for vacuum. A robotic voice warned, and seconds later, the glass shattered. The depressurization was intense, as it always is, but Kyle managed to hold in place with the help of his suit, and the Ragnarok's gravity held true, lessening the impact somewhat, and so, without missing a beat, Kyle waved the shuttle down, then turned to the wall-mounted intercom console on the wall. "Brace for impact, motherfuckers," Kyle shouted into the intercom, then turned at last to the manual override panel beside the enormous door to the storage room where the survivors lay. As the doors opened gradually, the depressurization was fairly calm. The miners came rushing past the door in various crates, holding their breaths, right as the shuttle's open back was presented to the window. The extra Medusa whom Kyle had requested bounded out, revealing himself to be Max. The miners able-bodied enough to load onto the shuttle did so first, as did Hoffnitz once Kyle had ordered her to, in no uncertain terms. The miners unable to walk were carried onto the shuttle two at a time by Kyle, Max, Franz, and the Ragnarok synthetics, whom Kyle was happy to see did load onto the shuttle once all the survivors had. Of course, the shuttle was well beyond capacity and standing room only or less, but somehow they managed. By necessity, the loading of the survivors took no more than 2 minutes, and with the shuttle gone, Kyle turned to Max and Franz, the three of them now once again wrapped in the deafening silence of space. "All right, men," Kyle said. "We need to move our asses. Heracles, are you down to do something really stupid?" "You know me. I'm always happy to do something really stupid," Max said with a schoolboy grin. "That's my boy," Kyle said. Now. For what felt like the umpteenth time that day, the conversation was cut off when the men heard the sound of movement up above their heads on the roof of the ring. Just a few seconds later, not one, not two, not three, but 4 terramorphs of varying sizes had ripped a hole through the roof of the ring. "Heracles, aim for the legs!" Kyle shouted, it being the only thing he had time to say. The 3 men managed to successfully dismember the 4 terramorphs with their guns mostly. At one point, a terramorph did succeed in grasping Max in one of its sets of claws, but Max just managed to whip out his Arasaka sword and cut off these claws, then back away and shoot its limbs off. "All right," Kyle said, "let's continue this discussion on less solid ground." Max and Franz didn't need to be told twice, and so all 3 jetted from the destroyed window, eventually hovering in space about 100 yards from the Ragnarok before continuing. Here, Kyle laid out the full plan. First, the men would head into the debris field which was forming into a loose orbit around the Ragnarok, likely pulled in by its compressed star and artificial gravity. From this debris field, which contained not only ship pieces but also large rock chunks from the planet which the Ragnarok had cracked, the men would retrieve a rock or other piece of indestructible debris which could be used to jam the gun's internal hatch, at which point the cooldown plan would be carried out at last. "I can go for the debris," Max said. "You two can get to the gun, get it ready. Permission requested, sir." "All right, permission granted," Kyle said, "but I'm afraid I'll need your gun's charge pack. Hades and myself are running a bit tight on ammo, and you don't need it where you're going." With a resigned sigh, Max unloaded his gun, handing the charge pack to Kyle, and set off for the debris field. Kyle looked on after him in fatherly pride for a few seconds, then returned his attention to Franz. "All right, kid," Kyle said. "Let's blow this shit up." "Yes, sir," Franz said, and he and Kyle jetted off again, back to the Ragnarok. Kyle and Franz were heartened to see that Ring 7 was essentially intact, at least from the outside, and a peek into the few small windows indicated that it was unharmed inside as well. Less heartening was the fact that Ring 7 had no external entryways. Kyle thought for a moment about blowing open the side with a grenade, but then thought better of it. Not only would he not know what he was shooting, but there was always the possibility that depressurizing the ring might induce the Ragnarok's computer to shut down the gun's operation. All right, you know the drill, Kyle said. Up a level we go. And so Kyle and Franz ascended to the outside of Ring 6, and here they found a hole ripped in the top, through which they descended. Ring 6 was, it turned out, a hydroponic garden, made up of row upon row of trees and plants, growing various fruits and vegetables, watered by overhead sprinklers and lit by grow lights, all now frozen solid from their exposure to space, of course. Watch it, Kyle said. It would be really easy for one of those things to hide in here. Where are we going? Franz asked. The elevator, unless we see a shaft or something earlier, Kyle said. Walk slow and keep your eyes open. Very slowly, Kyle and Franz crept through the hydroponic garden, guns raised, keeping to the wall whenever possible, so that at least their backs were protected. One small terramorph did emerge, camouflaged in the greenery, and was dealt with easily. For the first time, Kyle was able to observe the death of a terramorph in a temperature-controlled environment, as himself and Franz had entered a sealed sector. Here, he saw that the terramorph's blood was extremely hot enough to melt the grating on the floor of the ring. Kyle and Franz did eventually find a service shaft leading downward, which they entered by way of one of the usual panels opened with the small electronic key. Kyle kept this key, along with the ones for the gun, in a closed pocket in his armor, which was more like a locked box. These armor suits had several of these, which could be used to store ammunition, knives, etc. It was one of Kyle's favorite features. Ring 1, it turned out, was essentially a massive bridge and control center with row upon row of seemingly endless consoles and computer desks, seemingly all undamaged and most having lights on, indicating they still functioned. Atop one desk, a digiphone still played, broadcasting of all things, Elvis Presley's Can't Help Falling in Love with You, the same song Kyle had heard on his first night at Camp Hero. Sorry, Elvis, Franz said, raising his gun to the digiphone. Kyle dove and ripped the gun from Franz's hand. In doing so, he discovered that Franz was a good deal more enhanced than he'd realized, as it was a momentary struggle for Kyle to grab the gun. Put that gun away, you testosterone-addled fucking oaf! Kyle exclaimed, realizing as he said it the irony of it being him to say such a thing. What if they hear the music? Franz asked irritatedly. Good point, Kyle said, then went and smashed the digiphone, with his fist rather than with a gun. And now you won't be depressurizing the ring. Kyle handed Franz his gun back, and the two men went forward, a moment later hearing a voice on their comms. I'm back, Max said over the comm link. I got lots of shit to put in the barrel. Awaiting your orders, Daedalus. Copy. Stand by Heracles and keep away from the gun until I say so, Kyle said. Kyle and Franz reached the console from which the gun was operated. At each end of the long black console was a keyhole, placed far enough apart so that a single person couldn't operate the gun by themselves. Kyle took out the two long silver keys and handed one to Franz. They inserted each key into its respective keyhole, and on Kyle's signal, they turned the keys simultaneously and were greeted by the keys and screens on the console lighting up. Gun online. Initiate firing procedure, a robotic voice said from the console. All right, let's see how this works, Kyle said, stepping behind the console. As one might expect, operating the gun was a rather complicated procedure. To begin, it was necessary to align the gun with the target, using the camera views on the screens which ran across the top of the console, which involved steering it and positioning it via several dials. Kyle aimed it towards the decoupled Ring 1, which still hovered relatively close to the Ragnarok. When the gun was aligned, a few keys had to be hit, confirming the target. At this, a small panel in the middle of the console slid open, revealing a large red button to fire the gun. Before firing, Kyle confirmed with Max. Kyle. Heracles, all clear? Max. All clear, Daedalus. With that, Kyle fired the gun. While the blast couldn't be seen from the console, of course, a vibration did run throughout the Ragnarok. All right, Kyle said. Now to do that again and fast. By necessity, Kyle had realigned the gun. I'm under 30 seconds and had told it to fire. As planned, it wouldn't right away. Unable to fire. Countdown to firing initiated, the computer said, and handily, a 12-minute countdown appeared on all the console screens. Kyle. All right, Heracles, get into position. Block the bastard. Max. Yes, sir. For a truly agonizing 30 seconds, Kyle and Franz waited before hearing from Max any further. All right, I'm in the barrel, approaching the hatch, Max said. I'm now going to attempt to block it. Kyle then heard the sound of Max's thrusting grunts for about 1 minute as he attempted to block the hatch in the barrel. Heracles, should we give you some privacy? Franz quipped. Kyle laughed. Shut up, you stupid bastard, Max said, and then a few seconds later added, all right, the hatch won't open now. Kyle. All right, Heracles, get the fuck out of there now. Return to Prometheus. Daedalus out. In near symbiosis then, Kyle and Franz left the console, fairly bolting to the nearest window, which they both fired a spray of gunshots into, and then leapt out of, jetting back to Prometheus as rapidly as their suits would allow. Kyle was relieved when he saw Max jetting with equal speed ahead of them, meeting him at the outer door of Prometheus's airlock. Kyle switched on his comm link again, connecting to David. Kyle, Apollo, open the airlock and get us out of here as soon as the door closes. David, you don't have to tell me twice, sir. The outer airlock door opened and the three men entered. The feeling of Prometheus in flight was felt instantly upon its closing, during that fairly few moments agonizing before one can enter a ship proper as an airlock repressurizes. But those moments passed, and at last Kyle stepped through, being greeted by Jack and Hoffnitz. All right, Kyle said. Back to Mars then. Are the survivors comfortable? They're quarantined in the shuttle bay, Hoffnitz said. And we're not heading to Mars, Jack added. We're heading for the X-shell. Kyle, what the fuck is an X-shell? Wait, more importantly, Demeter, why the quarantine? Hoffnitz, I'm sure you noticed that some of the miners had what seemed to be chemical burns. Kyle, of course. Hoffnitz, those aren't chemical burns. One of those things got pretty torn up in some mining equipment which those miners tried attacking it with. Those aren't chemical burns, Daedalus. They're from the aliens' blood, and we don't know what pathogens they have or who's at risk if exposed. Jack. And to answer your other question, the X-shell is a hospital ship only a few systems away. They have tanks and sterilization equipment. We should be there in 10 minutes or so if Apollo is to be believed. Kyle. And how are we to afford this hospital ship? Jack. We should have enough money for the basics. Kyle. Well, then I need to announce all this and more. With that, Kyle bypassed the others, returning to the main ship, reaching the bridge where most of the Medusas stood or sat. Kyle got something of a hero's welcome, which lifted his mood before he took to Prometheus's intercom, where he sent out a ship-wide announcement of the coming destination, followed by a short report on the successful destruction of the Ragnarok. You did good today. All of you did. Be happy for your lives. Signing off. Kyle finished, then turned and left the bridge once again, heading to the core room. Welcome, Captain, Prometheus said cheerfully. Greetings, Kyle said. But this isn't a social call. Kyle explained to Prometheus about the possible pathogen and further explained that she would have to be boarded by a sterilization team. Prometheus was familiar with the concept and so was hardly enthusiastic, but she understood. Kyle's briefing ended right as David's voice came on the intercom. David. All right, everyone. We're arriving. You should all probably be on deck. Kyle left the core room, meeting several Medusas in the hallway, who all proceeded to the bridge, getting their first proper glimpse of the hospital station known as the X-shell. The X-shell, it turned out, was a massive all-white wheel, off of which came 3 branches, each branch itself ending in their own wheels. Each wheel had a glass dome covering the several skyscrapers per wheel. On the tops of each spoke was a row of spikes topped by metal spheres, some kind of detection array for incoming craft, Kyle supposed. The Ixchel orbited a small Earth-like planet which Kyle didn't recognize, at least not from upper orbit. Almost immediately, Prometheus announced she was being hailed, and Kyle gave his consent for the transmission as himself, Jack, and for a momentarily unapparent reason, Surabaya approached the front of the bridge to communicate. Prometheus, this is the Ixchel. You're not cleared for a landing here, a young man's voice said. Kyle, this is Captain Kyle Delshow. Understood. We have a medical emergency on board. Young man. What is the nature of your emergency? Jack. Life-threatening injuries and a possible alien contagion. We have around 35 patients. Young man. To whom am I speaking now? Jack. This is Commander Jack Flynn. Myself and Officer Yoshiro Tsurabaya here have the needed credits. Credits? Kyle wondered. Weren't we going to be paying in cash? A pause of about 30 seconds. Young man. Yes, looks like you're both cleared all right. Dock your ship, prepare to be boarded, and have your DNA identification checked before you can leave the ship, and after prepare to be cleaned up. Ixchel out. With that, David navigated Prometheus to the underside of the Ixchel, revealing that the underside was all silver. In the middle of the bottom part of the central wheel was an open hatch, the inside of the ship protected from space by one of his usual force fields, which David expertly guided Prometheus through, into a sleek gray landing area for shuttles and small ships, which he set Prometheus down in, then opened the shuttle bay door. Weapons down. Identification out, people. I hope you know the drill by now, Kyle ordered, then turned to Jack and Surabaya. What's all this about credits? Well, you know all those private missions I was doing when you first knew me? I got a fuckload of credits for that, Jack explained, and Surabaya gave much the same explanation, adding, we thought it better to use credits than our unit's coffers. Not 2 minutes after landing, Prometheus was boarded by a horde of medical personnel in all-white hazmat suits. To start, these personnel entirely bypassed the survivors and headed for the bridge. One of the personnel, a woman carrying a small computer with a transparent flash drive-esque device jutting from the side, asked Jack and Surabaya to approach her. Once they had, she took the flash drive-esque device from the little computer and held the formerly plugged inside to Jack's carotid artery, and the device promptly drew a tiny speck of blood, at which point the woman plugged it back into the computer, and a moment later withdrew it again and did the same to Tsurabaya. You're clear for credit claims, the woman said, then promptly turned and left, allowing the actual medical personnel to enter. Okay, said a tall, auburn-haired man in the front. I'm Dr. McAllister. I'm to oversee all of you. Is anyone on bridge showing signs of infection? No, Doctor, Hoffnitz said. I'm Medical Officer Hoffnitz, by the way. We'll have time for names later, Dr. McAllister said tersely. All right, follow me. And so the Medusas followed Dr. McAllister off of Prometheus, seeing that the injured were already being loaded onto hovering stretchers with glass lids to cover them. The Medusas and the synthetics from the Ragnarok, it turned out, were not loaded onto stretchers. Rather, they were directed to a pair of doors leading off the hangar bay by Dr. McAllister. McAllister? Right then, head through those doors. Men to the right, women to the left. Once you're inside, take off your suits and any undergarments, then onto the disinfection room. Everyone get in a pod and wait to be disinfected, then wait again to be handed some clothes and follow the instructions given after that. Good luck. And with that, Dr. McAllister took off, leaving the Medusas and the Ragnarok synthetics to fend for themselves. I'm not sure where we fall on the sexual classification scale, one of the Ragnarok synthetics said, earning a good laugh from the Medusas. Come with us, you can be honorary men today, Joshi said good-naturedly, giving the confused synthetic a hearty pat on the shoulder. The synthetics seemed to accept this, and so marched with the Medusas forward through the door to the right off of the Ixchel's hangar bay. Inside they found a long white hallway, with a single long bench running along one wall. Here the men stripped as they'd been told to do, then went through the other door at the ends of the hallway. The room beyond proved to be row upon row of massive cylindrical pods, their glass fronts hanging open. These were at least 30 feet in diameter by approximately 15 feet in height, obviously meant to be able to cleanse large aliens. As instructed, the men in synthetics took a pod each. The pods sealed closed, and the occupants were greeted by a shower of a brutally cold light blue substance which coated every inch of the body, fortunately followed up quite quickly by a merciful downpour of hot water, which washed off all of the strange blue substance. This was at last followed by the usual sonic treatment which knocked all drops of moisture off the body. The pods remained closed, however. "Please, remain in your pod," a robotic voice said. "Like I could leave it," Kyle muttered. A few minutes later, a hovering robotic cart entered the room from somewhere, bearing fresh clothes, which is to say gray sweatsuits and blue hospital booties. They were hardly dignified, but they were comfortable, and the Medusas were largely too exhausted to care beyond that. Once dressed, the men in synthetics exited to the next room, with the female Medusas exiting from the pod room next door mostly simultaneously. The next hallway was the first part of the station the Medusas encountered, which seemed to match the glass and ivory futurism of the outside of the eggshell. This hallway's floor was light panels, which lit up as one stepped on them, though the halls were quite sufficiently lit already by light strips on the ceiling and lights from the glass-fronted rooms which faced onto the hallway, a glance at which revealed them to be glass-fronted hospital wardrooms, each with airlocks for entry and a small bathroom on the end. A woman, again in hazmat gear, stood in the hall. "Follow me, please," was all she said, leading the Medusas and the Ragnarok synthetics down the hall quite a long ways, to a pair of wardrooms facing each other, where once again the men and women were split. "There's an intercom on the wall," the woman explained. "If any of you begin showing symptoms of anything, use it. You'll also find a system by which you may order food. I hope all else is self-explanatory. Make yourselves comfortable, you may be here quite some time." "At least she's honest," one of the Ragnarok synthetics quipped, earning a general chuckle. The Medusas thus entered their assigned wards, where there were fortunately at least enough beds, quite comfortable as it transpired. Kyle was, privately, feeling the slightest touch of panic in the back of his mind. Not for any real reason, he just hated being behind glass. After his experience with it on first waking up from the vat, it was the one thing which made him feel slightly helpless, though a slight tap on the ward's glass revealed it was hardly comparable to the glass which had held Kyle prisoner at the Arasaka plant. The woman's warning about waiting had been quite apropos, it turned out. The Medusas waited for at least 6 hours before anyone came for them. Fortunately, each ward had a television with several channels and a number of video games which the men played. Less pleasant was the single toilet for 8 men, but it was livable. To order food, one used a touchscreen menu built into the wall, and a few minutes later the screen would slide up, revealing whatever dish had been ordered, deposited on a conveyor belt system running ward to ward. This food apparently came from a replicator, but one of the highest quality, as the dishes were indistinguishable from the real thing. Eventually, of course, Dr. McAllister made his return, still in hazmat gear, and carrying a glass pad. From the hall, he beckoned the Medusas and synthetics out, and they eagerly exited, waiting for his pronouncements with bated breath, particularly once they saw that behind him were a long row of suited personnel, bearing more glass pods, these ones with wheels on the bottom. McAllister: "Well, ladies and gents, I'm glad you had the sense to come here. We took biopsies from a few areas affected by the alien's blood. All the contact points tested positive for an unknown infectious bacteria." Hoffnitz: "What are the symptoms?" McAllister: "That's yet to be determined. The samples are being isolated for further analysis. Your armor has been sterilized, and you all get a dip in the tank. We can't determine that none of the bacteria has entered you internally." Kyle: "What about me and these other synthetics?" McAllister: "Again, it's a new alien bacteria that we know nothing about. On the business subject, after your trip through the tank, all the KBMG employees and synthetics will be leaving. There's already a ship waiting for them. The rest of you will have to wait 36 hours or more while your ship is cleansed. You will be given meal and hotel voucher cards for your stay. And now into the pods, please." As instructed, Kyle and the others entered the pods. In these mobile pods, no liquid poured down on the occupant, of course, nor was one required to take off one's clothes. One simply stepped in, and once sealed inside, one was pitched back to a rather uncomfortable angle as the pod was tilted to be wheeled to the next location, which proved to be a bank of industrial-sized elevators which ascended several levels. The elevator arrived in, as the reader no doubt expects, yet another airlock, beyond which was a megalithic-sized, sleek white room, filled with a veritable city of regeneration tanks and many personnel in their white hazmat suits moving to and fro about the place. The woman who'd pushed and pulled Kyle's pod stopped in front of one regen tank, then rounded his pod and instructed him to take off his clothes, exit, and head for the tank. Damn, I don't even have to buy you a drink first, Kyle said flirtatiously as he slipped off his pants. The woman didn't respond, of course, having likely heard this joke multiple times a day. Kyle exited the pod, then went up the usual steps adjacent to the tank, up to the usual human-shaped metal frame suspended on a long hydraulic arm from the ceiling, which he stepped into, and as expected, it lifted him up, then slowly lowered him into the tank filled with its white fluid and the deep ambrosial slumber which the fluid induced. As always, this ended far too soon, with the metal frame once again lifting the patient, this time out of the tank and back to the little staircase down to the ground. Upon return to the staircase, Kyle found his armor waiting, which he slipped into, looking around and seeing the other Medusas doing the same. He also saw that the Ragnarok synthetics were back in their orange jumpsuits already and being led from the regen tank room, never to be seen by Kyle again. Kyle descended the steps next to the tank once dressed, and the Medusas regrouped, being met by a member of the Ixchel's personnel, who handed them red cards, embossed with a watermark image of the station. These were their vouchers for meals, transport, and the hotel they'd be staying at. From the regen tank room, Kyle and the others, following directions, went down several hallways to yet another of the industrial-sized elevators, which ascended to a sprawling atrium, really a small indoor rainforest, which lead out onto the pedestrian streets in the center of the Ixchel, where stood perhaps 10 skyscrapers, above which, of course, was the dome. These streets, it turned out, were essentially a resort town for the patients at the Ixchel who were here for prolonged treatment. There were luxury hotels, spas, swimming pools, a Ferris wheel, everything except alcohol and brothels, much to the disappointment of Kyle and the male Medusas. What made up for this disappointment, almost, was the food. The food was of an extreme quality, even by the standards of the few luxury locations Kyle has been to before, particularly the large Brazilian-style steakhouse, which served real steak, brought up from the planet which the Ixchel orbited. The 36 hours passed fast enough, and most, if not all, of the Medusas were in their hotel rooms when the message came through on their wrist computers, along with instructions on how to return to the hangar bay. "Did they hurt you, my girl?" Kyle asked as he boarded Prometheus. "No, Captain," Prometheus said, "and I realized something. I'm starting to enjoy our adventures." Author's note: a chapter serving several purposes, which I hope the discerning reader may recall when the time comes. Chapter 9. As I continue this project and in this period, I realize that, much as I might wish to, I cannot write a detailed chapter about every mission which the Medusas carried out, and that such a thing would eventually become tiresome and repetitive. In this chapter, I'll thus describe a few missions that are slightly fuzzy in memory, both in their content and their chronology of Kyle's life, but which I consider interesting enough to include. In keeping with the theme of the previous chapter, I'll first tell of an operation at yet another space station which Kyle visited. The mission started, as so many, at the Eagle's Claw. The Medusas were gathered around some board game or other. Kyle had taken to encouraging this among the Medusas, to reinforce the team bond. A trick he'd learned in his days as an instructor at Fort Worden. As the game was in progress, the Eagle's Claw's AI alerted the Medusas that Prometheus was receiving a transmission from Emmerman, and that only Kyle and Jack were invited. "No cheating, you bastards," Kyle said as he and Jack left the group. Kyle and Jack approached Prometheus, who dutifully let them aboard via the hangar bay, allowing them to make their way to the bridge, where Emmerman's visage filled half the room on the usual holographic wraparound screen. "Greetings, gents," Emmerman said. "I'll get to the point. I want you two to sell yourselves." Kyle: "Sell ourselves, sir?" Emmerman: "Like a pair of whores in 17th century Amsterdam." "May I ask what you're actually asking of us, sir?" Jack asked, turning pink with the effort of suppressing the chuckles Kyle couldn't. "Yes, quite," Emmerman said, himself grinning, then went on to explain. Kyle and Jack, by themselves, were to meet Emmerman and Jorg the next day on the uncreditably named Jupiter station, in order to partake in what Emmerman called the gun show. Here, they'd be essentially paraded around in front of both many aliens and elite breakaway family heads, as a display of strength, and to be marketed for hire. This was a semi-annual event, and Jack had apparently attended before, judging by his reaction. "You'll like the station and not much else," Jack advised. "Get laid tonight so you're in a good mood." "Thanks for the concern," Kyle laughed. With the technical details laid out, which as usual I'll not tell until they occur, Jack left Prometheus, Kyle staying behind with some excuse or other. In reality, of course, he went straight to the core room to sexually interface with Prometheus. As she'd promised, she didn't say no, and Kyle walked away entirely satisfied and in the best mood for the next day, a mood which he could only hope would last. As he'd said he would, Emmerman did not send one of his usual shuttles. On this occasion, Emmerman came in one of his personal ships, which was a large, sleek black affair which resembled a pyramid laid on its side, an iridescent Mjolnir embossed on the front hull. Emmerman landed his ship next to the lake, and Kyle and Jack approached, a boarding ramp already lowering. George stood at the top, in dress uniform rather than the armor which Kyle and Jack wore, beckoning them aboard. Emmerman's ship on the inside embodied Emmerman's taste in general, gauche yet somehow tasteful. Each wall was covered in holographic posters of old European art, and at the ship's center was a tiny but complete holographic Chinese garden. The ship was also quite a good size, definitely larger than Prometheus. Kyle hadn't ever seen anything quite like it. After a short tour, Emmerman returned to the cockpit and encouraged the men to take seats. It was going to be a bumpy ride through the belt. Thus Kyle, Jack, and Jorg sat in the wide, comfortable bucket seats of one of the several seating compartments near the cockpit. He couldn't just jump the ship? Kyle asked. He likes to show off, Jorg said with a shrug. The ride was, indeed, very bumpy. Kyle had his suspicions that this was intentional on Emmerman's part. It seemed unlikely that Emmerman couldn't have afforded stable gravity plates. The trip's first leg took about 30 minutes, then suddenly the movement of the ship stopped. Well, boys, come up front if you want the view of a lifetime, Emmerman said over the ship's intercom. Emmerman's estimation of the view was, it turned out, not exaggerated. The positioning of the ship afforded a perfect view of Jupiter at a close enough distance to make out details. There are no words to describe to those who have not experienced it the wonder of a gas giant. Indeed, even when one is directly experiencing it, it's difficult to believe it to be real, especially when one sees the planet's gases move and fluctuate in a rhythmic, cataclysmic dance on the surface of its spherical body. Even harder to believe is the size. While the gas giant always appears impossibly large, it isn't until one approaches a point that one can grasp scale, which even then feels impossible. Wotan is glorious, Kyle thought aloud at the sight. You never quite get used to it, was George's contribution. With the steering complete, Emmerman returned his attention to the controls, guiding the ship towards a spot on the planet, which turned out to be somewhere slightly north of the famous red spot. Having not seen Emmerman take off, Kyle hadn't had time to see that Emmerman wore a hearing aid-like device, wired into his seat, which served as the primary interface with the ship. This differed from Prometheus, as it was less advanced, which gave Kyle a slight swell of pride. Emmerman descended the ship toward the tan and white dappled region north of the red spot. Here stood the uninventively named Jupiter Station, in all its glory. It was still quite a distance from the actual surface, but of course, on a Jupiter-sized planet, it was invisible until one was beside it. Jupiter Station was a massive white construction, consisting of a central cylinder, which narrowed into a narrow spike, which then blossomed again in a glass-domed half-sphere. Off the bottom half of the wide cylinder were several dozen more long cylinders, extending in a pattern like spokes on a bicycle wheel, which ended in full spheres. It had a distinctively alien feeling to it, Kyle thought. The iguana folks built it, Emmerman said as if picking up on Kyle's thoughts. Then they gave it to our old friends, the Krugers. Kyle glanced around the cockpit at this last comment. On Jack's face, he saw a flash of sadness. On George's face, he saw a glimpse of concern. On his own face, there likely passed a similar flash of concern. Of the few things he truly knew about Emmerman, it was that the Krugers were considered old friends without hesitation. It could be nothing, or it could mean a political shift was on the horizon. In any event, Emmerman aimed his ship towards Jupiter Station. At the bottom of the giant central cylinder, separated from the vacuum of space by several force fields, was one of the usual hangar bays which I've described many times. Kyle estimated this one to be about 7 miles across, which explained the trams darting to and fro, taking people to and from their ships, and the elevators which presumably lead up further into the station. One notable thing was that the staff seemed to still mostly consist of iguanoids. Kyle's regret as regards this operation was that he had no time or opportunity to explore much of the station, as he never returned. All that he did see left an impression, however, as an admirer of architecture. The sleek smoothness of the white walls in particular stood out and looked oddly familiar. It wasn't until he approached and rapped on one wall that he realized why. The entire structure of Jupiter Station was made of bone, meaning that it had either been grown or, the more chilling possibility, carved from some planet-sized creature. The glass also had an oddly organic feeling. Kyle wondered in the back of his mind whether both of his hypotheses were wrong, and perhaps the station itself could be a living organism of some kind. The gun show took place in the large half-sphere at the top of the central spire. On the trip up, Kyle at least had a glimpse of the inner workings of the station. Each level had a concourse, with the second and third levels having doors leading off to the branching cylinders which jutted from the lower levels of Jupiter Station. Judging by the number of alien species, all of which seemed to be congregating among themselves around these branching segments, Kyle deduced that every species must have their own. The upper levels consisted mostly of restaurants and hotels, from the limited glimpses as Kyle got. The gun show was very boring indeed, by Kyle's estimation, and most of the other guns on display. The process of it all was like so. On one side of the room stood the soldiers on display, free to mingle with no food or drink dispensed. On the other side of the room, divided off by a velvet rope, the family heads of the colonies mingled, with their Kobe, sashimi, and champagne, talking among each other about their guns, or their top soldiers, hoping to interest each other in hiring the other's private army. When one became interested, then they'd call over their soldier, and a deal would be struck. The one concession which the soldiers got was that they had a superior view of Jupiter from their side of the room. While the evening was skull-numbingly dull, it did end up fruitful for the Medusas. As the top of essentially the entire civilization, Emmerman and his private army were of course highly in demand for those who could afford it. Among those able to afford was Gabriel Kruger, whom Kyle finally had the chance to meet properly. Kyle found Herr Kruger very quiet, for a man of his standing, but largely inoffensive. When Kruger and Jack glanced at each other, Kyle saw and detected the briefest flash of sadness. At some shared loss or other, he gathered. Perhaps Andrew, or perhaps not. Another whom Kyle met and whom the Medusas were contracted to, whose interaction would pay off considerably later, was the Taiwanese interstellar real estate magnate who insisted on simply being called by his surname Chan. He signed a contract to hire the Medusas for land clearing purposes. Kyle also saw, but did not meet, two individuals who'd been in some way connected to his past operations, namely Ayoko Daishono of Daishono Cybernetics and Giancarlo Vespucci of Kuiper Belt Mining Group, the latter of whom Kyle thought must be what Pinocchio grew into after becoming a real boy, judging by his appearance. Kyle also saw and waved at Tio Bobby Fernandez, whom he exchanged a wave with, but wasn't able to speak to. There must have been others, but as the evening passed in such a dull fashion, the rest have not been particularly retained, and this was certainly not the only gun show which Kyle would attend. Only two other things occurred of note that evening. The first, though only slightly notable, was that the evening's entertainment was a hyper-realistic hologram of Norma Jean Pierce singing various songs, which Kyle didn't realize was a hologram until he saw someone walk through her. He decided he'd look her up whenever the Medusas returned to Camp Hero. It had been too long. The last notable occurrence was at some point when Kyle was standing looking out the window at Jupiter's red spot, from which he saw a ship emerge. Enormous, black, and roughly obelisk-shaped, Kyle realized it must have been thousands of miles long to be so plainly visible at distance. Eventually, most everyone present either was too drunk to continue, or they decided that they'd spend enough money for one party, and it all came to a gradual end. Emmerman was courteous enough to leave Kyle and Jack back at the Eagle's Claw, and then at last the whole odd affair of the gun show came to an end, clearly enough revealed to Kyle, and I hope, clearly enough to the reader. The first real payoff of the gun show came perhaps a fortnight later. By this point, the Medusas had returned to Camp Hero and were thus in their two little houses. In the interim period, they'd done a single operation as a unit in a small Japanese colony, doing an artifact retrieval of the sort I've described many times, for Wang Yunong. The one slightly notable thing in the op was that in the colony, the Medusas had encountered a stray talking robot golden retriever, a cast-out Arasaka product, it turned out. Are we going to find Fluffy a home? Karina, the hater of animals, had asked sarcastically. By then fairly drunk from the bar crawl, the Medusas had gone on to pass the night in the colony they were forced to spend before the spaceport opened. I'm fine, the dog had replied, and further, that's a racial epithet. As it happened, the group did find the dog a home. As he followed them down an alley chatting about this or that, an old lady had peeked her head out and been utterly awed and enamored by this talking dog, a thing most people of her standing would have only heard about but never seen. She'd offered to take the dog, and he'd been only too happy to oblige. Kyle had looked on, hoping that she wouldn't turn around and sell the novelty pet for the several million neo-yen which he must be worth. The artifact retrieval itself was effortless and successful, and Wang Yunong was very pleased. The payoff of the gun show came a bit later. It was early morning, and so the Medusa men were doing their usual showering, shaving, eating breakfast, etc. Someone had stepped out to get something, and so when the doorbell rang, it was presumed that he'd forgotten his key. Thus, Surabaya, who just that moment exited the shower, went and answered the door still bare naked, which would have passed without note or comment had it actually been the whichever Medusa had stepped out who rang the bell. It wasn't, it turned out. Oh shit, Surabaya exclaimed. Gentlemen, we have company. As Surabaya and at least two others ran into the bedrooms to vainly attempt to regain their decency, the visitor entered and Kyle and Jack rose to meet them. The visitors were two in number, one man and one woman, both assets of Kruger mercenaries judging by their prominent cybernetic protrusions. The man in particular was highly roboticized. The full left side of his body, at least what was visible, was all robotic, and the woman had a robotic left arm. Once all the Medusas had been gathered, they were briefed on their job and eventual payment, the latter of which they were relieved to find was very generous, as the money by this point was running thin. The assignment, at least on the surface, was a routine rescue op in the mountains of Kentucky, time frame unknown, but likely not contemporary. All arrangements had been made, presumably between a Kruger executive and Jimmy or some other high authority at Camp Hero, who had arranged the portal and the transport truck on the other side. The briefing completed, the Medusas geared up and went to the portal room. For Kyle and no doubt a few of the others, the use of the chair portal always stirred an odd sense which seemed to be some bizarre combination of dread and nostalgia. It was also always surreal for Kyle seeing the Medusas who were oblivious to the room's significance, such as Kovac, Cheng, etc. The operation was fairly short and bloodless, for the Medusa side anyway. Their task was to find 3 Kruger geneticists held captive in an Appalachian cave system several miles underground, where they were being held by an unknown alien or aliens. The aliens, it turned out, were monstrous humanoid wolves. The females were mostly gray, the males mostly black, both sexes highly muscular and reflexively skilled to a remarkable degree, with most being 8 to 12 feet in height. While certainly sentient, their civilization, if it could be called such, was at the Stone Age level, technologically speaking, which didn't at all dampen their savage fighting prowess, and had the Medusas not had on their armor, they'd have walked away quite cut up. Kyle, in his usual way, felt a bit of a pang of guilt at eradicating an apparently civilian lot of aliens. He admired the wolfmen's battle prowess and simplicity of life, not to mention their beauty. They were quite majestic creatures, particularly the alpha male or king wolfman, who stood at nearly 20 feet in height, and whose fur was a light red rather than the grays and blacks of his compatriots, making him regally beautiful in a way Kyle hadn't ever quite seen. One thing which stood out on this mission was that Kovac shone through. While Kyle had known her to be a more than competent fighter, the wolfmen seemed to trigger a certain savagery in her, and she took down many with her bare hands. Until this point, Kovac and Max had been fairly antagonistic to one another. Now, Kyle caught Max looking on with something approaching respect. Jack was also rather guilt-ridden at the attack on the wolfmen, and thus quite sharply reprimanded one of the younger men when he was caught cutting a pelt. The operation was a success, with both geneticists retrieved, and thus was unlocked yet another level of the Medusa's work and roles, that of private contractors. Author's note: quite a short chapter, as the reader may have noticed. I wrote it to include 3 stories that, while perhaps not as detailed or high-octane as many, I felt deserved an inclusion of some kind.